Hey, everyone! If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started.
Cohen hadn't really studied alchemy. Sure, he'd skimmed a few books, and theoretically, a homunculus like him should have a knack for it. But Cohen preferred mooching off others' work over doing it himself. The old basilisk didn't know alchemy. Neither did Sissoko. You can't expect a snake to mess around with potions and vials. Sissoko said when Cohen's gaze landed on it. Wizards are pretty scared of dying, so even though I hung around those bottles and jars for a while, I haven't even asked you to do anything yet, Cohen said, his face dropping. This snake had lazy written all over it. Good thing Voldemort didn't boss the old basilisk around for attacks every day. Sissoko would probably be too lazy to even snitch. I need some of your blood, Cohen said to Sissoko. Once I study it, I should figure out what's making you immune to Parseltongue control. Sissoko's head, which had dipped slightly, perked right back up. You get that excited just hearing you don't have to work. Why did every source of his bloodline have to be so weird? A boozy nightmare unicorn, a basilisk lazy enough to be a lump. Compared to them, the unknown Dementor part of him was practically the most human-like. Cohen didn't even want to imagine what that mystery giant beast from his memories might be like. Plan settled. Sissoko would stay here to keep watch, ready to tip Cohen off if Voldemort tried sicking the old basilisk on anyone. Meanwhile, Cohen took some blood from both snakes. Their scales were tough and tight-knit, so he had to get a little rough. Ow! Sissoko flinched, its tail twitching as Cohen pried up a scale with Frostmourne. That system-rewarded wand wasn't much used day-to-day, but it was sturdy. Its tip fit perfectly into the scale gaps, popping them open. Plus, Cohen had noticed it was made of 3 detachable parts. The icy crystal at the top, perfect for a funky surgical knife. And since it radiated cold, it could even double as a hemostat. Cohen was pretty proud of his genius discovery. Suck it up. Might have to do this again later, he said, pressing the scale back down and hitting it with a healing charm. The old basilisk didn't even flinch when Cohen took its blood, just sat there, steady as a corpse. Job done. Cohen grabbed the Baron and the 2 vials of labeled basilisk blood to head back to the castle. Lingering in the chamber wasn't smart, especially with attacks already stirring things up. To be safe, he went invisible before flying out through the pipes. Back in a room of requirement, Cohen untied the black cloth from the Baron's head. Felt like some weird, kinky roleplay. The Baron muttered in a weak, suggestive tone. Blindfolds, coercion, a threesome. You guys. Maybe I should have left it on, Cohen said, his face darkening as he retied the cloth, this time over the Baron's beak. Should have left it in the chamber. With Sissoko keeping an eye out, Cohen didn't have to worry about Voldemort pulling any sneaky moves. No-nos wouldn't even dream Cohen had roped another basilisk into playing lookout. Heck, he probably didn't even know there were 2 basilisks in the school. Cohen had checked with Sissoko before leaving, and it said it had ignored all the Slytherin heir summons before. Finally, he could stop wasting time trailing Harry and the gang. Cohen had his own stuff to handle now. He set the 2 labeled vials of basilisk blood on a shelf in the room of requirement, then dug out the pile of alchemy books he'd snagged from Borgen's estate. Back then, all that technical jargon hadn't helped him figure out his bloodline, so he'd barely touched them. Now, different story. Nicholas Flamel was right. Cohen was suddenly interested in alchemy. If it weren't for the 2-year wait, he'd be raiding Flamel's inheritance vault with that key right now. Analyzing blood differences wasn't some impossible task that needed Flamel's help, though. As Cohen flipped through the books, he realized he did have a knack for this. But it didn't feel like your typical talent. It wasn't like he was learning. It felt more like rehab. Just glancing at the steps, related knowledge started popping into his head. He didn't need to experiment. He instantly knew what actions led to what outcomes, like an old alchemist piecing his memory back together. A homunculus is born with a vast array of knowledge. That line from the Alchemy Codex was spot on in a way. Cohen was soaking up the info fast just by reading. He'd already grasped the basics: structure, extraction, repair, fusion, the works. No waiting, no begging for help. He could start analyzing those basilisk blood samples right now, figure out what the Borgin estate researchers had pumped into Sissoko to make it resist parcel tongue control. After coaxing a dusty old alchemy kit out of the room of requirement, Cohen lit the fire. To compare, he needed a clear view. First step, extract the magic from the basilisk blood. Magical creatures, including wizards, had magic in their blood. It varied, but shared similar building blocks. To spot the differences between two magic-infused blood samples, he had to strip out the common stuff first. That meant using Ramora fish skin as a filter to distill away the likely identical bits. Ramoras, magical fish from the Indian Ocean, had stable, scale-free skin that blocked magic, making them perfect for alchemy filters. The International Confederation of Wizards had anti-poaching laws to protect them, but Cohen didn't need to hunt one down. Basic alchemy kits came with Ramora skin, and the beat-up gear the room dug up had a decent filter intact. He poured the basilisk blood into a flask for distillation. The magic would stay trapped in the hourglass-shaped bottom half, while the mundane stuff rose up, step one of pulling out the magic. This alone would take days. Basilisk blood was a nightmare to distill, and staring at a flask, waiting for progress, boring as hell and a total time sink. Cohen wanted to jump into the next analysis step, but he couldn't camp out here forever, so why not ask the magical owl? So, Baron, how's your love life? Snagged any new owl buddies yet? Cohen asked out of nowhere. Not really in the mood to talk about it, the Baron grumbled. I don't believe in love, and I don't need it. Perfect. Cohen scratched the Baron's head. Then you can stay here and keep an eye on the heat. Give me a shout when the top half of the flask fills up with blood mist. Cohen had some basilisk blood simmering in the room of requirement, and the Earl agreed to keep an eye on it now, and then, mostly because he didn't get out much anymore. Back in regular school life, things started feeling normal again. Voldemort hadn't pulled off another attack in a while, and Cohen figured he was probably cooking up something big. The students were still buzzing about who got Filch, with some pointing fingers at Lockhart. But most agreed this time was different from the last. Lockhart's classes now screamed, taught by a squib, no matter how you looked at them. According to a certain spider-fearing, anonymous Gryffindor second-year guy, Lockhart had successfully cast exactly 3 spells in class. Total. Lockhart's a complete clown, Ron whispered to Cohen during defense against the dark arts. Up front, Harry and Hermione were helping Lockhart act out a scene from his book. Feels like he's worse than Quirrell. Accurate, direct, fair, and straight to the point, Cohen nodded. Without Voldemort propping him up, Lockhart was totally useless now. After that pixie disaster, he'd stopped showing off his pathetic magic. Instead, he'd taken to reading huge chunks of his textbooks aloud to teach them. The punchline? He wrote the damn books himself. On stage, Werewolf Harry was lunging at daughter Hermione, only for Lockhart to swoop in and hit him with some fancy spell to turn him human again. See? Simple, effective, and another village will forever remember me as their hero, freeing them from the monthly terror of werewolf attacks, Lockhart said with a proud grin after the skit, like it was something he'd actually done. After class, he told them to write a poem about Lockhart defeats the Wagga Wagga werewolf. You'd think they were in some bard poetry class or something. It was obviously pure fiction. Werewolves don't just snap back to human with one spell. Fine for fooling little witches and wizards, or folks who'd never seen a werewolf. But Lockhart seemed to have bought his own hype. Unbelievable. Not one person's called him out on his books being fake. Hermione grumbled as she stepped off the stage, her face sour. You were his fangirl a week ago, Ron said, risking his life. I distinctly remember your timetable at the start of term. Lockhart's classes all had little pink hearts next to them. He shut up fast when Hermione shot him a death glare. If he's so useless, how could he attack Filch? Harry asked, scratching his already messy hair in frustration. I asked around. People say Lockhart was in Ravenclaw back in school. No way he's Slytherin's heir. I don't think that writing was Lockhart's either, Hermione said. It's too sloppy, way beneath a best-selling author, even one who's, well, incompetent. I bet Slytherin's heir just threw it out there to distract everyone, so they could stay under the radar. But he's the only new professor this year, Ron pointed out. What if we start with Slytherin's first years? Who are we kidnapping? Cohen perked up. I'll help. Not kidnapping. Ron said quickly. Don't you think that new Slytherin kid Harper's kind of shady? He's way too loud for a first year. I overheard him calling my family blood traitor trash the other day. You just want payback, don't you? Hermione said, lips pursed. It fits that old Slytherin jerk's whole vibe, though, Ron argued. He could totally be the heir. Slytherin must have been real spry for an old guy, popping out all those family lines after leaving school, Cohen teased. Most Slytherins still swear by that pure-blood nonsense. Their suspect list bounced from Harper to Malfoy, then landed on Snape. Don't be ridiculous, Harry, Hermione said. You know Snape and Filch actually work together sometimes. Snape's always asking Filch for detention kids to handle tricky potion stuff, like prepping horned toads. Suspicion aside, they hadn't done anything about it yet. Cohen was in on it too. He really wanted to figure out which student Voldemort had roped in as his lackey. Time flew by until the first Quidditch match of the term rolled around. Gryffindor versus Slytherin. Cohen remembered from the books. Dobby had hexed a bludger to go after Harry, hoping to break an arm or leg and get him sent home. Sweet, naive house elf logic. Like that'd get anyone out of school. Madame Pomfrey could fix a busted bone in seconds. Unless Harry died, he wasn't going anywhere. Thanks to Cohen's chat with Lucius about reviving Voldemort, Dobby still thought something awful was coming to Hogwarts this year. So yeah, that bludger was probably already cursed. But Dobby was basically yelling into the void. Voldemort's target was Cohen now, not Harry. He really wanted Cohen on his side, but he had no clue Cohen could peek at the game from a God mode view. The whole framing scheme just looked childish once it was out in the open. Slytherins got faster brooms. This match is going to be rough, Ron said from the stands, sounding worried. His mood matched the weather. Dark clouds blanketed the sky, the air thick and humid, with faint thunder rumbling in the distance. Gryffindors trained harder, though, Hermione said, crossing her fingers. Harry spent practically every free weekend practicing. The match kicked off, both teams soaring into the air. The quaffle went up, and the chaos began. 10 seconds in, Harry was already being hunted by a rogue black bludger. He kept dodging it by the skin of his teeth, while Hermione, watching him, let out scream after scream. Why is that bludger only going for Harry? Ron asked, baffled. It's been chasing him for minutes. They need to call a timeout. Hermione said, frantic. That bludger's broken. It's trying to kill him. But Cohen's eyes were on someone else. Draco Malfoy looked distracted, like he didn't even notice the snitch zip past his ear. Normally, Cohen might have chalked it up to evil, brutal Cohen's watching, but this was Quidditch. Lucius was up in the governor's box, eyes on him. Cohen had a hunch about where Voldemort might be. Did Voldemort just track down Draco? Wait, hold up. Looks like Harry's spotted the golden snitch. Ron blurted out suddenly. The gloomy sky finally let loose a light drizzle. Harry and a bludger zipped through the rain, one chasing the other. But unlike before when he was just dodging, this time Harry was clearly going after something specific. Even though Draco had been totally zoned out, he snapped back to reality. He swooped right up to Harry's side. There was still a chance to turn this around. His Nimbus 2001 was faster than Harry's Nimbus 2000. After all, with the rain coming down, it was tough to keep an eye on both a rival flying ahead and a walnut-sized ball at the same time. So when Harry started faking Draco out with tricky moves, Draco had no choice but to follow his lead and weave around too. The two of them were getting farther and farther from the fleeing golden snitch, which was exactly what Harry wanted. He'd taken control of the chase now. He needed to use these roundabout tactics to put more distance between him and Draco. That way, he could snag the snitch first. In a straight-up chase, he'd lose for sure. The match was getting intense, but up in the stands, Cohen wasn't all that invested in who won. He had bigger things on his mind. If Voldemort had gotten to Malfoy, there was no telling whether Malfoy would spill the beans about Lucius handing that diary over to Cohen. The Malfoys falling apart was small potatoes. The real problem was Cohen losing a major pipeline for racking up sin points and goodwill points. Voldemort was like a walking, talking generator for both of those. Cohen just had to brush up against him to cash in big time. He couldn't let things slide into pure enemy territory so easily. After all, an archenemy's an archenemy. There's no turning them into. Hermione, stop covering your face. Look, Harry's got it. Bloody hell, Harry's in trouble. Ron shoved Hermione excitedly at first, but his face went white as a sheet a second later. Harry took a hit from a bludger, and then he fell off his broom. Madam Hooch, the referee, blew her whistle and declared Gryffindor the winner. The Gryffindor crowd jumped up and rushed toward the stairs, eager to check on Harry. Cohen tagged along with the mob, but he couldn't follow the Gryffindors to the hospital wing with Harry right now. They didn't need another gawker like Cohen there. He had to track down Malfoy and figure out what was going on. After the match, the Slytherin team trudged glumly toward the locker room. Malfoy changed in silence, bolting out without even a goodbye to his teammates. Cohen intercepted him on the way back to the common room, yanking him into a hallway bathroom. Why did this suddenly feel like a school bully move? Oh, Malfoy stammered, his eyes darting nervously. In a situation like this, Cohen didn't even need to say anything. Real interrogation pros only need the simplest tricks. Cohen crossed his arms and stared at him quietly. What? Malfoy swallowed hard, sneaking a quick glance at Cohen. The pressure had been building up for days. The Dark Lord wanted him, a student, to kill someone? How is that even possible? Who starts killing people in school? What he got caught? Was he going to end up in Azkaban? You know, he blurted out. Talk about a fast confession. Cohen figured it'd take ages to crack him. Malfoy caved in 3 seconds flat. Help me. He told me to kill someone Malfoy pleaded. I couldn't tell anyone. So you just spilled it to me? Cohen struggled to keep a straight face. I haven't even threatened you yet. And isn't it normal for him to ask you to kill someone? It'd be weirder if Voldemort wanted you to be a model student. But Malfoy hesitated. Wait, there's something you need to know. He's got it out for you. He told me to pin some attack on you. I'm so confused. I thought you were on his side, so I didn't mention the diary my dad gave you. Good call not saying anything. If you had, your family would have been toast, Cohen nodded. Lucky for you, he's just a wisp of a soul right now and can't use legitimacy. Malfoy stared at Cohen, dumbfounded. So back then let's not drag kids into this kind of mess, Cohen said. You got a leaky mouth, though. I'll tweak your memory in a sec, so you don't blab and get your family on Voldemort's hit list. You should be thanking me. Malfoy couldn't shake how weird this all sounded. Erasing his memory might actually keep the Dark Lord from finding out his family screwed up by giving away the diary. But I already told him about you wanting to bring him back, Malfoy said uneasily. Will that mess anything up? He seemed pretty happy about it. Then he's got every reason to be, Cohen replied. And yeah, that's my plan. But why is he still telling me to frame you? Malfoy asked, puzzled. Aren't you two supposed to be? Because you want me too much, Cohen raised an eyebrow. Probably hopes I'll break with the good guys over a misunderstanding. It's not hard to figure out. And you're not mad? Would you get mad at food for tricking you? Cohen said calmly. Malfoy froze. The stress piling up had almost made him forget Cohen was a Dementor. Maybe to Cohen, people were just like that. Enough chit-chat. No point dragging this out. I'm wiping some of your memories next, Cohen said, pulling out his wand. Wait, can you make him come after you, or someone else instead? Malfoy panicked. I don't want. What are you scared of? If it gets out, just say Voldemort forced you, Cohen said. Besides, I've got a next step planned. Relax, memory tweaks are quick. After giving Malfoy's memory a major overhaul, Cohen let the dazed kid stumble out of the bathroom. Funny, last year he'd sucked Malfoy's happiness dry as punishment in this same first-floor bathroom. Now, Malfoy's memory had no trace of Lucius handing Cohen the diary, or their little chat, just now. Instead, it was replaced with a fake one. Cohen's investigating the Chamber of Secrets and traced it to Malfoy. Voldemort's hideout with Malfoy's about to be exposed. Once Malfoy snapped out of it, he'd run straight to Voldemort with that story. Then Cohen could gauge what Voldemort really thought of him. This feels so weird, Cohen muttered. Back in the room of requirement, after filling the Earl in on the plan, it still fell off. I've seen this before, the Earl piped up. Two stubborn jerks, both waiting for the other to make the first move. Sunder has gone out of fashion, Cohen said. And by the way, it was Voldemort who started this whole hiding from me thing first. But you're the one who set it up, so he'd come looking for you. The Earl shot back, cutting straight to the point. That little guy's pretty stubborn. What, you think you're tough now? Cohen glanced at the Earl with a mild look. Or is it just too hot lately, and your feathers are getting sweaty? I meant he's stubborn, the Earl backtracked. You know, a hardcore Tsundere like him deserves to get absolutely. Can't expect anything classy from a bird brain, Cohen quipped. Voldemort's a 60-something geezer now. Don't make me associate him with anything nice. It's nauseating. Of course, Voldemort couldn't just wait around in the room of requirement forever. Cohen headed back to the Gryffindor common room, which was totally deserted, not a soul in sight. He didn't have to wait long. Around mid-afternoon, a familiar spirit floated into the Gryffindor dorms. Soul strength, 40 plus 10. Malfoy worked fast. Once Voldemort caught wind that Cohen was onto him, he'd scrambled over as quick as he could. Voldemort's wraith slipped into the book in front of Cohen. Red ink started swirling across the open page, forming words one by one. Find a safe place. Cohen's face dropped. I have a plan. I need your help. Asterisk, asterisk. With a stiff expression, Cohen grabbed the book and hauled it to an empty classroom, then sealed the doors and windows shut. Oh, we meet again. Voldemort's twisted face bulged out from the book's pages. No need to be scared. Scared of you, my ass. Cohen had been holding it in the whole way. This is a library book. Did you have to scribble all over it with red ink? What am I supposed to say if Madame Pants comes after me? Oh, sorry. I'll just borrow books for you next time. Do you ever think about anyone but yourself? Back when you were checking out books under your own name, why didn't you doodle all over them then, huh? Cohen's nonstop rant left Voldemort's ghostly face completely stunned. He'd braced himself for Cohen to explode over uncovering more framed evidence or balk at the next part of the plan. But this? A freaking book? He was the Dark Lord, feared across the whole wizarding world, and Cohen was just chewing him out like it was nothing. Who's the one with no shame here? A cold glint flashed across Voldemort's face. I'll clean up the mess, don't get mad. Voldemort muttered. If it weren't for the fact that this kid could shrug off an Avada Kedavra like it was a mosquito bite, Voldemort would have lost it first. It was exactly because he'd heard Cohen was still bouncing around, alive and well, that he'd doubled down on pulling him over to his side. The killing curse couldn't touch Cohen, not his soul, not even a scratch on his body. It gave Voldemort a real headache. If he couldn't take Cohen out and Cohen turned against him, how was he supposed to handle this dark magic? Borgin and Burks had really cooked up a mess with this one. Luckily, last year Cohen had shown some friendliness and willingness to team up, so Voldemort didn't have to stress too much. He tried using Lockhart and that Malfoy kid to set Cohen up, get him isolated from the school, from Dumbledore, and cut off any chance of him becoming an enemy. But Lockhart was a total clown, and Malfoy got caught right away. Useless, the both of them. After all that circling around, it came back to Cohen. And in the end, Voldemort realized, "You're still the best ally I could ask for." Voldemort said to Cohen, "These attacks at the school lately, I figured out you're behind them," Cohen replied, eyeing him. "But what I'm really curious about is why Lockhart wrote my name." That's because Voldemort paused for a split second. Because it was the only way to clear your name. A real culprit wouldn't scribble their own name on the wall. Got it. Next time, I'll sign Voldemort on the wall, Cohen nodded. The air turned awkward real fast. Voldemort didn't say anything. Neither did Cohen. But it wasn't like they were openly beefing. It felt more like they just traded a couple of jabs. "So, what's your big plan this time?" Cohen asked. "You didn't come all this way just to slap a Slytherin's heir title on me, did you?" "I want to kill Harry Potter." Voldemort tossed out a half-baked excuse. "Forget it. You can't," Cohen said. "I've tried." His mom hid him with some sacrificial protection charm. As long as it's active, no one can kill him. You felt it last year. Your soul can't even touch him without frying itself. Maybe we should try the basilisk in the chamber. Voldemort suggested. You know about the chamber, right? That message you left on the wall? Cohen asked. The monster in there's a basilisk. Exactly. Voldemort's tone picked up a smug edge. I'm the last descendant of Slytherin. I can control the basilisk in the chamber. Make it kill for me. Uh-huh. Cohen let out a little hum. Can it take Dumbledore? Nope. Voldemort admitted flat out. It couldn't even beat the old me. Wow. You really do think Dumbledore's got your number, don't you, little Voldy? Cohen pressed his lips together. But we could use it to get Dumbledore out of the picture first, Voldemort went on. If students and teachers keep getting attacked, he won't be able to stay headmaster. Not a bad idea. Cohen raised an eyebrow. With Dumbledore out of the way, there'd be a lot more room to maneuver. How could he keep this alliance with Voldemort rolling while still playing the good student for Dumbledore? Cohen already had a plan brewing. Then we lure Harry into the chamber and let the basilisk finish him off. Cohen picked up the thread for Voldemort. After that, we pin the attacks on him, say he was behind it all, and once he's dead, the attacks stop. Case closed. Sounds familiar. Voldemort flashed back to framing that big dumb half-giant. But yeah, it's a solid plan. So who are we killing next? Cohen asked. That was the second time Voldemort froze. What, right now? Quit dragging your feet, Grandma. We didn't snag the Philosopher's Stone last semester because you kept stalling. Cohen snapped. I did all that work for you, and what did you do? I had the stone in my hands, and the second Dumbledore showed up, you bolted. What? Is he your dad or something? You that's scared of him. Voldemort took the scolding, but he didn't argue back. Because, well, Cohen wasn't wrong. He did run away, and man, he bolted fast. Is the Philosopher's Stone still with you? Voldemort asked. He figured the question was pointless. Dumbledore and Nicholas Flamel had surely taken it by now. Yeah, it is, Cohen said. Nicholas Flamel gave it to me. Voldemort stared at Cohen, completely baffled. Was this even English? Nicholas Flamel handed over the Philosopher's Stone, the thing he used to stay alive, to some shady dark magic experiment who'd been tailing the Dark Lord and stealing stuff at school. What kind of dream was this? Gave it to you? Voldemort's voice was a mix of shock and greed. Because you bailed. Cohen snapped, clearly annoyed. Was I supposed to let the stone I worked so hard to get fall into their hands? No way. So I grabbed it and refined it on the spot. So the stones. Voldemort's mood was sinking fast. Today was turning into an emotional roller coaster. Gone. I ate it up, Cohen said, sounding pretty ticked off. But it didn't do much for me. I can't die anyway. Didn't Nicholas Flamel try to melt you down or something? Voldemort asked. He knew his way around magic, alchemy included. How could a master alchemist like Flamel let a dark hybrid like Cohen, who just scarfed down his precious stone, walk away? That's what I told you before. Learn to play nice, Cohen said, like he was schooling a newbie. In my position, everyone wants me on their side. If I hadn't set up that little loophole last year where you and Quirrell could kill me, they wouldn't have let the stone go so easily. When you're still growing, you got to keep your edge hidden. Who's the Dark Lord here? Voldemort's head was spinning watching Cohen act like some wise mentor. Well, if he had a head, it'd be spinning. That last bit especially. Why did it sound like something that old geezer would say? Look, this way we've got one in the light, one in the shadows. No matter what, we come out on top, Cohen went on. But your little war criminal escape act caused me a ton of headaches. Now I've got to figure out how to pull the stone's magic out of my blood and whip you up a body. You could tell Voldemort was genuinely touched by Cohen's wholehearted dedication to reviving him. So touched he couldn't even speak. But that's all down the road. Flamel's inheritance won't come through till the year after next, Cohen said, shaking his head. If you want a body made from my blood, you're looking at over a year's wait. A year's nothing. I've waited 11 already. What's one more? Voldemort's eyes gleamed with unhidden longing at the idea of a body infused with Cohen's blood. But, you really want to bring me back that bad? Cohen had him doubting himself now. Unreal. Time to lay on some extra brainwashing, Cohen figured. Of course. Your name carries weight, Cohen said, like it was obvious. Think about it. What kind of chaos could we stir up in the wizarding world? A dark lord who terrorized Britain for years, teamed up with an immortal Dementor? The whole world's ours for the taking. I want to free my Dementor buddies. Over the summer, I tracked down Azkaban like you said, checking on my kind. They're living way too rough. I can't stand it. If it was just me, some no-name Dementor with zero clout, I couldn't pull this off, Cohen continued. But with you, Mr. Voldemort, that's a game changer. You show your face again, and all my plans fall into place. In a chaotic era, shaking up the old guard's rule is easy. Once you're back, the wizarding world's going to freak out. They'll be desperate for a ruler who can make them feel safe. Cohen was right, and Voldemort wasn't against it. They each got something out of it. That's what set him apart from the sanctimonious, hypocritical ministry in Cohen's eyes. As for after his revival, Voldemort had his own plans. Wizards draw power from blood and soul. With a body mixed with Cohen's blood, how could Dumbledore stop his comeback? And then there was Cohen, this loyal little monster who couldn't even be taken out by a killing curse. Dumbledore, that old fool, still thought Cohen was on their side. Hilarious. Just picturing Dumbledore's face when he returned had Voldemort practically giddy in his soul. So back to business. Who are we killing today? Cohen asked. I say we go for a kid of some big-shot wizard, like a ministry official's brat. That'll speed up Dumbledore's downfall. No one's going to want their kid at a school where people drop dead. Too bad the current minister's barren and can't have kids, or else. You're rushing things. Voldemort cut in quick. Too fast, and Dumbledore will catch on. Tomorrow, then? Cohen tilted his head. It's the weekend. We could take out a whole dorm. Do you just love killing that much? Voldemort wanted to yell it at him, but he held back, asking that might push Cohen to do something even crazier. Since Dumbledore trusts you, you can't get your hands dirty this time, Voldemort said low. Dumbledore ought to thank him. Otherwise, this little Dementor would wipe out the future of wizard kind. I'll keep using the Malfoy kid for the dirty work. You just make sure Harry Potter ends up in the chamber after Dumbledore's booted from the school. Easy. I'll drag Harry there myself, Cohen said. I've already got him wrapped around my finger. He listens to me like crazy. Kids are the easiest to handle, you know? Especially since I'm a kid too right now. Voldemort made his excuses, though he didn't prove much innocence, and took off. At least things were on track. Go for it, man. Whatever you do, it's normal for you. Back in the room of requirement, the Earl gave Cohen's Voldemort collab plan the most half-assed review possible. Then, casually, the Earl tossed out a question. You're not actually going to bring him back, right? Cohen blinked. Why are you so quiet? The Earl, lounging in its nest, perked up nervously. Even a bird could tell something was off. Say something. You're freaking me out. Don't tell me you're seriously planning to revive that guy, right? You don't have to take this whole thing so seriously. Cohen said, even if I don't bring him back, he'll figure out a way to resurrect himself. You think he made all those Horcruxes for eternal life, just because he's bored and wants to float around as a ghost forever? Really? The Earl asked, sounding skeptical. So your endgame's actually to take him out? Nope, Cohen said without missing a beat. I just want to mess with him a little. You didn't seriously think I'd use my own blood to build him a body, did you? Those liquid curses would wreck him. Then what's your... This time, I'm just dangling a big, juicy carrot in front of him. I'm a Dementor, dude. Have you ever heard of a Dementor keeping its word? Cohen said it like it was the most obvious thing in the world. But the resurrection plan's real. I'm going to spice up his new body a bit. Make him a little more cooperative. 2 more years. By then, Cohen figured he could bump his soul strength up to 50. Once Voldemort came back, he'd definitely turn on him. And that's when Cohen would have 2 options. Option 1. Take out Voldemort's main soul right then and there. No more headaches, plus a nice boost to his goodwill points. Downside? He'd be on his own, scrapping his way through the wizarding world from scratch. Option 2. Control Voldemort through both soul and body. Ride his influence to stir up some chaos. Rack up a ton of sin points and goodwill points. Clean out the shop. Then off Voldemort and snag the Minister of Magic gig for himself. Second option sounded way better. No contest. When he was around, even the owls had it rough, the Earl pointed out. We deliver letters holding our breath, Scared some psycho-dark wizard might blast one of us out of the sky with a curse just for carrying mail. You've got nothing to worry about, Cohen teased. Just whip out your wand and duel him. Right now, his focus was on the steaming basilisk blood in the flask. Looked like he'd managed to separate out the magical essence completely. With a flick of his wand, Cohen guided the magic into two little clear vials, slapping labels on them. Old Basilisk and Cisco. Next up was the trickiest part, splitting apart the chaotic mix of different magics inside and pinpointing the differences between the two blood samples. It was like untangling a giant mess of colored yarn, pulling out each strand by color and laying them out neat and tidy. Total time sink. By the time Cohen had sorted all the different magical strains into their own tiny bottles, it was nearly dinner time. Work could wait till tomorrow. Skipping the feast at this point would look weird anyway. Voldemort had already fessed up, so Cohen wasn't getting framed this time. Next up on the frame game chopping block, Harry. Harry's arm still not fixed. At the dinner table, Cohen tossed the question at a glum Hermione and Ron. Nope, Ron grumbled, fuming. All Lockhart's fault. Harry's arm was just broken at first. Then Lockhart hits him with some healing spell, and poof, every bone in his arm's gone. What kind of spell even is that? Cohen scratched his chin. Sounds like it's got some serious kick. Imagine if you aimed it at. Wait, no bones there. He's just a show-off with a head full of hot air. Hermione's opinion of Lockhart was tanking fast. Ever since Cohen mentioned Lockhart dragging him along to deal with Filch's cat, her fangirl goggles had shattered. Madame Pomfrey could have fixed the bones in a second, but now Harry's stuck in the hospital wing all night. And we still don't have a clue who Slytherin's heir really is. Ron channeled his rage into his appetite, chomping down chicken legs one after another, cheeks puffed out as he mumbled. Could actually be Lockhart, Hermione mused suspiciously. Maybe all this bumbling idiot act is just a front so no one suspects him. Could be, Cohen agreed. He doesn't exactly scream, chill guy. Over at the feast, Lockhart was yapping away about his theories on the chamber, like how some student probably opened it and unleashed a rare eyeball monster that could petrify anything. He knows big eyeball freaks are a muggle fantasy, right? Cohen flashed back to that game cartridge Edward got him, with the underground eyeball monster that killed him 4 times in a row. He nearly stormed into the box himself to squash the ugly thing out of spite. He's half-blood, Seamus piped up, sliding over. Like me, his dad the muggle too. The convo spread to the other Gryffindors. No way a Slytherin heir would marry a muggle, right? Dean Thomas reasoned. I heard they're all pure-blood nutjobs. A short Gryffindor first year eagerly scooted closer. You guys are Harry Potter's friends, right? Cohen recognized him, Colin Creevy. Camera nut, Harry Stan, and if he remembered right, one of the basilisk's victims in the original story. Yeah, what's up? Ron nodded. I want to get him some get-well gifts, Colin said, practically breathless. So, what is he like? No need to make it a big deal. Just hand us the stuff, and we'll pass it to Harry, Cohen said, reaching out. Some snacks'll do, Hermione added, smacking Cohen's hand down with an exasperated grown-up vibe. She shot him a stern look. Can you act your age, Cohen? Acting your age kills the youthful vibe. Cohen didn't buy Hermione's take. 12's the prime time to be a dumbass. Gotta lean into it, annoy people while you're young, 'cause life's got plenty of chances to get annoyed later. Drop the manners, embrace the chaos. Colin didn't hand over the gifts. Probably didn't trust Cohen to actually deliver them to Harry. Kid won't listen, huh? Cohen shook his head. After dinner, Cisco showed up with fresh news. It's go time. Cisco's voice came from inside the room of requirements wall. How'd you even find the room of requirement? Cohen was genuinely thrown off by Cisco popping up here. You're here, aren't you? Cisco mumbled, confused. I sensed you. Weird. I thought the room made its own separate space. Guess it's just some kind of extension charm setup. Cohen tapped the wall Cisco was in. Anyway, doesn't matter. Who were they targeting next? Voldemort really took Cohen's words to heart. Huh? Said the attacks couldn't be too frequent. Today and tomorrow were off limits. And now he suddenly flipped the script and greenlit one anyway. Some little Gryffindor kid, names, cough cough wee, or something, Creevy, you mean? Cohen rubbed his forehead. Can you get a name right for once? Think it's on the second floor. Cisco added. Hospital wing. Got it, Cohen said. Nice work. When the school clock hits 10, Cisco hissed out. At a quarter to 10, Cohen, having just brutally offed another field mouse, slipped into invisibility mode and stationed himself at the corner of the hallway outside the hospital wing. Moaning Myrtle's bathroom wasn't far from here. He wasn't sure if Colin could still use his camera to block the basilisk's gaze, so Cohen figured he'd step in to protect the kid. The whole plan hinged on making sure no one actually died. Otherwise, not even the heavens could save that old snake. If Harry didn't kill it, Dumbledore would. No way would Dumbledore let a basilisk that had just taken a life keep slithering around Hogwarts. The potion Cohen had been tinkering with to make it resist Parseltongue commands was secondary. The real key was finding a way to shield against its deadly stare. Footsteps echoed up the stairs. Peeking around the corner, Cohen spotted Colin cautiously clutching his camera, a big bag of snacks dangling from his other hand. What a dedicated little fanboy. Touching stuff. The basilisk was in position too. Cohen could see its soul slinking through the pipes behind the wall. Malfoy didn't have Voldemort's guts or skill from back in the day. He wouldn't dare lead the basilisk out himself. Click! Just as Colin was one step from the hospital wing, the wall behind him slid open. The bricks shifted like the entrance to Diagon Alley, turning a small crack into a gaping hole. Dark green scales glinted as they moved inside. What? Colin heard the weird noise behind him and yelped, instinctively starting to turn around. Cohen, already right beside him, jumped in. The second before Colin could catch sight of the basilisk, Cohen helped him hoist the camera up. Maybe a bit too close for comfort, but no biggie. Colin locked eyes with the basilisk through the lens, and that one look. Kid, your finals exemption just arrived. Asterisk ding. Goodwill points plus 100 asterisk. Hiss. A sizzling sound came from the camera as it burned out. The basilisk didn't slink off. Instead, it started creeping toward Colin, who was now stiff as a statue. Salazar's child, you're here? The basilisk hissed at Cohen behind Colin, unable to see him, but picking up his scent with its forked tongue. Get back, Cohen whispered sharply. We'll talk later. Someone's coming soon. The basilisk obediently retreated into the wall, the bricks snapping back into place. Footsteps approached. Cohen bolted toward the other end of the hall. Mr. Creevy, why? Cohen caught Professor McGonagall's scolding from half a corridor away, but it cut off mid-sentence. She must have noticed Colin frozen solid, just like Filch. With a startled shout, McGonagall muttered some spell, probably alerting Dumbledore. Cohen didn't look back. He was still invisible and around a corner. No one would spot him. The chamber business had officially kicked off. Through the hospital wing sidewall, Cohen glimpsed Harry's soul and another tiny one nearby. A house elf, maybe? Dobby was probably spilling the beans to Harry. Cohen slipped half his soul into the wall to eavesdrop on how Dobby was pitching this terrifying, deadly, evil plan. You're saying a student's helping Voldemort? Harry sat up in bed, pale as a ghost, staring at Dobby. To bring him back? Dobby can't say. Dobby trembled all over. Dobby is a bad elf. Dobby is a bad elf. He started scrambling around, looking for something to punish himself with. Stop it. Harry grabbed Dobby with his good left arm. Who's trying to bring him back? What's this got to do with the chamber? Tell me. The hospital wing door swung open. Harry quickly let go of Dobby, diving back into bed and yanking the covers up. With a dull pop, Dobby vanished. Hogwarts anti-apparition wards didn't work on house elves. Bound by his master's orders, Dobby still couldn't spill anything useful. Looked like Cohen wouldn't have to bother explaining this to Harry himself. McGonagall and Dumbledore carried petrified Colin in, setting him on the bed next to Harry, who was fake sleeping. Another attack. Dumbledore said gravely. This time a student. Back in the dorm, Cohen slept like a baby. One student netted 100 Goodwill points. 100 students? That's 10,000. The kids got a free pass from finals. Cohen racked up rewards. It was a win-win plan. Only hitch, it wouldn't last long. Once the victim count hit 3, the school would shut down. The next day, Sunday, things were still calm. Word of Colin's disappearance only buzzed around Gryffindor Tower. Harry filled Cohen, Ron, and Hermione in on what he'd heard from Dobby the night before. So, someone's trying to bring Voldemort back? Cohen asked innocently. Why does he show up every year? Is this some Hogwarts tradition? Who at school would want to help him? Hermione frowned. That elf, Dobby, he's been trying to keep you away since summer, right? No need to guess, Ron said firmly. It's got to be Malfoy. When Fred and I picked Harry up to go to my place, we figured that elf belonged to the Malfoys. Their family's always been tight with dark wizards. Dad says they were you-know-who's followers back in the day. No wonder Malfoy's been so quiet this term. Harry nodded, buying Ron's theory. He hasn't even bothered messing with us. What? You miss getting messed with? Cohen's mouth twitched. Luckily, the suspect talk didn't land on Cohen. Last term's heroics, desperately saving Harry, were still too dazzling. Hard to picture Harry's face when he'd see Cohen in the chamber next time. Why is it always you? Where you off to, Cohen? Harry asked as Cohen got up to leave the common room. Gonna check on Hagrid and Norbert, Cohen said. Also spruce up my trunk a bit. Figure if danger hits, I'll just hide in there. At least I've got a dragon to back me up. Genius, Ron said, jealous. Can I tag along with you from now on? If we run into whatever's in the chamber, we'd have a place to bolt to. You might want to watch out for danger from another monster, Ron, Hermione cautioned. Forgot already? Norbert's almost grown. Dragons are dangerous too. They won't petrify you. They'll just roast you. Ron argued dragons were safer than a Gorgon. You know, the snake-haired chick from Greek myths who turns people to stone. Hermione reckoned he only thought that because he hadn't faced a full-grown, pissed-off dragon yet. Still, they wanted to tag along to see Cohen's setup. He'd raised Norbert this long without trouble. Maybe dragons weren't as scary as they thought. Right? They crossed the grounds and made their way to Hagrid's hut. The place reeked of chicken blood. Wet dirt was streaked with dribbles of it, and Hagrid was over by the fence, looking frazzled as he scrambled around. The chickens aren't for Norbert, right? Hermione gingerly lifted her robes to avoid the blood splatter. You know, it'd take a ton of chickens to keep a dragon fed. Looks more like something slaughtered the whole flock, Cohen said, nodding toward the pile of dead chickens near Hagrid. This had to be the second batch of dead chicks. Probably Lockhart cleaned up the first wave, then Draco took another swing at it over the past few days. Oh, they are. Hagrid looked up, spotted the 4 of them, and wiped his forehead with a muddy hand, completely unbothered by the mess. Except now his sweaty forehead was smeared with dirt. Realizing his mistake, he kept wiping with his still muddy hands, and by the end his whole face was caked in blood-streaked muck. Hagrid, just stop, Hermione said, stifling a laugh as she flicked her wand with a cleaning charm to scrub the grime off his face. Hagrid beamed and ushered them inside with his usual warmth. Phew, he let out a long breath. Bloody weird, this is. 3rd batch o' chickens dead at the school now. I was just setting up some traps. Feels like them Thestrals might have got peckish. Thestrals eat chickens? Harry asked, puzzled. Not usually, no, but they've been acting odd lately, wandering about more than usual. Maybe they're after a little something new to chew on. Hagrid guessed. Anything happening at school? Harry couldn't wait to fill Hagrid in on everything that had gone down lately. What? Hagrid's eyes bulged. A student got attacked yesterday. And it's the same deal as Filch, Harry added. A house elf told me some students helping Voldemort come back. Hagrid shivered at the mention of Voldemort's name. We gotta tell Professor Dumbledore right now, he urged. This is you know who we're talking about. Ya lot need to stay safe. Can't believe some student would help him. Why'd anyone back something that evil? Will Professor Dumbledore even believe us? Harry asked, sounding doubtful. Even he thought the whole thing fell a bit too wild to buy. Just some random house elf's word? Hardly solid proof. He'll believe ya, Hagrid said with total confidence. If you're worried, I can go talk to him as elf. Perfect timing, actually. I need to ask him something anyway. Want to put a charm around the chicken coop. Keep the next batch o' chicks safe and sound. Cohen nabbed the suitcase from Hagrid. Lately, Hagrid had been too swamped to look after Norbert. Not that Norbert needed much. Its life was eat, sleep, repeat. The only real chore was chucking a cleaning charm into its nest every so often. Otherwise, you'd end up with a mountain of bones and dragon dung. Hagrid's right, Hermione said to Harry and Cohen as they headed back. We should have gone to Dumbledore ages ago. Remember that weird creature that showed up in your dorm and woke you all up? Yeah, Harry nodded. But back then, we were scared they'd pin the attacks on us. It's different now. There's no way we're the ones behind it, Hermione reasoned. When Colin got hit, Cohen, Ron, and I were probably all in the dorm. Oh yeah, totally, Ron chimed in, nodding hard. He and Cohen had crashed early last night. Cohen didn't say anything. Well, technically, he said he'd slept, but he'd actually snuck out in the middle of the night. No one caught him, though. Wait. Harry's face darkened as something clicked. It wasn't me, he said flatly. Colin got attacked on his way to see me. He was probably just a few doors away from me in the hospital wing. And it happened right when Dobby came to visit. Dumbledore had been there too. Harry had turned over and faked sleep. He had a hunch Dumbledore knew he was awake. Knowing Voldemort's name was tied to this didn't add much weight to the story. In the end, they didn't go to Dumbledore. But Dumbledore came to them. After lunch, he sent a prefect to track them down, saying he wanted them over for tea. Why's every secret meeting gotta be over tea? Cohen grumbled on the way to the headmaster's office. Feels more like we messed up at school, and they're calling our parents. What's Professor Dumbledore want with us all of a sudden? Harry asked, worried. Probably Hagrid said something, Hermione guessed sharply. But he doesn't know the full story, so Dumbledore's calling us in to clear it up. The prefect leading the way didn't catch a word of it, just focused on being a good guide. Candy spiders. The prefect rattled off the password to the gargoyle outside the office. I hate that password. Ron shuddered like someone dumped ice water on him. Spiders. He'd always been terrified of them. In you go, the prefect said, leaving them as the spiral staircase kicked into gear. They reached the top and knocked on the office door. Come in. Dumbledore's calm voice carried through. He was seated behind his desk, for chairs already set out in front. Cohen knew the place like the back of his hand, but the other three were on edge. They'd never actually been inside the headmaster's office before. Good afternoon. Take a seat. What'll you have? Tea, milk, pumpkin juice. Dumbledore greeted them with a warm smile. Oh, and of course Cohen's favorite, milk tea. Did he really have to single me out like that? Cohen grabbed the milk tea, floating over to him, topped with caramel brown foam. Fine, for the sake of something sweet, he'd open up a little to Dumbledore this time. Give the old man that Cohen trusts me more vibe. Make him happy. Hagrid mentioned you've got something important to report, but he didn't seem clear on the details. Care to fill me in? Dumbledore's gaze slid over the four of them from above his half-moon glasses, landing on Harry. Why, yes, Professor. Harry swallowed hard and started piecing together the story, stumbling over his words as he... Even though Harry's explanation was a bit choppy, Dumbledore didn't interrupt or toss out any mid-story questions. He just sat there, listening kindly, which made the pressure in Harry's chest lighten up bit by bit. It didn't seem like Professor Dumbledore suspected them at all. A house elf named Dobby said this is about Voldemort and a Hogwarts student, right? Dumbledore asked, just to confirm. But he didn't give a name and kept punishing himself while trying to explain. Yeah, Professor. Harry tensed up instantly. Do you think he's lying? I don't believe so. Harry, Dumbledore said gently. House elves are bound by magic. They can't disobey their masters or spill their secrets. That's why Dobby couldn't say much and started losing it, punishing himself when he tried to tell you the truth. That's awful. Hermione burst out, looking furious. It's pure slavery. Why would wizards? She froze mid-rant, realizing she was in the headmaster's office. Sorry, Professor Dumbledore. No need to apologize for standing up for what's right, Dumbledore said with a warm smile. People have to call out problems before they can fix them. Ignoring them just lets the mistakes pile up. Hermione dipped her head, mulling over his words as the conversation swung back to the chamber. Since you're already aware there might be a secret chamber left by the Founders, and maybe a monster too, you must also understand how dangerous that could be, yes? Dumbledore's gaze swept over the four of them, his tone firming up a little. So, let me offer some advice from an old man. please don't go looking for the chamber or whatever's inside it yourselves. And try to avoid wandering around at night lately. You don't want to stumble into unnecessary trouble. He gave Harry a quick wink. But not Cohen. Huh. Guess that meant Cohen had a free pass to roam. Well, that's enough nagging from your headmaster, Dumbledore said, bidding them goodbye. Thanks for the helpful info, all of you. But Cohen, could you stick around? I'd like to chat about a few things. Don't worry, it's not about schoolwork or cracking down on leave requests. Man, if only it were about schoolwork or leave requests. Cohen grumbled to himself. Before heading out, Harry, Ron, and Hermione shot Cohen 3 sympathetic looks. Those sorry, buddy, you're on your own. We're out of here vibes. What's up? Cohen, who'd started to stand, plopped back into his seat. How was your summer? Dumbledore asked, sounding like any old grandpa checking in. Hagrid mentioned that dragon you two are raising is coming along nicely. Summer? Cohen raised an eyebrow. Oh, it was packed. First, my dad signed me up for this tour group thing. Then I went to visit some family. After that, me and Dad set up a sheep farm for Norbert. Except Norbert's got this hoarding habit. One night, he snatched all 300-something sheep I'd raised for him and stuffed them in a cave. Pissed me off so much I didn't get him new ones till right before school started. Dumbledore's heart warmed as Cohen rattled off his idyllic summer, complete with family bonding. A life full of love, surely Cohen wouldn't. Hold up, what are you just slipping there? Visiting family? Sounds like quite a full break. Sorry, what did you mean by visiting family? Dumbledore asked. Didn't you guys tell me about my background last term? Cohen said, selectively dropping some details. I dug up some info on that lab, so while I was on the tour, I swung by Burke Manor. Met a guy named Herbert Burke. Cohen said it so casually that Dumbledore figured it hadn't stirred up any bad vibes for him. After all, if Cohen had some shady ulterior motive, he wouldn't just blurt out that he'd gone to Burke Manor. He said he was the old Cohen's dad. Cohen continued, meeting Dumbledore's eyes. I don't remember any of it, but he was over the moon to see me again. Hugged me and bawled his eyes out for ages. Herbert was the only survivor of that experiment, Dumbledore said. But he never said a word about his role in it. Just quietly took the blame and stayed on as a lifelong guard at the ruins of Burke Manor. Because he thinks he's guilty, Cohen replied. And he feels like he let down his sister, Rose, my mom. Whatever. It's his call how he wants to handle it. And what about you, Cohen? Dumbledore asked. What do you think of him? I could tell his love for me was real, especially when he was hugging me and crying, Cohen said. But yeah, he's done a lot of messed up stuff too, so serving his sentence makes sense. Still, there's no law saying I can't send him a Christmas present, right? Of course not, Dumbledore chuckled. Even Azkaban prisoners can get Christmas gifts, though most folks don't bother sending them. Out of curiosity, what are you planning to give him this year? He said he wants little socks, Cohen answered. Already got them. I'll have my owl drop them off before Christmas. Guess it gets pretty cold over there. Dumbledore's bright blue eyes seemed to glisten a little. That's a wonderful gift, Cohen, he said, clearly pleased. It really does sound like you had a full summer. Except for the homework part, Cohen quipped. Almost forgot to do it. You don't handle summer assignments, right? That's not my department, Dumbledore said, wiping a corner of his eye. Oh, one last thing. I recall Harry mentioning something about a mysterious creature sneaking into your dorm, into your bed even. I'd like your take on that. Here it was, the big moment. The basilisk's fate might hang on this. Felt like something scaly, Cohen mused. Cold, too. Moved crazy fast and gave me this weird vibe. What kind of vibe? Dumbledore perked up, fully alert. The same kind I got when Herbert hugged me, Cohen said. Cohen caught a flicker of surprise in Dumbledore's eyes. Wait a sec, didn't Mundungus hand over the stuff he swiped from the lab to Dumbledore? Cohen had assumed Dumbledore knew the rundown on his bloodline origins. But now, it seemed like Mundungus, that shady old thief, never gave Dumbledore the stolen books or journals. Probably sold them off instead. Did Dumbledore really not know? Or did someone outbid him for it? Do you think it's hostile toward you? Dumbledore asked. Hostile? Cohen shook his head. Nah, I doubt anything with bad vibes would sneak into my bed while I'm sleeping just to coo my son at me instead of, chopping my head off. It called you son. Dumbledore's beard twitched. You're laughing, aren't you? I can totally see it. Cohen clenched his little fists. Nope, he had to mess with this old geezer somehow. Maybe sneak in tonight and sprinkle some mustard into Dumbledore's candy stash with his grubby hands. It said it's in the chamber, Cohen said. Think it could be the one who attacked Colin? I don't believe so, Cohen, Dumbledore replied. It sounds more like a visitor who came to Hogwarts looking for someone, not some 1,000-year-old Slytherin monster holed up in the chamber. Sweet, guess I can land a cushy government job after graduation, Cohen quipped. The ministry doesn't usually screen employees based on their background, Dumbledore reassured him. What you've told me has a key detail, Voldemort. It reminds me of something similar from 50 years ago. Back then, there were several petrification incidents too, and a poor girl ended up dead. Coincidentally, that was right when Voldemort was a student here. He went by Voldemort back then? No, he was Tom Riddle then, Dumbledore said. He changed his name after leaving school. He hated his old one. But that's not the point right now. The point is the chamber was opened by the same person. Except this time, it's a little different. Because of the weirdo calling me son? Cohen asked. Cohen, I hope this doesn't upset you, Dumbledore said gently, looking at him. Nah, it's fine. It's been calling me son. I've pretty much figured out what's up, Cohen muttered. Biological dad, I guess. As long as Edward's cool with it. Whatever. Since it's been staying in the chamber this whole time without causing trouble, it must be the same kind of creature as whatever's in there, Dumbledore concluded lightning fast. Its goal is to find you, like a lonely father scouring the world for his kid. He was close to the truth, just off by a hair. It wasn't loneliness driving this thing. It just wanted a free meal and a roof over its head. But Dumbledore probably couldn't imagine a basilisk being that lazy. Fair enough. Basilisks don't exactly hold lifestyle seminars for wizards. Cohen's respect for Dumbledore's deduction skills ticked up a notch. This old guy was like a walking cheat code. If he hadn't chosen to stick around Hogwarts, he'd probably have flipped the wizarding world upside down by now. Its endgame isn't just to catch a glimpse of you. It wants to reunite, Dumbledore went on. That's something Voldemort could never wrap his head around. He might not even know about this new chamber tenant. The key to stopping a repeat of 50 years ago lies right here. So I go find a chamber? Cohen asked. And then... No. Dumbledore cut him off flat. Cohen knew why. That whole Cohen got killed fiasco last semester left too deep a mark. Dumbledore probably wasn't keen on reliving that roller coaster. But Cohen wasn't planning to pull the same old trick. This time, he had a fresher way to die. Guaranteed to send Dumbledore's heart on another wild ride. This is my job, not yours, Dumbledore said. That goes for your friends too. They shouldn't keep poking around the chamber. It's too dangerous for students. But just right for a Dementor. It'll keep looking for you. I just hope you'll let me know the next time it finds you. Or if you hear its voice, Dumbledore said. That way we can pin down its species and figure out how to handle it. And after that, will it get killed? Cohen shot Dumbledore a pitiful, pleading look. Old Dumbledore's too soft for this, .jpg. Of course not, Dumbledore said soothingly. If it's not a threat to you, maybe you could keep it in that suitcase of yours. Though I think we need to check with your parents first. Cool, Cohen nodded obediently. Ollie and Cisco would totally be on board. Come Monday, news of Colin's attack spread through the school like wildfire. By mid-morning, rumors were flying, and paranoia was in full swing. Kids, first years to seventh years, started moving in packs, terrified of being alone and getting nabbed next. Somehow, someone sneaked into Filch's office and dug up that he was a squib. Not exactly comforting news. Remember that pure-blood Slytherin nonsense? Lee Jordan said over dinner one night. How he's out to purge anyone unworthy of magic. Filch is a squib, Colin's muggle-born. There's a pattern here. That theory sent the muggle-born witches and wizards into a panic. Behind the teachers' backs, they started swapping amulets and charms under the table, whispering about protection. Within a week, it was a school-wide craze. Even Neville shelled out for some anti-evil gear. But you're not in danger, Ron told him logically. You're pureblood. Should have spent that cash on snacks instead. They went after Filch first, Neville said, his round face etched with dread. Everyone knows I'm basically a squib. To Harry and the others, Cohen seemed just as on edge about the attacks. He was lugging his suitcase around all the time now. It's almost done. I'm pretty sure I'll have a basement as big as a house ready before the Christmas break, Cohen said cheerfully at dinner the last Friday before the holidays. Building stuff's kinda dope. You guys still digging into the chamber thing? Yeah, and we've got zilch, Harry said, deflated. Maybe it's some special ghost or a giant rat. After dinner, they decided to swing by Cohen's suitcase for a peek, with him tagging along. They picked the boys' dorm as the spot. Dean was busy with his buddies crafting a new batch of anti-attack pendants and wouldn't be back for a while. At least with a dragon, I'd know how it's coming for me, Ron had said. On their way to the common room, they ran into nearly headless Nick. Pretty rare sighting. Cohen couldn't recall bumping into a single ghost since he got to Hogwarts. They all gave him a wide berth. Hello. Nick greeted them warily, avoiding eye contact with Cohen out of the four. Nick, what's up? Harry asked. They crossed paths with Nick plenty, but it always seemed to be when Cohen wasn't around. He and Ron even had a theory once that Nick was Cohen since they never showed up together. I was wondering if Cohen, could come with me somewhere? Nick said, fidgeting. Don't worry, it won't take long, won't hold you up much. The other three turned to Cohen in unison. First Dumbledore, now Nick, Cohen, you break the law or something? Ron blurted wide-eyed. Guess I'll turn into Slytherin's heir then and show you. Cohen snapped back. First thing I'd do before jail is take out all my big-mouth buddies. Cohen agreed to go with Nick anyway. What's this ghost want with me? Nick led him to a nearby empty classroom, sneaking peeks down the hall like a thief to make sure no one was around. I thought you ghosts were all teaming up to freeze me out, Cohen said, faking a pout. Sorry, it's not on purpose, honest. We're just scared, you know? Nick stammered nervously. You're not mad about it, and gonna. I don't eat ghosts, Cohen said, shaking his head. Last year was just you diving into my mouth. I didn't know a chicken leg could come with a ghost inside. Huh. Nick looked sheepish. So what's up this time? Someone send you to fetch me? Cohen asked. Nick hesitated, like he wasn't sure how to spit it out. It's not a big deal, really. You've kind of done it before. Don't make it sound so sketchy. Cohen sighed. It'll get censored. I'd like you to give me a little Dementor's kiss. Nick finally blurted, mustering all his courage. That's way sketchy. Cohen cracked. Just say you want to bite, dude. Oh, I don't really get what Dementors call that move. Nick said, spooked. Last year, that was my plan. You know, with my head half off, the other ghosts always poke fun at me. Especially, so back then, I didn't get the angle right. I was too rushed. You get it, right? That feeling of finally getting payback after 500 years of mockery. Nick explained. Last time, I didn't even flip my neck joint over in time. I forgot how humans eat. I thought you'd cut it up with a knife and fork. Who cuts a chicken leg with a knife and fork? Cohen burst out. I've always avoided watching students eat too closely. It just bums me out more. Nick said mournfully. Back then, I regretted it big time. Of course, this time I'll make it worth your while, whatever you want. That stuff doesn't really matter, Cohen said, dropping the playful tone. But seriously, are you sure you want to ditch what makes you just because of what other people think? Huh? Nick's eyes clouded with confusion. I mean, if you turn into some ghost with a totally detached head, you just blend into the crowd, right? Cohen said earnestly. You be Sir Nicholas with no prefix, that random headless horseman, some ghost nobody knows. People remember the quirky, unique ghosts, not the ones who fit in too well. So, you're saying I'm special, likable? Nick's eyes widened. Ask the students if you don't believe me. Even first years know nearly headless Nick. But if you ask them to name anyone from the Headless Hunt? Crickets, Cohen said. He was genuinely trying to talk Nick out of it. Not just because the guy's next stump wasn't exactly appetizing, or because his request was kind of weird. So what's your call? Want to be one of a million headless ghosts? Or stay Hogwarts one and only nearly headless Nick? Cohen lobbed the big question at him. Nick went quiet. He was wrestling with whether he was really set on this. 'Cause biting a head off is easy. Sticking it back on? Not so much, Cohen added, fanning the flames. Only when someone's completely forgotten do they truly die, Nick murmured, recalling a line. Asterisk, asterisk, and what about you, Cohen Norton? Asterisk, asterisk. Thanks, Cohen. I've thought it over. I'll stick with this, Nick said, either coming to his senses or spooked by the idea of a bland, forgotten future. You're right. I guess I've gotten used to nearly headless Nick. If you ever need a hand with anything, just holler. I'll help if I can. Nick floated off, but Cohen didn't budge. Did I just hallucinate some weird voice? Hold up. Cohen whipped around, suddenly on edge. There was a soul strength tag outside the classroom wall he'd never seen before. Asterisk asterisk soul strength. 31 asterisk asterisk. Too low for a professor, too high for a student, an outsider. Hiding behind the wall and behind that wall. Cohen bolted to the window. That wall faced the forbidden forest grounds, and it was thin. No pipes or anything. Someone was out there, on the 4th floor. A stalker? Playing these cryptic villain games? Tired of living, huh? But the soul zipped downward fast. Cohen caught a blurry shadow darting along the path, vanishing into the forest in seconds. What or who was that? No, that speed screamed wizard using magic. And that line they left behind. Asterisk, asterisk, and what about you, Cohen Norton? Asterisk, asterisk. What's that supposed to mean? Tacked on a nix? Only when someone's forgotten do they truly die bit? 2 people died in Cohen's creation. One from Herbert, one from Rose. But they weren't forgotten. Herbert, Rose, and Edward still remembered them. Ugh, brain hurts. I'm done thinking. If someone's got a beef with me, they can slide tackle my stomach and call it a day. After shooing off Harry, Ron, and Hermione, who'd bolted when Norbert affectionately rubbed them, Cohen hauled his suitcase to the room of requirement and hashed out the weirdness with the Earl. They're obviously too weak to take you head-on, so they're pulling these flashy tricks, the Earl reasoned. Asterisk, and what about you, Cohen Norton? Asterisk. Repeating it isn't going to jog my memory, Cohen said flatly. No. I mean, they called you by name and seemed to know something about you. The Earl tilted his head. That's a big clue. They know your name, so they're either from the school, the ministry, or that manor. And since they tied it to that life and death talk, it sounds like they've got dirt on your deeper secrets. So, it's got to be someone from the manor, Cohen frowned. True. The ministry just knows I'm a monster, not the specifics. Only the Borgin Manor crew would have studied me, but didn't they all die? Only when something's forgotten does it truly die. Wait, Cohen's creation wasn't forgotten. It was documented. Locked away in Borgin Manor's experiment logs. You, go grab Mundungus for me, Cohen told the Earl. The Earl's eyes bugged out. What the heck are you on about? I'm a freaking bird. But you're a bird with a wand. I've raised you for years. Time to earn your keep. My peace of mind's riding on you, Earl, Cohen said, laying it on thick. You know, I've got classes to deal with, plus keeping an eye on that basilisk so it doesn't actually kill someone. Just don't off him. I need him alive. The Earl let out a dry laugh. You might be overestimating what an owl can do. You're tougher than him. You've got the Patronus charm down, Cohen said. I'll lend you Mick. If it gets dicey, let Mick handle it. Great. A Dementor, my savior. Thanks a ton, the Earl deadpanned. But no matter how you sliced it, the Earl was the best pick for the job. Owls had that tracking magic baked in. They could sniff out wizards no problem. With a wand in his claw pouch, the Earl was basically a self-guided missile. Now with little Mick the Dementor as backup. Don't worry, you'll be back soon, Cohen soothed Mick, who looked glum about the separation as he got stuffed into the Earl's stretchy claw pouch. It's not going to flip out and eat me, right? The Earl asked warily. No Dementor's eating a bird's soul, Cohen said. Except maybe me. That's not exactly comforting. The Earl sighed. Since they were nabbing a grown wizard, the Earl had to take Mick along, reluctant or not, to avoid getting taken out himself. Just hit him with a Petri ficus totalis and shove him in your claw pouch, Cohen instructed. And don't let other wizards spot you. Non-humans aren't supposed to carry wands. If you end up in Azkaban, you'd bust me out, right? The Earl asked hopefully. I'd hook you up with the coziest cell, Cohen said, thumping his chest. I'm tight with all the Dementors there. Just kidding. If you get nabbed, no sweat. How'd I send letters to Edward and Rose without you? The Mundungus hunt dragged on for days. The Earl popped back every few days with updates. Mundungus was tangled up with some folks from the misuse of Muggle artifacts office, and was dodging them all over the place. The owl's tracking magic had a lag, making it tough to pin down a guy sprinting across Britain. Cohen wasn't sweating it, though. Early or late, he'd get him eventually. Second week of December, after hearing Malfoy was heading home, Cohen snagged a ticket back too. He checked in with Voldemort. Voldy said he couldn't pull off any attacks for a bit. Dumbledore was sniffing around the school's walls. Then, I'm heading home. Don't screw up. I don't want to come back to find Dumbledore's booted you out again, Cohen warned him before leaving. Voldemort looked ticked off. Love that hate me but can't touch me vibe. It was the day before Christmas. Normally, Christmas is all about family reunions. Everyone's supposed to be sporting happy grins, right? So why do you look like someone died? Cohen got picked up by Edward at the station, but even with Christmas right around the corner, Edward seemed kind of down. Did Mom beat you up or something? Your mom doesn't beat me up, Edward corrected, then sighed. It's just, ugh. You'll see when we get home. The mystery didn't last long. The second Cohen stepped into number 5, Privet Drive, he spotted an unfamiliar old lady parked on their couch. A quick glance at the doorway revealed an beat-up suitcase with a metal tag stitched with silk thread. Martha Norton. Looked like Grandma. Oh, is that little Cohen back? The old woman was bundled in a thick brown knit sweater, her face a map of wrinkles. Asterisk soul strength. 37 asterisk. Go say hi to your grandma, Cohen, Edward said, hanging his coat on the hook by the door. He leaned in close and whispered, just don't mention I'm out of job. Cohen's eyes widened as he gawked at Edward. But what? Little Cohen, come let Grandma get a good look at you. Martha flung her arms wide and charged over with a spryness that didn't match her 7 or 80-something years, scooping Cohen into a bear hug. He was totally thrown. Dazed, Cohen got hauled to the living room couch. Martha's scarf practically smothered him. Another minute of this, and he'd turn into a Dementor for real. Oh heavens, look at you. What an adorable little angel. Martha fussed over him, straightening his already messy clothes with enthusiasm. I can't believe it, Ed. You and Rose kept me and Charleston from meeting him all this time? Sure, Charleston's a bit set in his ways, but did you really have to cut us off for years? You could have at least written me. I didn't oppose your marriage back then. I did right, Edward said, face in his hands. 3 times a month. You know your dad's got some mental stuff going on, Martha said, lecturing her son. Where we live, no muggle dares come near. The postman always ends up screaming and running from some freaky hallucinations. The ministry's over there warning us once or twice a week. If your dad didn't have that St. Mungo certificate, they'd have hauled him off ages ago. You should have used an owl. He likes the papers. But no need to worry about that now. Charleston's finally free of his headaches and those black monsters in the basement. You had to have gotten them, Edward said, looking grim. Right before he died, he said all my letters were full of nonsense. If he hadn't said that stuff about Cohen, I might have at least been nicer to him while he was still around. Edward, Rose growled. For God's sake, it's Christmas. Question mark. Cohen sat on the couch, glancing back and forth, trying to piece together what was happening from their faces. Asterisk, who am I? Where am I? What's going on? Asterisk. Cohen was utterly lost. Edward and Rose had never once mentioned anything about Edward's grandparents. Martha's ramble was packed with info. Hopefully, Edward would pull him aside later for a private rundown. I'm just sticking to what I said that day, Edward said, unusually defiant against Rose. Not a single word was wrong. And me, Ed? What about me? Martha asked calmly. Was I part of that rant you went on? You didn't even glance back at me that day. I was the one who dealt with his cold body, a 76-year-old. Of course not. Edward cut in fast. I was just pissed at him, Mom. I'm sorry, but it's Christmas and Cohen just got back. Edward, didn't you say you were going to show Cohen that new chessboard you got him? Rose jumped in to defuse things. He needs to drop off his stuff anyway. Cohen only had his trunk with the dragon and nightmare inside. Not exactly lots of luggage. And Edward wouldn't buy a new chessboard. The wizarding world didn't sell Dungeons and Dragons boards. But everyone seemed to need a breather, so Martha let it drop. See you later, Grandma. Cohen gave a polite goodbye before heading out. She'd called him her little angel. He had to act the part, keep the Christmas gloom away. Martha ruffled his hair fondly, a total 180 from how she'd been with Edward. Was the grandparent-grandkid bond some universal law? Edward's usually pretty chill, but when it comes to Charleston, Rose started explaining his outburst to Martha. For Cohen, this was weirdly domestic. In his past life, and this one, he'd never had this. No grandma, arguing with dad in the orphanage. The headmaster there was a stern old guy. Strict management meant a dull, rule-filled life. She always manages to get under my skin out of nowhere. Up in Cohen's room on the second floor, Edward rubbed his temples. Your grandma didn't used to be like this. Too much time with Grandpa. Cohen tossed out casually. I heard Martha say Grandpa had mental issues. Is that some big secret? Or are you going to fill me in on what went down back then? Not exactly a secret. Edward plopped heavily onto Cohen's bed. Your grandpa was Charleston Norton. Wait, did we even mention Grandma's name? Saw it on her suitcase by the door, Cohen said. You've got to pick up some survival skills to make it at Hogwarts. So what's the deal with you and Grandpa? He didn't want you marrying Mom. That alone wouldn't have ticked me off so bad, Edward said. 10 years ago, when me and your mom, wanted to adopt you, your grandpa stormed over here, flipped out, and tried to stop it. Maybe he had some weird hang-up about adoption, Edward added quickly before Cohen could jump in. He said some really messed up stuff. I was young and hot-headed. Couldn't take it, so I went off and got into it with him. Who won? Who won? Cohen asked, hooked. I didn't beat him, Edward admitted. He used his wand. I swear it wasn't a fair fight. Who fights a wizard with fists? Cohen said, face-palming. But you still adopted me anyway. He didn't keep pushing. Rose stepped in front of you. Your mom's a badass. A couple spells, and she shut him down. He stormed off cursing, and we haven't talked since, Edward said. When he lose it? Cohen pressed. I caught something about headaches and black monsters in the basement, probably around then. Your grandma says he started getting nutty 10 years back, Edward replied. No clue what happened. Every night he'd get headaches and swear there was a giant black monster in their basement. What if there was a giant monster? Cohen frowned. Don't be ridiculous. I grew up there. There's no basement, Edward said, raising an eyebrow. They had tons of magical creature experts check it out. No basement, no giant black monster hiding in it. If you're curious, I could take you to Grandma's place over the summer, but don't get your hopes up. If there was a monster, Martha would have seen it in 10 years. She's not the crazy one. Cohen wasn't so sure this giant black monster in the basement was just Charleston's imagination, especially since his breakdown lined up with the year that lab experiment ended. 2 creatures escaped that lab, the basilisk, Sissoko, and the other. And you know the most ridiculous part? Edward said, lost in thought. Every time I sent Martha a letter, he'd send back a pile of insults, like I wasn't even his only son. Even on his deathbed, he didn't have a single nice word for me. Maybe that's his way of loving you, Cohen guessed. Love's tough, right? Writing you a ton of hate mail. He must have loved you to death. Huh, should I start writing you some too? Edward grumbled. Go for it. I'm too chicken to talk smack at school. Could use you as my insult dictionary, Cohen nodded. Rose would murder me, Edward shot back. You'd lose your dad. Speaking of that, not exactly. Cohen blinked a few times. Wait, I thought. Hold up. What do you mean, not exactly? Edward froze. What did he mean, not exactly? This might be a lot for you to take in, but Dumbledore said I should give you a heads up since I'll be bringing it home eventually. Cohen said, layering on the build-up. It might weird you out, like your status getting leveled with another species. Edward's confusion deepened. Remember that experiment? Cohen said. The one that made me. Don't. Edward groaned, like he could guess where this was going and didn't like it. Some magical creature wants to join the family, Cohen said. Don't tell me that dragons, actually, Edward said, his voice tinged with horror. Nah, it's not that, Cohen reassured him. Oh good. Edward let out a relieved breath. It licked me once. It's the unicorn, Cohen said. What? Edward's voice shot up, spiraling out of control. It came to me on its own, Cohen said with a shrug. Keeps calling me its kid. Child this, child that. Hard to say no to that. Plus, it took me to see the unicorn herd at Hogwarts. They were all super nice to me. But it's a horse. Wait, It calls you its kid? I've never heard it talk. Hold on. That's not even the point. Edward stammered, floored. Are the unicorns blind? You're human. Even if. Blood thing. Unicorns trust lineage, Cohen sighed. It's a loner, kicked out of the group, and I felt bad for it. But if you're not cool with it, I can. No, I'm not that against it. Edward cut in quickly. I mean, blood-wise, it makes sense. It took Edward a few minutes to wrap his head around it. The ethics here were a little messy. He was Cohen's dad. Rose was Cohen's mom. If this unicorn joined the family as Cohen's mom, too, wouldn't that make him the unicorn's husband? Huh. Husband to a unicorn. Ridiculous. The world had lost it. You good with it? Cohen asked, tilting his head. Pretty much. It's not like I've got to sleep with a unicorn, Edward said, steadying his breathing. Just a title in theory. Let it tag along however it wants. Maybe it'll even protect you someday. Knew you'd roll with it, Cohen said, pleased. Now I can hit you with an even bigger surprise. Edward's scalp tingled. Cohen had kicked off this whole convo talking about dad's stuff, and the unicorn was female. Which meant, there's a snake too, Cohen said. Over 300 years old. This term, it snuck into my bed and called me son. Male, Cohen added, noting Edward's blank stare. Cohen almost thought he'd petrified Edward. He even double-checked to make sure his death stare skill was switched off. You alive? Cohen waved a hand in front of Edward's face. Snake, Edward finally croaked, his reaction lagging hard. Snake, Cohen nodded. It just want a cushy spot where it doesn't have to hunt. Free food, free rent, living the lazy life. Why do I feel like you're roasting me? Edward said suspiciously. You two are kind of alike, Cohen said bluntly. Might make it easier to stomach. No way. Edward shot back, firm. I'm not sharing my wife with a snake. That's your first worry? Not sharing your son? Cohen asked, exasperated. And why would you even think of snakes after your wife? It's in the D&D expansion books, Edward said, dead serious. It can't turn human, and it's obsessed with female snakes, Cohen said, rubbing his forehead. I might end up with two. Its buddy wants to crash here, too. Kidding. Foster whatever you want, no matter how they're tied to you, Edward said with theatrical flair. You think I'd actually get jealous over some animals? Or have an identity crisis over a snake? Doesn't sound like acting, Cohen deadpanned. When Edward suggested meeting the snake, Cohen shut it down. Not yet, he said. This year I've got to set up some safety stuff so they don't hurt you guys. Anything with teeth's got a chance of biting. But if it's got the brains to call you son, it's not some wild beast, right? Edward asked. And didn't you say it's over 300? Normal snakes live that long? Magic's wild, huh? Cohen dodged. If he said it was a basilisk, Dad would cry. Cohen, luggage sorted? Come down for snacks. Rose called from downstairs. Coming. Cohen yelled back. Wait, just those two, right? Edward asked before they left. Can't say for sure, Cohen said honestly. I don't even know how many magical creatures the Burkes messed with in those experiments. Merlin's ass, Edward muttered. Downstairs, Rose and Martha had stacked the coffee table with towers of treats. The TV blared an old movie. Cohen caught a glimpse of Supergirl. Wizards probably found superhero flicks laughable. I used to love TV when I was younger, Martha said nostalgically. Wizard entertainment's kind of dull. Christmas 1965, me and Charleston watched a Doctor Who special. He kept nitpicking the Muggle cops in it. They're a bunch of idiots, he'd say. Martha mimicked a grandpa Cohen never met, cracking Rose up. The tension between Edward and Martha faded into the background. Family was like that, apparently. Cohen wedged himself between Martha and Edward, snagging a sugary bun from the table. Rose had dusted it with frosting for him, making the chewy crust even tastier. If only buns were all crust. Christmas Eve was calm. So calm it felt like a different world. No basilisk, no Voldemort, no scheming. Just family and company. The Earl had taken a break from chasing Mundungus to ferry gifts for Cohen. Cohen sent wool socks to Herbert, and to Dumbledore too, as an apology for that mustard in the candy prank. He got a haul in return. Harry sent 80,000 tricks to train your dragon. Still traumatized from that time, Norbert nearly swallowed them, probably. Ron gave an ancient Chudley Cannon's poster, treasured mostly for how worn it was. He'd really treasured it. Hermione sent dental care stuff. Hope I never need it, Cohen sighed. Be an owl, the Earl teased. No teeth, no cavities from sugar. Owls can't eat sugar, Cohen shot back. That'd kill half the fun. Rose gave him a little hourglass thing, except it wasn't sand inside, but tiny, bouncing stars. Magic World quirk, probably. Edward crafted a sandbox expansion pack, a sealed black box with a note. Asterisk, stick it in the old sandbox. Surprise inside, asterisk. Plenty to mess with during downtime. Herbert's gift caught Cohen off guard. A yellowed photo of a family of 5. Herbert and his wife, Belvina, stood in back, a tall boy and a shy girl in front. Belvina cradled a baby. The original Cohen, most likely. The back had obvious water stains. Herbert must have looked at it a lot. Now he'd sent it to Cohen. Guess he figured Cohen being alive trumped any memory. He couldn't let it go. With the old Cohen's memories, keeping up these family ties was the best outcome. Martha's crystal ball, Hagrid's flute, Mrs. Weasley's sweater, Dumbledore's alchemy book. Midnight rolled around, and Cohen tallied his gifts. 10 total. Wait, 11? Who sent this? Cohen asked the Earl, pointing at a black package. It was a square box about head-sized. What's that? The Earl looked just as puzzled. I don't remember delivering that. Question mark. Cohen frowned. The Earl brought all the gifts in, and he'd been in his room the whole time. No way someone snuck this in unnoticed. Unless it got slipped between 2 gifts during a double drop. Hold up, the Earl squawked as Cohen reached to open it. It flapped out to the balcony railing and shut the window for him. Real thoughtful, Cohen said dryly. It was just a gift. If someone meant harm, they wouldn't pack a Patronus in here, right? Rip. Cohen tore off the flimsy outer paper. Inside was mostly empty, save for a note. Asterisk January 31st, 1993, Cairngorm Mountains. A cave under Sirius hides what you desperately want to know. Asterisk. What do I desperately want to know? Cohen muttered, confused. You're asking me? The Earl tilted its head 90 degrees counterclockwise. I don't know either. Cohen had no clue what he desperately wanted. What are you doing? The Earl asked as Cohen crumpled the note and chucked in the trash. If someone really wants me to go, they'll keep sending these, Cohen said, squinting. He glanced inside the empty box. Otherwise, it's just a prank. I've got class on January 31st. Inside the box, a tiny gadget hummed with magic, emotional magic. Someone was listening. Who's been living too cushy a life that they're coming after Cohen now? It wasn't until the magic vibes from the box fizzled out that Cohen told the Earl to chuck it into the curbside trash bin outside the window. Back at school, someone had started tailing him. This random gift popping up now? Probably that stalker or one of their buddies. Were you a spy in a past life or something? The Earl asked. Codename 007, Cohen joked. You brought back Hagrid's and Dumbledore's gifts together, right? You think someone slipped this thing in while I was off in the Scottish Highlands? The Earl said, baffled. But I didn't stop anywhere. They can fly, Cohen cut in, shaking his head. I saw that figure drop from the 4th floor. I figured you'd just swoop in and nab him. You know, Dementors are fast as hell, the Earl said. Too lazy. Cohen was blunt. Why do all these riddle freaks think piling up a bunch of brain-teaser nonsense will sucker someone into playing their game? No need to crack the puzzle. Those riddle nuts would be desperate to drag Cohen to the Cairngorm Mountains by January 31st anyway. Next morning, the holiday spirit was already thick at home. Christmas decorations were everywhere. Edward had been busting his hump, setting it all up. Grandma Martha, tipsy off mulled wine, got hyped and started doing crystal ball reading for the whole family under the Christmas tree. She's obsessed with that thing, Edward whispered to Cohen. She's been reading my fortune every year since I was a kid. Never gotten one right. And yeah, Martha's predictions were pretty out there. Like Rose getting pregnant with a second kid this year. I'm 43. Rose groaned, rubbing her temples. Edward was supposedly in for a promotion and riches. And Cohen's going to give me a great-grandkid in the next few years. Martha's eyebrows scrunched up. Crystal ball's got to be busted, Edward said, hoisting her off the cushion under the tree. Cohen's 12. He's not whipping up a great-grandkid anytime soon. But that can't be. Martha took another swig of wine. I've never been wrong before. At 8, your balls said I'd be Minister of Magic, Edward said, plopping her onto the couch. Divination's always a crapshoot. That's why I never bothered learning it. That's 'cause you've got no ambition. Martha jabbed a finger at Edward's nose. First thing a minister's got to do is pack on some weight. Look at you, skinny as a rail. People think we're starving you. While they bickered, Cohen sidled up to the crystal ball. The magical orb was swirling with mist. Cohen hadn't studied divination, so he had no clue how to clear it. Just a trick of the eye? Or was there really a future hiding in there? Martha's last prediction actually felt the closest to legit, because Cohen already had a son in Mick. In a weird way, he had given Martha a great-grandkid. But your great-grandkid's a Dementor? Yeah, better keep that under wraps. Family might not take it well. Cohen tried pumping some magic into it, but something in the ball blocked him. Push harder, and it'd probably shatter. So not brute magic. Something more mystical? The faint shapes in the fog had him hooked, so Cohen started messing with it every which way to part the mist. Touching, swiping, tapping. He tried everything, but the white haze wouldn't budge. For a sec, he wondered if divination balls were just a big scam to juice up the wizarding GDP. Then, while he was idly rubbing it, bam. For a split second, it felt like he'd brushed the fog aside. The misty swirls burst outward, revealing a dim little room. A short, bald guy was rummaging through a pile of crates, stuffing gold and silver trinkets into a big sack. Mundungus? Cohen stared hard at the scene. No wonder the Earl couldn't track him. Mundungus had been out thieving nonstop. Working on Christmas? Guy's got dedication. Where's he, though? Cohen rubbed the ball like crazy. The room was too dark to pick out any location clues. But as he kept at it, the view shifted outside the shop down the street and Burlington Arcade, W1, W7. Cohen bolted to his room the second he clocked the spot. I found Mundungus. Huh. The Earl blinked sleepily. He wrote you? When? He's hitting up the shop in London tonight, stealing from a muggle place. Guy's got no shame, Cohen griped. I saw Christmas decorations and lit street lamps. Probably 7 or 8 at night. Shop's closed, perfect for him to rob, and perfect for you to nab him. Wait, you saw tonight. The Earl snapped awake. Ow! Divination crystal ball. Duh, what else a dream? Cohen said, head to London tonight. Take Mick and grab Mundungus fast and clean. Then I'll grill him about who he sold the lab loot to. 10 galleons worth of booze when you're back, Cohen added. Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas, the Earl mumbled, dozing off again. Cohen had figured the ball's visions would just be vague, misty shapes, like tea leaf readings. Seeing a legit scene caught him off guard. After tipping the Earl off about Mundungus's future whereabouts, Cohen cracked open Martha's Christmas gift to him, a shiny, new crystal ball. But no dice. No matter how much he rubbed it this time, nothing happened. Like some prophecy charge had burned out and needed a recharge. That's it, Cohen grumbled, disappointed, after running upstairs and down to double-check. Still, prophecies in this world carried weight. True ones were rare. Even Sybil Trelawney, descendant of the great seer Cassandra, couldn't pop off 2 in a day. Made sense when you thought about it. Like how you can't crank out 2 back-to-back. Well, you get it. Prophecies can't either. The rest of Christmas Day, Cohen chilled with the family, TV, chatting, snacking. Snow fell outside. The fireplace roared inside. Everything was cozy and perfect, except Martha wouldn't shut up, kept grilling him about his grades and if he'd found a girlfriend. I'm 12. Second year. Cohen protested when she asked for the 7th time if he had a crush. Grandma, that's illegal and immoral. Rose jumped in to back him up. They're too young. Kids don't even know what love is yet. Edward, though, sided with Martha for once. Don't forget, Rose, he said smugly. We started dating right when we got to school. We just met back then. Rose corrected. Our first date was 4th year. You took 4 whole years to ask me out for a walk. When the convo veered too early into school and romance, Cohen knew it was time to bail. I'm so tired. He faked a yawn, even though it was barely past 8. Didn't sleep last night, waiting for presents. Martha let him off with a sympathetic pat. Back in his room, The Earl swooped in from London right on cue. You should have seen it, the Earl said, buzzing. When I hit him with a spell, he looked like he saw, You can stop there, Cohen cut in. No one's got those kind of thoughts about an owl. It's a figure of speech. The Earl dumped the claw pouch with Mundungus onto the table. Cohen checked to make sure it was the right guy, then hauled the pouch and the Earl into the suitcase. No way he was interrogating in his bedroom, especially on Christmas. What if Edward or Rose barged in, finding their son chilling with a bald thief on Christmas night? Too wild to explain. Inside the suitcase, Norbert pounced on Cohen with glee. Hagrid had spoiled it rotten. Its appetite was triple what it was when Cohen fed it. Maybe the pygmy pigs bred too fast, or maybe Hagrid had some superpower. Hiss! Norbert rubbed up on him and then licked his face out of nowhere. Back off, Cohen said, shoving its head away. His strength wasn't enough, but Norbert's loyalty was off the charts. It obeyed instantly. Got business tonight, no playtime. Norbert plopped down by the cabin door, tail wagging. It was practically as big as the ground floor now, thumping the dirt loud enough to rattle the place. Cohen stepped inside, dumped Mundungus out, and checked him over. Mick hadn't touched him, soul and emotions intact. The little Dementor was so chill it barely seemed like one. Finite incantatum. Cohen tossed the counterspell at Mundungus, who'd been frozen stiff. His face had been stuck in a bug-eyed shock. When the spell lifted, he frantically rubbed his eyes, yelping in pain. Ow, ow, ow. Mundungus clutched his eyes and yelled. My eyes. Someone wiped their hand across my eyes. You're not dead, so your eyes don't matter, Cohen said flatly. Who's there? Mundungus forced his eyes open. The blurry scene in front of him slowly sharpened, and he realized he was staring at a kid who looked about 11 or 12. Oh, kid. Mundungus tried to put on a kindly, elder-like expression. Did you save me? Thanks, little guy. You might not believe this, but I just got attacked by an owl. He glanced around and took in his surroundings. It looked like a living room, a wooden house, nothing too fancy or valuable. Wait a sec. That pile of scales by the fireplace, were those dragon scales? And those strands scattered on the floor. Unicorn hair, maybe? Though the color seemed a bit off. Okay, maybe not that poor. Then Mundungus spotted the owl perched on a bird stand against the wall. That owl! With a shriek, he bolted behind Cohen for cover. Watch out. Are your parents here? Call them quick. That owl's got something freaky going on. Where's my wand? You mean this? Cohen stepped away from him and waved another wand in his hand. Yes. Mundungus reached for it with a grin, but froze mid-motion. The kid had moved to stand next to the owl, and they didn't look remotely hostile toward each other. You're working together? Mundungus stammered. But you're just a kid. A student? Or polyjuice potion. 12 years old. Thank you very much, Cohen said politely. So, it totally fits my vibe that I had an owl kidnap you. What kind of owl kidnaps a wizard? Mundungus had a sinking feeling he'd stumbled into something big, way worse than tangling with the ministry. Cohen Norton, or maybe I should use my old last name, Cohen Bork, Cohen said, locking eyes with Mundungus, who was clearly itching to bolt. Ring any bells? The thief from 11 years ago. Your hold on that. Mundungus swallowed hard. He knew that name. The Bork family's terrifying lab experiment. A baby who'd wiped out nearly every living thing in the manner the moment it was born. Thanks to that little monster, Mundungus had made a fortune fencing stuff he'd swiped from their basement. How do you know I? The unicorn told me, Cohen said, raising an eyebrow. Damn it, I should have nabbed that weird unicorn too, Mundungus muttered under his breath. What was that? Cohen's face darkened. You wanted to steal my mom too? No, I didn't. Mundungus waved his hands frantically, pale as a ghost. I wasn't trying to steal your mom. Suddenly, an old-school escape plan popped into his head. Dumbledore? What are you doing here? He stared dramatically over Cohen's shoulder. Cohen knew it was a fake-out, but he wasn't worried about Mundungus getting away. No wand, and the second he stepped outside, he'd run right into... away. Mundungus flung the door open and let out an ear-piercing scream. Norbert had just poked his head toward the doorway and slightly opened his mouth. That was enough to send the bald thief fainting to the floor. Agwameni, Cohen dragged him back into the living room and shut the door. Norbert was still nosily trying to peek inside, though there was no way he'd fit. Ugh! Mundungus sputtered awake as the water hit him. Still want to run? Cohen asked with a friendly smile. No, no running. Mundungus gulped, hearing Norbert's claws scratching at the door. Good boy, Cohen said, plopping onto the couch with a satisfied grin. I ask, you answer. Okay. Mundungus nodded eagerly. If this were any other pint-sized wizard, Mundungus wouldn't have batted an eye. Even with his wand in their hands, he could have easily overpowered them with brute adult strength and a few tricks. What's a kid that size going to do? Shoot some sparks from their wand? Maybe singe a hole in his shirt if they're lucky? But this was Cohen, the freaking monster who'd slaughtered over 300 people as a toddler. Now he was 12, probably even more unhinged. Back then, Mundungus had thought Dumbledore's whole raise this kid with love and family plan was a colossal mistake. He distanced himself from the Order of the Phoenix crowd, hoping to stay clear if the little psycho ever lost it. Guess that didn't work out. What did you steal from the lab 11 years ago? Cohen asked, picking up on Mundungus's mix of rage and fear. Not that it mattered. Those memories were getting wiped anyway. Cohen was already poking around in his head while asking questions. Mundungus wasn't some high-level wizard with occlumency skills. If he were, he wouldn't be stuck pulling petty thefts all the time. Some experiment logs, a bunch of books, tools, potions, animal carcasses. Mundungus racked his brain to remember. Why'd you take that stuff? Cohen pressed. Who put you up to it? Mundungus hesitated for a second or two. Dumbledore. It was Dumbledore who told me to steal it, he blurted out. Really? Cohen narrowed his eyes. Swear to Merlin, Mundungus insisted. Cohen sniffed the air and leaned in close, his voice low and creepy. Then why do I smell a lie? With Cohen's Dementor-like lie detector vibes and a constant legitimacy scan running, spotting Mundungus's bull was child's play. His memory diving hit a snag, a secrecy charm. Not as hardcore as a Fidelius charm or an unbreakable vow, but enough to block full access. Mundungus would have to pay a price to spill the buyer's name. Clearly, he wasn't keen on doing that. It really was Dumbledore. He kept lying, tears and snot streaming down his face. To anyone else, he might have looked pitiful. Too bad for him. Cohen was a Dementor. Whatever conscience he'd scraped together over the year had been spent at Christmas. Time to get serious, Cohen sighed. Mick, give him the good stuff. At his words, a black-cloaked figure emerged from a pouch on the table. Mundungus felt his breath catch. Cold. Soul-deep cold. A Dementor was drifting toward him. No wand in hand. And even if he had one, his Patronus charm was garbage anyway. No. Mundungus trembled as the Dementor, dubbed Mick by Cohen, floated right up to him and pulled back its hood. A faceless void stared back, its mouth a bottomless black hole, draped in a sheer, gauzy layer of darkness. He could feel his soul tugging free from his body. He was done for. Screw the secrecy charm. What curse could be worse than dying? I'll talk. He shouted desperately. Mick, hold up, Cohen ordered. Mick wobbled its head and tugged the hood back on. Such a cute little cloak, huh? Cohen mused. Cute. The owl Earl piped up skeptically. See cute, Mundungus wheezed, sucking in the sweet air of still being alive. Not important. Keep talking, Cohen said to him. Who told you to steal that stuff? A little group called the Silver Key, assembling. Mundungus mumbled, trying to dodge the side effects of breaking the charm. No dice. As the secret spilled, a rash erupted across his skin, starting at his mouth and spreading over his face. The pain cut off his next words. A curse? Trying to pull a curse in front of Cohen was borderline hilarious. A quick tap of his wand to Mundungus's forehead, and the secrecy charm's effects melted away, dissolved by the liquid curse coursing through Cohen. If that liquid curse was like a venom brewed from the nastiest bugs, this charm's side effects weren't even worth calling a pest. How'd you do that? Mundungus rubbed his suddenly normal skin, stunned. The curse, it's gone. You wouldn't get it if I told you. Keep going, Cohen said, eager for more. What's this Silver Key assembly? Where are they? Why'd they want the Bork Manor's experiment logs? There's some kind of magic research crew, I guess. I ran into them while smuggling some shady contraband. With a charm kaput, Mundungus had no qualms spilling the beans. Last place I dealt with them was 77 Nocturne Alley. Looks like a dragon liver shop on the surface, but there's a big warehouse underneath, plus a bunch of locked rooms. Never got let inside, though. Did they say what they wanted the logs for? Cohen frowned. I overheard bits and pieces. They mostly spoke French, so I didn't catch much, Mundungus admitted. The English parts one got were stuff like the Great Work, Magnum Opus, I think, and Arrival. The Great Work? Alchemy related? Maybe? The Silver Key could be an alchemist group. No alchemist worth their salt could resist the lure of the Bork Manor experiments. Not even Nicholas Flamel could ignore Cohen's existence. So that's all I know. Mundungus ventured cautiously. If that's it, I'll just head out, yeah? Hold up. You're not going anywhere. Stupefy. Cohen shot a stunning spell at Mundungus without hesitation. This guy used to be one of Dumbledore's informants, and Cohen wasn't about to let him walk away just like that. The memory had to go. Couldn't risk Dumbledore getting the wrong idea about him. Earl, ever heard of something called the Silver Key Gathering? Cohen asked Earl after wiping Mundungus's memory clean. I'm not God, Earl replied. You can't just throw a random name at me and expect me to know everything about it. Even an owl's got its limits. We'll figure it out soon enough. Cohen summoned some ropes with a flick of his wand and tied Mundungus up tight. I'm heading to 77 Nocturne Alley like you mentioned. Gotta check it out before the holidays are over. They're probably not at 77 Nocturne Alley anymore, Earl warned suddenly. The Dragon Liver shop shut down. It's a magic candle store now. What if it's just a front? Cohen speculated. In Mundungus's memory, they've got a warehouse underground. The shop up top is just for show. Whatever was going on with that storefront, Cohen wasn't canceling the trip. He'd never been to Nocturne Alley before, after all. Damn it, I knew I forgot something. The night after Christmas, Cohen transfigured a pillow into a sleeping Cohen to fool any family check-ins. Then he realized a major problem. He'd forgotten to practice apparition. Blame it on the basilisks and Voldemort. Cohen had been so caught up in saving those two giant snakes and making sure Voldemort's plans didn't kill any students that he hadn't even thought about needing apparition during the Christmas break. Now he had no choice. It was back to the night bus. Cohen climbed out the window. Second floor? No big deal. He wouldn't die from that fall. Thud. He hit the ground with a muffled noise. His parents and grandma were chatting loudly in the living room, oblivious to the sound outside. It was a weird feeling, standing out in the snowy night, peering through the window at the cozy scene inside. Almost like Voldemort sneaking up on the Potters that night. Cohen shook his head. Too many dark comparisons. He wasn't anything like No-Nos. If Cohen pushed open the door next to him, he'd get hugs and worried questions from his family. Voldemort? Screams and curses aimed straight at his face. Cohen picked a spot a little ways from the house, stepped to the road, and held out his wand toward the street. With a sharp screech, a bright purple triple-decker bus materialized in front of him. Hey there! The door banged open. The old, forgetful conductor was gone, replaced by a young guy, maybe 18 or 19, with big, flapping ears and a few pimples dotting his face. Welcome aboard the night bus. Emergency transport for... The same long-winded spiel Cohen had heard last time, word for word. I'm Stan Shunpike, your conductor today, the guy said cheerfully, reaching for Cohen's suitcase. Nah, I've got it, Cohen said, keeping the case to himself. He paid up like a pro. To the leaky cauldron. Add a hot chocolate. You lost, Stan asked, the exact same line the last conductor had used. I remember him. Ernie Prang, the driver, wiped his thick, bottle-cap glasses and squinted at Cohen through the rearview mirror. Deck math. Yep, that's right. Good memory, driver. Way better than that last conductor, Tuck, or whatever his name was, Cohen said with a nod. Honestly, this bus felt like it could run itself as long as someone floored the gas. No need for a driver to care about the destination. After another bumpy ride, Cohen finally stepped off in front of the leaky cauldron. Need any help, kid? Tom, the innkeeper, called out. No thanks, Cohen replied politely. Seriously, with a friendly Dementor like him, Cohen couldn't figure out why those Aurors held such a grudge. Sure, he'd killed a few people, worked with Voldemort, hung out in sketchy places, and kept dangerous magical creatures. But he was a good guy. Well, a good monster, anyway. Unlike Edward with his lousy memory, Cohen had memorized the password to Diagon Alley's wall after just one visit last year. He tapped a brick with his wand, and the path opened up. Diagon Alley in the snowy night had a charm all its own. Some shops, still open late, hadn't taken down their Christmas decorations yet. Multicolored lights reflected off the snow piles, making them look like giant scoops of mixed-flavor ice cream. A few stores had snowmen out front, animated ones, conjured by magic. They danced and shouted ads at passers-by, though Cohen figured it wasn't helping business. The few people out this late were actively avoiding those shops, probably scared the snowmen might latch onto them. The entrance to Noctur Alley was down a hidden side street off Diagon Alley, a stark contrast to the warm, festive vibe. The paths here were narrow, the storefronts dark and rundown. The few lit-up shops glowed faintly with dim, yellowish oil lamps, making the place feel even creepier. Cohen counted the peeling, rotting door signs as he headed deeper into the alley. Number 77 should be pretty far back. Along the way, he paused in front of another shop, Borgin and Burke's. Technically, the Burke family probably owned a share of this place. It was founded by ancestors of the Borgin and Burke lines. But whether the stingy Mr. Borgin running it now would admit that was another question. Since he was here anyway, Cohen figured he'd pop in. Not to claim any family inheritance this time, but maybe he could dig up some info on the Silver Key gathering. Creak. He pushed the door open. The shop was still open, candles flickering with faint light. Soul strength, 16, 31 to 15. Curse. Borgin slinked out from behind a shelf stacked with bones, looking like a ghost himself. He was a hunched, middle-aged man with greasy hair and an even greasier voice. Who are you? Borgin fixed his cloudy eyes on Cohen. Buying something? A sale was a sale, after all. Just looking around, Cohen said. Borgin's dramatic entrance might scare off thrill-seeking students poking around Nocturne Alley, but Cohen wasn't one to flinch. If anything, he was tempted to turn into a Dementor and give Borgin a scare right back. Whose little heir are you? Borgin asked, eyeing Cohen's clothes and a magically humming suitcase. Flint? Not. Ralph. Burke, Cohen said, meeting Borgin's murky gaze. Cohen Burke. The name made Borgin freeze for a second before anger flared in his eyes. I'm not joking around, Borgin said darkly. Neither am I. Cohen took a sip of Borgin's emotions. The chill from his soul made Borgin stumble back, slamming into the counter. He stared at Cohen, gripping the edge. You're that experiment. I'd rather people start with, are you a Dementor? Cohen said. But yeah, I am. If you're here to take half the shop's worth, go ahead, Borgin said, calming himself and slipping back into his usual demeanor. I don't mess with those grand plans. He shuffled behind the desk, pulled out a tattered old ledger from a drawer, and slid it toward Cohen. You mean the Burke family's goal with that experiment? Cohen asked, flipping through the book. They're all dead. I don't plan on joining them, Borgin muttered. Not for a few years, at least. I'm not here tonight for money, Cohen said. Just poking around. And I've got a question for you. What's that? Borgin asked. Ever heard of the Silver Key? Cohen asked, pausing on a page from 7 years back. It stood out. Every transaction listed Silver Key as the buyer. Items? Old furniture and dragon liver. Obvious fakes for ministry audits. No antique cabinet was worth 300 galleons, and no dragon liver went for 7 galleons an ounce. When taxes were high enough, the ministry just skimmed the profits and didn't dig deeper. A bunch of lunatics, no different from the nuts at Burke Manor, Borgin said, clearly familiar with them. They're chasing some vague nonsense about the source of magic. Source of magic? Cohen frowned. Like crossbreeding or something? I don't study it. I just buy and sell, Borgin said. His eyes flicked past Cohen to the window, where someone was approaching. Shoo, someone's coming. Cohen glanced back through the glass. A figure with graying light brown hair, dressed in a patched-up robe that screamed poverty even in the dim night. Looking sickly, probably from a full moon just passed. Remus Lupin. Soul strength, 39. Better to stay out of sight. Cohen quickly sucked the soul from a field mouse in his pocket, vanishing instantly. No way Lupin could memorize a stranger's face through a window in a few seconds. Borgin blinked at Cohen's sudden disappearance, but recovered fast. Years of dodging inspections had honed his poker face. "Hello," Lupin said cautiously as he stepped inside and approached Borgin. "I'm looking to buy something. Do you have— Wait, was there a— It was just an illusion," Borgin said, casually pointing to a grimy crystal ball on a nearby shelf. "Got it a few days ago. Want it? No returns, no exchanges." "I'll pass," Lupin said, sniffing as his frost-reddened face twitched. "I'm looking for wolfsbane potion. Other shops don't have it. I heard from a werewolf you might still have a few bottles. Greyback tip you off?" Borgin smirked like he was in on some gossip. "He sold them to me. Some dimwits thought wolfsbane could convince that lunatic not to bite." "Huh." Borgin let out a creepy, mocking laugh. Greyback was a nutcase, biting people even in human form. As a werewolf, you could say he was oddly disciplined. "No, a friend," Lupin said, his voice dripping with disgust at Greyback's name. "Let me check." Borgin ducked behind the shelves. Lupin glanced around, sniffing again. Cohen figured he'd caught a whiff of something. Werewolf wizards had sharper noses, and Cohen probably didn't smell like he belonged here. The faint scent of Christmas donut frosting still clung to him. 30 galleons, Borgin announced, returning with a sealed, filthy bottle of potion and plunking it on the counter. "Can I pay later?" Lupin asked. "I need it for a new job next month." "No cash, no deal," Borgin snapped, his face icing over. "Only werewolves by wolfsbane," Lupin reasoned. "It's about to expire, isn't it?" "Collateral," Borgin said, narrowing his eyes. "I don't trust a werewolf's word." Lupin rummaged in his pocket, pulling out an old photo and a worn pocket watch, its magical aura strong from frequent recharging. He tucked the photo back, but left the watch. Cohen spotted the Black family crest. Probably a Christmas gift from Sirius to Lupin way back when. "Black family," Lupin said. "Don't sell it. I'll come back to reclaim it." 2 years, Borgin agreed, taking the watch and sealing the deal. Lupin grabbed the potion and slipped out into the night. Cohen reappeared. "I hate selling to werewolves," Borgin muttered, spitting on the floor. "Never know when they'll croak in a ditch, starved, killed by wizards, or torn apart by their own kind." "He'll find work," Cohen said, raising an eyebrow. "Maybe next year's defense against the dark arts professor at Hogwarts. Not my circus, though." Back to the Silver Key, still at 77 Nocturne Alley. "That address is 7 years old," Borgin replied. "They moved out back then, sold off a bunch of stuff." He gestured to a pile of junk near the southeast corner of the shop. "Cabinets, chairs, potion ingredients up top," Borgin listed. "Take what you want. Charge it to the Burke family's half." Cohen wandered over to the Silver Key leftovers. The standout was an old wooden cabinet. Big, square, roomy enough for a few adults. Its paint had long flaked off, exposing dark wood underneath. Why did it look so familiar? "Vanishing cabinet," Borgin said. "Stuff you shove and disappears. Sometimes rotten food or old student books pop out." "Interesting," Cohen replied, keeping its purpose to himself. A vanishing cabinet tied to the Silver Key? So why was there one at Hogwarts? Had they infiltrated the school? Either way, Cohen planned to take it. A portal that bypassed Hogwarts protections wasn't something to leave lying around. His eyes shifted to the table. It was covered in intricate knife carvings, the exposed wood stained with dark red. Someone had drenched it in blood, giving it a seriously unsettling vibe. Weirdly, it didn't reek of blood. Instead, there was a faint sweetness. Cohen caught a sugary scent, like the frosting from his donuts earlier. Unicorn hair? Amortentia? Compared to the vanishing cabinet and the blood and love potion-soaked table, the jars on it seemed tame, mostly pickled magical creature parts, maybe some human bits, but nothing too wild. "So I'll take it all?" Cohen asked. Borgin didn't object, just quietly jotted it down. Today's haul went on the tab of Cohen's great-great-grandfather, Caractacus Burke. Sure, the Silver Key had moved out, but Cohen wasn't done for the night. This little group had a massive underground warehouse, and it wasn't the kind of thing they just abandoned. Either the current shop owner didn't know it was there, or they were still using it. Magic left traces, and that table's carvings didn't look like alchemy. More like some superstitious ritual pattern. The silver key might have etched the same stuff all over the underground floors. Fanatics like them wouldn't miss a chance to leave their mark. It was late now, and Nocturne Alley was deserted. No shadows, no movement. Cohen trekked deeper until he spotted the magic candle shop. Everlasting Candle Emporium. It was lit up too. The shopkeeper, a shriveled old man with white hair, was dozing on a makeshift rag bed in the corner, next to a crackling stove. Soul strength, 22. Snore. The guy's snoring was deafening, drowning out the creak of Cohen pushing the door open. A shop like this surviving in Nocturne Alley without getting robbed was bizarre, but Cohen stayed invisible. No issue there. Shelves held bundles of candles tied with rope, 10 sickles a bunch. They were clearly shoddier than Hogwarts stock. Some were even cracked. Calling it the Everlasting Candle Emporium was a stretch. Beyond the everlasting ones, there were odd-shaped candles tucked in corners, some like human finger bones, others red pillars that looked like congealed blood. Cohen sensed faint souls in them, though most were only 3 or 4 points strong. Nocturne Alley sure wasn't for normal folks to set up shop. "Who's there?" The old man jolted awake as Cohen slipped past him toward the back door. He scanned the room, saw nothing, and flopped back down. Cohen waited a beat, then eased the back door open. Behind it was a small warehouse, and not just for storage. Half the room, about the size of the shop, was stacked with candle crates. The other half had a stove and a flimsy wooden partition marked off a tiny bathroom. Small but fully equipped. No obvious trapdoor, though. The entrance to the underground was hidden. Cohen traced the faint magical residue on the floor. Not under the crate stack, not behind the kitchen cabinets. The bathroom? Does magic always have to be this gross? Cohen grumbled to himself. The only spot with lingering camouflage magic was inside that bathroom cubicle. Good news? It wasn't like some ministry entrances where you had to flush yourself down a toilet. After some tinkering, a door appeared on the brick wall. Beyond it, a winding staircase descended, flanked by green torchlights that flickered like motion sensors, straight out of a dungeon crawler. Cohen checked that the old man wasn't tailing him, then stepped into the underground entrance. The bathroom was right over the door. If the old guy built it, he knew the warehouse was there. But he hadn't stashed goods down here, just piled them around his cooking and bathroom space. Either he was a clueless new tenant who hadn't touched anything, or this warehouse wasn't fit for storage. Cohen reached the bottom of the stairs, stepping into a pitch-black, cavernous basement. Lumos! His wand tip flared to life. He saw why the old man didn't use this warehouse. Blood, splattered on the walls, streaked across the floor in thick, dark red trails, like something had dragged bodies around. Not in circles, though. The marks were just so messy it looked that way at first. Cohen studied the trails. They led to the blank walls, no doors in sight. But as he got closer and the light hit them, chained doors materialized one by one. The drag marks pointed straight to what lay beyond. No soul strength readings through the doors. Whatever killed here was long gone. It had left with the silver key, abandoning the mess. Mundungus had mentioned seeing lots of locked doors too, but the silver key folks wouldn't let him near them. What was behind them? Cohen picked a door and tried to crack it. Alohomora. No dice. A magical barrier blocked it. He hadn't wanted to go this hard. Cohen sighed. Guess it was time for the big one. Avada Kedavra. A flash of green light, a blast of breaking chains, and the lock was toast. The locked door swung open with a gentle push, revealing a small room steeped in an even stronger stench of blood, a scene straight out of some satanic cult's playbook. Across the room stood something like a podium, with an open book perched on it, looking for all the world like a Bible a priest might preach from in a church. On the floor was a circular pattern made of shattered bones and random odds and ends. If you squinted at the shape, worshipping a Dementor? That's a bit too human-like, isn't it? Cohen muttered, clicking his tongue. A black hood, scraps of a dark cloak, and two severed, shriveled hands, long and bony. It could only point to a Dementor. So what did that make Cohen? Their Messiah come to Earth or something? Stepping over the creepy Dementor worship altar, Cohen decided to check out this heretic's Bible. Good thing it was in English. He could actually read it. The pages were filled with long-winded, archaic words describing the arrival of some grand entity. It bears 1,000 faces, speaks 1,000 tongues. When you see a man, it has come. When you see a deadly serpent, it hisses tales of fate. When you see a pitch-black steed, it cruelly smears curses with blood. When you see a drifting soul, it whispers annihilation from the shadows. When you see a hybrid chimera, it burns despair with searing flame. Cohen didn't quite get why these weirdos use such epic language to hype up a jailed old man, a lazy snake monster, a boozy unicorn, and a clingy little Dementor, but damn if it didn't feel good to read. It was like flipping through a fanfic where he was the star. Plus, he picked up some new tidbits from it. Chimera. Going by the pattern here, the final piece of Cohen's makeup had to be a chimera. Those things were real, certified 5X, level dangerous magical creatures by the Ministry. Native to Greece, bloodthirsty as hell, with a lion's head, a goat's body, and a dragon's tail. Super rare and deadly. History only had one record of a wizard killing a chimera, and that guy ended up croaking anyway. Fell off his winged horse from exhaustion. No clue how Bork Manor got their hands on one, but Cohen figured it was probably the same shady method they used to snatch the snake monster Sissoko. Still, the chimera was already a hybrid freak of nature. Why did this prayer tack on hybrid in front of it? Was the chimera that made up Cohen mixed with even more species? And what about the hands? Cohen had thought 5 components were the limit. Now bloodlines could stack like Russian dolls too? The prayer wasn't done yet. Cohen figured he'd keep indulging in the ego boost and see how else they hyped him up. It was born of chaos, unpredictable, unimaginable. If the world holds the lofty, it topples it. If the world hides the deep, it lays it bare. In the depths of despair, the masses cry its name, begging forgiveness. Yet none know its true name, for it has forgotten all, lost in that grand dream. It clings to its echoing memories. In that vast house, in that chamber of flame, in that night counting the years, when the work of creation is done, the absurd dream stirs awake. Wake it, wake it, wake it. The rest was just wake it scrawled over and over hundreds, thousands of times. Cohen finally noticed the words weren't in red ink. They were written in blood. This level of Stan behavior was straight up insane. No wonder Borgen called them a nutcase crew. Totally justified. Whether it was about destroying the world or whatever, the Silver Key folks seemed convinced Cohen was some destined god of ruin. Their job? Wake him up. What is this, a Scarlet Witch subplot? Cohen quipped. These clowns had too much time on their hands. Send them to Siberia to dig potatoes for a few months. They'd straighten out fast. Still, knowing their game plan made it way easier for Cohen to deal with them. They just wanted him to wake up, right? If the god says he's awake, then he's awake. In a hazy dawn, Cohen was sneaking back home to Privet Drive, carefully climbing up to the second-floor window to slip into bed unnoticed when he spotted a nightmare waiting for him. So how are you going to explain leaving a pillow in your bed last night and sneaking out? Rose asked calmly, her voice way too steady for comfort. Derek Malfoy? Busted. She'd even tracked the night bus. Cohen could only imagine how much effort Rose had put into hunting him down. The longer parents search for a runaway kid, the worse the punishment when they catch you. Can I still get breakfast? He tested cautiously. No note? No message? Even Earl was gone. Rose's calm snapped in an instant. Do you have any idea how worried I was? You could have been snatched by Voldemort or some other dark wizard. You could have been dead. You could have again. Cohen couldn't hear the rest. His ears were ringing. Mortal eardrums had their limits. Convenient, though. It gave him a little peace to think. Rose ranted for a solid half hour until her voice gave out. Cohen, ever the gentleman, handed her a glass of water. Last night, I was, trying to get you guys some candles, he blurted, seeing she'd vented most of her steam. He yanked a bundle of everlasting candles from his pocket. On his way out of the underground, he'd run into that old shopkeeper. The guy was slow on the uptake. No fight broke out. No need for Cohen to get rough. But even half asleep, the geezer insisted on doing business. He pegged Cohen as a candle buyer and shamelessly guilt-tripped him into taking a bundle, practically begging like a street hustler. "It's the big Christmas season, have a heart." The old man had sobbed, tears streaming. "Buy some candles, let me eat a decent meal tomorrow." With Edward and Rose's anniversary coming up, Cohen figured, why not? He'd grab the candles as a prop for them. Now, it was actually paying off. The stern fury on Rose's face softened a bit. "I thought, with your anniversary at the end of January, if Dad set up a candlelit dinner, you'd love it. No more sneaking out alone." Rose warned, her tone firm but less biting. "I love your gift, but next time, leave a note. Don't make it feel like a kidnapping. Your dad and I were losing our minds yesterday. We checked the leaky cauldron in Diagon Alley, everywhere, and couldn't find you. Where do you even get those candles?" As soon as she finished speaking, Rose grabbed Cohen and hugged him tight for a long time. "You know, I'm not like most kids," Cohen mumbled, his voice muffled against her. "I don't get all that." "You're a kid," Rose cut in. "The best kid in the world. And in my eyes, you always will be." She planted a kiss on his forehead. "Rose, where'd you go?" "Cohen didn't go back to Hogwarts." "Oh, Cohen's back." Edward panted, appearing at the bedroom door. He glanced at Rose, then at Cohen, who was already back in the room. "So, no running away from home?" "I just wanted to grab something," Cohen said, wriggling out of Rose's arms to explain to Edward. "A little surprise for you guys." Edward's face twisted for a second. "Please, please, don't tell Martha about this surprise." "Ed, where's breakfast?" Martha's voice floated up from downstairs. "If you haven't started, I'll fry some bacon for us." "I'll handle it," Edward shouted back, turning the head down. Edward and Rose didn't tell Martha that Cohen had gone missing for a bit, and they were right not to. No point in getting her worked up too. But Edward got downstairs a little too late, and breakfast turned into a plate of charred lumps. He whipped up some fresh bacon and toast, but Martha's batch didn't get tossed. She not only piled the burnt stuff on her own plate with tongs, but enthusiastically dished out chunks to Edward, Rose, and Cohen too. "So, this summer, never go to your grandma's alone," Edward whispered to Cohen during breakfast. "She's convinced her cooking beats anything magic can whip up." "Of course I'm dragging you along," Cohen muttered back. "This bacon makes me feel like a furnace. Tastes like coal or something." Still, Cohen choked down a fair bit of the charred meat. Martha was watching him with such eager eyes, like Cohen liking it would prove her cooking theory right. Good thing Cohen's stomach was tough. Real coal probably wouldn't kill him either. Don't try this at home. After breakfast, Edward and Rose didn't press Cohen about where he'd gone to buy candles, and Cohen didn't spill that he'd been wandering Nocturne Alley. Just imagining it would freak them out. Their son sneaking out in the dead of night to a place crawling with shady dark wizards and illegal black magic stuff? Yeah, no. Life stayed calm right up until Cohen's return to school, the day before the Christmas holidays officially ended. January 7th. Outside, the wind howled, rattling the windows and doors. The sky was a gloomy mess like spoiled mashed potatoes. The weather didn't bother Martha heading home, though, thanks to Edward getting the house hooked up to the Flynn network, she didn't need to mess with regular transport. After lunch, Rose got a message from a colleague at the Times. "Elvis from the newsroom's gone missing," Rose said, flipping through her phone book with a frown. "In Edinburgh. I think he was there for a story. Isn't that good news?" Edward said from the couch, skimming his paper. "Didn't he have a beef with you? And I remember he's a wizard, old, ugly Irish guy." "Who's Elvis?" Cohen asked, leaning in curiously. "A bad guy." "Not exactly a bad guy," Edward said with a grin. "But surviving your mom's wrath means he's got some guts. He's an old wizard who stuck around in the Muggle world, works at the same paper as your mom." "What did he do to Mom?" Cohen slid closer to Edward. "Steal her article. I think he once hexed an editor with a confundus charm just to mess with her," Edward recalled. "Made her pull all-nighters fixing drafts. All because she's a Burke. Because he didn't realize my last name's Norton now," Rose Norton, Rose added. He hates the Burkes because Caractacus Burke sold his great-granddad a poisoned parchment or something. I've never even met Caractacus. He's been dead forever. Sounds about right for wizards, Cohen nodded. Holding grudges for centuries without even knowing why. If he's missing and doesn't show up by February, his workload's dumping on me, Rose said, her face souring. And knowing him, he's a procrastinator, probably left a mountain of unfinished stuff. I bet the ministry, wait, hold up. Edward flipped over his Daily Prophet, voice spiking. Elvis McCoy. Cohen followed Edward's gaze to the afternoon edition that had just arrived. A bold headline snagged his attention. Elderly wizard Elvis McCoy kidnapped. Suspected insanity of Silver Key gathering. The Silver Key was snatching people? Rose's co-worker, no less. Coincidence, or? Silver Key, Edward muttered, scratching his head. Why does it sound familiar? Bunch of lunatics, Rose said, setting down the phone she'd just dialed. No point now. He's probably dead. What's the Silver Key? Cohen asked. How'd I go to bed and wake up feeling like a muggle? Of course, Cohen knew exactly what the Silver Key was, but he hadn't expected Rose and Edward to know about this cultish group. Don't touch it, don't look into it, don't get near it, Rose said sternly. They're a chaotic bunch of dark wizards with some serious cult vibes. Well, crap. Cohen was practically their poster boy at Hogwarts. He couldn't follow Rose's advice this time. The Silver Key was definitely coming for him. I won't, and you guys better steer clear too, Cohen warned. I don't want my parents popping up in the Daily Prophet as kidnapped victims. No chance, I'm home all the time, Edward said. Except when I'm off at Charing Cross Road playing D&D. Too busy with work to get kidnapped, Rose said, bolting upstairs to her study. With Elvis almost certainly gone for good, or at least out of commission through February, she had to jump on his workload before it buried her. So, Edward finished scanning the paper and leaned toward Cohen, whispering, Want to check on your fire dragon? I'm thinking of mixing up its menu. Think it'd go for honey-glazed meat. Edward had gotten comfy with Norbert by now, figured out it was just a big dog that looked, sounded, and breathed fire like a dragon. Next time, I'm shoving this thing into the kids' campaign, he'd said when he caught Norbert wagging its tail like a pup. Bet they'd either pet its head or blast it with an arrow of dragon slaying first. Time flew. January 8th, Edward dropped Cohen off at the station for the train back to school. By some twist of fate, he ran into Luna again. Merry Christmas, she said airily. Christmas is over, Cohen pointed out helpfully. But the happiness isn't, Luna chirped. Plus, my Christmas got delayed. You could delay Christmas? Cohen raised an eyebrow. What? I'm waiting for Dad to finish up. He's been busy with a big project, Luna explained. It's only Christmas when the family's together, so mine might be in July. Oh, I brought you a quibbler too. Cohen noticed she had 2 copies this time. How'd you know you'd bump into me again? He asked. Gifts always find a way, Luna said. You just keep them with you. This quibbler was different. It spent pages describing something called Cave Gladiatorial. Nothing Cohen had ever heard of. In a moonless night, they'd shove a person and a monster into a cave for a week. Either the person ate the monster, or the monster ate the person. Whoever won, some magic would twist them together, turning them into a better sacrificial offering. This belonged in a horror story, not the quirky quibbler. Silver Key again. Cohen spotted the byline. Luna, this big project your dad's working on, know anything about it? He says it's a surprise, Luna replied. For her sake, Cohen dropped it. Telling Luna about the Silver Key wasn't smart. Either her dad was being threatened by them, roped into their mess, or both. Cohen was planning a big move against them by months, and anyway, no need to drag a first year into it. The monster was TBD, but the person was confirmed, old wizard Elvis McCoy. And the Silver Key had set a meeting with Cohen in a cave January 31st. He'd checked. It was a waning crescent moon, close enough to no moonlight to fit the bill. As for the final sacrifice, January 31st had no moon, but plenty of stars. Sirius is one of the brightest stars in the night sky, best seen on winter nights. Sirius, monster, evil sacrifice. Basilisk? It clicked, a creature that seemed to fit. A basilisk was born under Sirius's glow, hatched from a chicken egg by a toad. And in the Silver Keys prayer book, the first line was about a person, the second about a snake. You see the deadly snake, and it hisses the tale of fate. Were these nuts planning to use a basilisk as their cave monster? Do they have to saddle Cohen with jobs that match his expertise? Looks like Dumbledore's in for a treat. Cohen's about to end up raising 3 basilisks. Back at school, Cohen barely had a second to breathe before Harry, Ron, and Hermione swarmed him and dragged him into the girls' bathroom. Yep, moaning Myrtle's haunt again. Cohen, we've got a plan, Harry said. A real, thrilling one, Ron chimed in. One that breaks a ton of school rules, Hermione added. One I'm not joining, Cohen replied dryly, eyeing the trio. What is this, a Shakespeare play rehearsal? Aren't you even a little curious? Harry asked, puzzled. Did someone spill the beans already? I'm more interested in whether there were any attacks while I was home, Cohen said, playing dumb. No words gotten out. No parents seemed to know about students getting hit. Dumbledore must have used some magic to keep it under wraps. Stop a panic, Hermione said, sharp as ever. But there haven't been any new attacks lately. Plus, Professor Sprout's mandrakes are almost ready. The petrified kids will be back to normal soon and can tell us who attacked them. If that's the case, why cook up some rule-breaking, heart-pounding megaplan? Cohen shot back. Because soon means before the term ends, Hermione explained. I don't think Voldemort's petrifying students just to give them a semester off. He'd do something that nice, Ron said, sounding almost jealous. Ron, Hermione snapped, throwing him a death glare. This isn't a good thing. Why would a mass-murdering dark wizard only petrify Muggleborns? Think about it. His goal's got to be killing them, not helping them skip finals. So what's your plan? Cohen asked. We're going to question the prime suspect, Hermione said. Draco Malfoy. His moves lately are way too shady, Harry added. We'll use Polyjuice Potion to turn into Slytherins and get the truth out of him. He'd spill everything to his crew. If I were working with Voldemort, I'd totally tell you guys if you asked. But it's a long haul. Takes a month to brew, Hermione said, frowning. And it's tricky. Cohen, I was hoping you'd help me make it. If we mess it up, we could die. And the ingredients are risky, Ron piped up. Like Boomslong skin, we'd have to swipe it from Snape's office. That's as deadly as botching the potion. So, Cohen raised an eyebrow. If it's that tough to brew and the stuff's that hard to get, why not just buy it? It's a restricted potion, Cohen, Hermione said patiently, like she'd been through this before. Harry had the same idea. My mom used to be Rose Bork, Cohen said. Guess where the Bork family business is? Bloody hell. Ron's jaw dropped. Borgin and Burke's in Nocturne Alley. Fred and George told me about that place. It's all dark magic stuff. So keep it quiet, Cohen said. And don't tell my mom. I'll write Borgin and get some. Saves you the hassle with Snape. Harry's paying, though. No problem, Harry said with a casual wave. Cohen knew 100+ galleons were pocket change for Harry. The kid had inherited the whole Potter shampoo fortune last year. Couldn't spend it fast enough. Rich boy, hungry, feed me. A prep plan that had been stressing them out all break was now neatly tied up. Harry, Ron, and Hermione were practically glowing with relief. Cohen caught sight of a long, slithery soul lurking under the floor. Sissoko was here for him. With Harry around, it stayed quiet. Making an excuse to slip away, Cohen headed straight for the room of requirement. Getting the room to open a hole in the wall was easy enough. First, though, he had to deal with Earl, who'd been hiding out since they got back. What are you up to now? Earl asked warily, eyeing the black blindfold in Cohen's hand. Just got to chat with the basilisk. Why so jumpy? Cohen said. Scared me half to death. I thought you'd found another basilisk. Earl said, relaxing. You're practically the top basilisk breeder in Britain. No, scratch that. You're the top basilisk breeder in Britain. Because no one else breeds basilisks, Cohen pointed out. He decided not to mention he might soon be raising another baby basilisk. No need to stress Earl into a breakdown. After tying the blindfold on Earl, Cohen had the room of requirement open a hole into the wall's pipes. Son, Sissoko slithered out, buzzing with excitement and sticking to its usual greeting. Was gonna share some good news, but now it's just bad news, Cohen said calmly. Don't you hibernate? I woke up before the old geezer. Couldn't wait to see you. Sissoko nudged Cohen's head with its snout. It had grown again, used to coil up and take half the room. Now it was almost brushing the ceiling. How'd it even sneak into the Gryffindor dorms back then? Tail hanging out the window. Head in Cohen's bed? Or head out, tail snuggled in? Old perv, Cohen muttered out of nowhere. Huh? Me? Sissoko asked, pointing its tail at itself. Nothing, just venting. You go first. Why are you here? Then I'll tell you my thing, Cohen said, picking off a scrap of shed skin stuck to Sissoko's forehead. OCD kicked in. Those glossy dark green scales looked wrong with dried-up flakes on them. My birthday's coming up, Sissoko said, practically bouncing. January 31st. You know what that means. In human society, only kids get birthday gifts from their parents, Cohen cut in. No 300-year-old throws a fit for presents. I'm not human, Sissoko shot back, suddenly clever as hell. So I can throw a fit for presents. That it? Cohen asked, already thinking of a gift. January 31st, right? Seemed like basilisk birthdays all lined up around then, hatched when Sirius shone brightest. Sissoko nodded like crazy. What are you getting me? A rooster that crows like a champ, Cohen deadpanned. Question mark. Sissoko froze, staring at him. Maybe even your long-lost dad, Cohen teased. Kidding, could be your mom. Hard to tell if a rooster laying eggs should be a dad or a mom. Sissoko let out a weird, broken hiss, looking ready to shatter. All right, no more jokes. January 31st night. I'll take you somewhere, Cohen said. Mystery gift, the kind you've always wanted. He dumped the baby basilisk on Sissoko to raise. Save him a ton of time and effort. Sweet. Sissoko perked up, buzzing again. Gonna go brag to the old guy. Tell him about it. Don't eat too much on the 31st, Cohen warned. There's a buffet. Sissoko left, fully satisfied. Maybe the researcher from that previous lab, the one who used to chat with it, would give it a birthday gift. Before this, Cohen had never expected a snake to ask him for a birthday present. Arlie, however, had no such habit. But since he had decided to get a gift for Sissoko, Cohen figured it was only fair to treat Arlie the same. Though, of course, he wasn't about to give Arlie a baby nightmare. Cohen had no interest in intentionally killing a young unicorn just to conduct a nightmare experiment. Those little unicorns rolling around in his arms were just too adorable. Staying here all the time, doesn't it get a little boring? Cohen found Arlie in the study after returning to the box. Just a little. Arlie lay half-curled on the floor. It seemed to be used to wandering outside often. Asterisk, that dragon is dumber than an owl. Last time it almost bit me. Good thing I dodged fast. Otherwise, your stupid dragon would be dead. Asterisk. If it was Norbert, well, that made sense. Especially since she was a female dragon in adolescence. Norbert had been full of energy lately, desperately needing Cohen to bring in a male dragon for company. Her eyesight is always terrible, but that's not important. The unicorns in the forest really miss you, Cohen said. I can sneak you over there. Hagrid doesn't check on them that often. Arlie nodded. Living with unicorns was obviously much better than living with a dumb dragon. Besides, it had a grand plan. When Cohen reached the edge of the forbidden forest, he didn't see Hagrid anywhere. His hut was shut, and his boarhound, Fong, had been left outside to stand guard. The Thestrals were still scattered around, searching for something. Cohen spotted two as soon as he entered the forest. Just like last time, the two Thestrals trotted up, trying to lick his face. Apparently, that was how they greeted people. Cohen dodged them one by one, quickly moving behind Arlie. Even though the Thestrals insisted on greeting him, it was clear he wasn't their real target. Afterward, they continued scouring the forest, searching under fallen logs, dense bushes, even inside burrows. Their sharp cries echoed as if they were calling for something. What are they looking for? Cohen frowned and asked Arlie. Asterisk, their children. They're searching for a missing foal. Asterisk. Arlie turned its all-white eyes in the direction of one of the Thestrals. Damn it. Why can't I understand them? Cohen grumbled in frustration. I can understand unicorns just fine. Because you're a mutt? Arlie tilted its head. Could you be any more blunt? Cohen muttered, looking annoyed. That's just disrespectful. Arlie tried to think of a more polite way to phrase it, but came up empty. In the end, it settled for something I had heard owls say often. If you're bad at it, practice more. Ouch. That hurts. I'm going to go argue with someone outside. One of those arguments that end with your mom. Cohen dramatically clutched his chest. Pot calling the kettle black. Arlie scoffed. Still, the missing thestral foal was definitely suspicious. Thestrals practically ruled the Forbidden Forest, and with Hagrid feeding them regularly, they had no reason to risk hunting outside. The only ones who would steal thestral foals were wizards. Cohen recalled that the thestral herd had been acting strangely since the start of the school year, meaning this had been going on for a while. Whenever something seemed off, it was best to assume every possible suspect was involved. That meant 1. Voldemort, who was always looking for creatures to possess. 2. Sissoko, the basilisk who had slithered its way to school. 3. The Silver Key Society, which had been showing up suspiciously often lately. The Silver Key Society was particularly suspect. They were working on some twisted goo poison experiment, throwing different magical creatures together. Thestrals would make sense for such an experiment. But why take the foals instead of adult Thestrals? Asterisk go, right? Because you can't beat the adults, can you? Asterisk. The cruel magical creature fights they were planning wouldn't happen until the end of the month. They needed a night without moonlight for that. The basilisk hatchling also had to wait until then. That meant the missing foal could still be saved. No need to panic. When Cohen and Arlie arrived at the Unicorn Sanctuary, the unicorns welcomed Cohen as warmly as ever. Hagrid had successfully weaned them off alcohol. At least, Cohen didn't see any drunken unicorns lying around this time. The unicorn leader was almost too generous toward Cohen, offering him fresh grass and even some stashed-away sugar cubes. It also kept assuring him it would take good care of Arlie, as if it couldn't wait to get rid of Cohen. Stay put and don't corrupt them, Cohen warned Arlie before leaving. And no drinking. Arlie promised, over and over, that it wouldn't get drunk again. According to it, after all this time, its willpower was now unsure. Wasn't this all going a little too smoothly? As Cohen walked away from the Forbidden Forest, something didn't sit right with him. He had the nagging feeling that the unicorns and Arlie had already come up with some secret plan. But sneaking drinks again? That was too predictable. Cohen frowned. Something was off. Still, he decided to let Hagrid and the Centaurs worry about it. He had more pressing matters, like preparing for the Silver Key fan gathering at the end of the month and discussing their upcoming attack with Voldemort. Draco Malfoy had returned to school and, after dinner, had secretly slipped Cohen a note. Asterisk 8 p.m. Third classroom in the Charms corridor. Asterisk. That would definitely look suspicious to an outsider, but Cohen was sure Malfoy wouldn't be there. It was probably just Voldemort's soul waiting for him. At the appointed time, Cohen, invisible, slipped into the classroom. It was empty, except for Voldemort's soul, inside an old book. He really did love playing the wise old mentor role. Any new plans? Cohen asked, glancing around to make sure the room was safe. So far, so good. No portraits, no eavesdropping spells, and definitely no mysterious gusts of wind carrying 99 points of soul energy from unknown British ghosts. The basilisk is hibernating. It won't be able to attack anyone for a while. Voldemort's face appeared on the pages of the book. How's it going with Harry Potter? They're planning to investigate Draco, Cohen replied. His acting skills aren't great, and his personality change is too obvious. I think even Dumbledore has noticed. He's too smart not to. I may need to find someone else for the job, Voldemort mused. But it can't be you. I remember the Knott family serves me as well. Perhaps I should consider that boy, Theodore Knott. Latest chapter first released on 6-9 Books Bar. Doesn't matter to me, Cohen said casually. How much longer until the basilisk wakes up? Sometime in February. Voldemort's voice sounded weak. A few more attacks, and Dumbledore will be forced out. I'll have Draco ask his father to push for it, but not in my name. I don't trust Lucius. So, he's willing to show himself in front of his servants' children, but not his actual servants? Huh, Voldy, you're something else. February works, Cohen nodded. I have something to take care of at the end of January. If the timing overlaps, it could cause misunderstandings. How do you plan to frame Harry? I could lure him over. Actually, why don't we just make him the target? He won't die that easily, Voldemort said. The magic in him will let him hold his own against the basilisk for a while. He's weak, but that protective magic has shaped him. As long as we stall for time, Dumbledore will come rushing in. That old man has spies all over the school. All right then, Cohen said, pretending to be disappointed. Wait, what exactly are you doing at the end of January? Voldemort suddenly asked. Killing people. My hands are itching for a fight. Cohen answered bluntly. Exclamation point. Voldemort's flat face showed a mix of surprise, delight, and the kind of satisfaction a teacher feels when their student shows promise. A group called the Silver Key Society reached out to me, Cohen continued. Ever heard of them? No. If I haven't, they're probably not even worthy of being my Death Eaters, Voldemort said arrogantly. Why are they contacting you? Do they know who you are? Or, they don't, Cohen replied. You're going to kill them just because of that. Voldemort narrowed his eyes. I already told you, I feel like fighting, and they just happened to show up at the right time. Cohen said innocently, I only need one partner. Didn't I say that last year? I'm super loyal. Since they're not yours, I'll just kill them. Voldemort didn't respond. Violent, bloodthirsty, ruthless. Dumbledore must be completely blind to let this little monster roam free at Hogwarts. The good news, though, was that this kid trusted him. And if there was one thing Voldemort excelled at, it was exploiting trust. You're quite impressive, Cohen, Voldemort said, his voice dripping with temptation. The Ministry of Magic will be yours in the end. When the time comes, I'll help you take power. We'll kill Dumbledore, and the world will belong to us. Sound great. Cohen agreed without hesitation. That concluded their little strategy session. Cohen left the book behind, as Voldemort mentioned that Malfoy would be coming by to retrieve it later. Without Quirrell to share his soul and body, or to help him stay alive with unicorn blood, Voldemort's condition was even worse than that of a wandering ghost. His vision was severely limited. But, as he said, at least he was still alive. Though Cohen felt like maybe that was worse than being dead. No parents, no siblings, not even a wife who loved him. Over 60 years old and still alone. TSK, TSK, TSK. On his way upstairs, Cohen ran into Hermione. Cohen, Hermione called out. I was in the library just now, and a senior student slipped me this letter. She pulled an envelope from between the pages of the thick book she was carrying. Cohen glanced at the title, Legendary Monsters and Their Traits. She'd probably figure out the basilisk soon. Who's it from? Dumbledore. Cohen raised an eyebrow. No, not Dumbledore. One look at the emblem on the envelope, and Cohen knew exactly who had sent it. A silver, antique-looking key was embossed on the front. Clearly, they were afraid Cohen might decide not to participate in their little survival of the fittest game. Is this some kind of club? Hermione asked curiously. That senior had a badge on their robe. It had the same emblem as the letter. It's a criminal organization, Cohen said. I read about them in the newspaper. They kidnapped someone just a. So, this letter is a threat? Hermione's face changed instantly. Let's see what it says. Do you know the best way to avoid getting scammed by a suspicious letter? Cohen said. Simple, don't read it. He stuffed the letter into his pocket. This was something Hermione and the others didn't need to get involved in. The Golden Trio should just focus on their Hogwarts experience and playing Dumbledore's little game of mentorship. There was no need for them to get tangled up with the Silver Key gathering. It wasn't even part of the main storyline. By the end of the month, there were no more attacks at school, and most students assumed the crisis had passed. Maybe the heir of Slytherin got scared. Angelina from Gryffindor suggested over breakfast on January 31st. The professors have been patrolling every day, someone added. Or maybe it's because the Quidditch match is coming up, Fred chimed in. He needs time to practice. Or maybe the attacker just changed tactics. Honestly, we think the real culprit is Wood, George joked. Feels like he's going to ambush us any second. He mimicked a strangled, choking sound. If you don't win the next match, I'll turn you into stone too. The Gryffindor table erupted in laughter. Harry and his friends, however, weren't in such high spirits. After breakfast, they walked with Harry to the Quidditch pitch for his training session. If it's not Malfoy, then who else could it be? Harry muttered in frustration. Thanks to Cohen's connections, they had managed to get their hands on Polyjuice Potion with ease. Earl had even helped them acquire some of Crabbe, Goyle, and Millicent Bulstrode's hair. But even after sneaking into Slytherin's common room, they couldn't get any useful information from Malfoy. According to him, his bad mood lately had nothing to do with the attacks. He was just stressed because his grades weren't good enough to please his father, Lucius. What kind of student would even team up with Voldemort? Harry's words trailed off as he caught sight of Cohen. He quickly shook his head. It's not you again, is it? Cohen. Ron half-joked. Cohen's been with me, Hermione pointed out. There's no way it's him. That day, we were both in detention with Filch. I was just trying to make a joke like Fred and George. Ron mumbled. Of course it's not me, Cohen said, slinging an arm around Harry's shoulders. We're best mates. I wouldn't work for Voldemort. I never doubted you, Cohen, Harry sighed. But Voldemort definitely sees you as a major threat now. Last year, you stopped him from getting the Sorcerer's Stone. He must be furious. Well, Harry, this year, you're his only target left. Cohen shook his head. His own progress wasn't going too smoothly either. The potion he had been researching, one that could make the basilisk resist Parseltongue control, wasn't showing much promise. That was because, as Cohen recently realized, the whole idea might have been based on an accident. Sissoko's blood was vastly different from the old basilisks, like it had been injected with all sorts of mixed potions. It contained resistance to cold, heat, neutralization of toxins, dilution of foreign curses. There was even rooster blood in there, which should have been deadly to a basilisk. And yet, somehow Sissoko had survived. In short, Sissoko was basically a walking cauldron of magic. Cohen couldn't determine which ingredients were responsible for its resistance, since he didn't have another basilisk to experiment on. If he wanted to test it on the old basilisk, he'd have to inject all of Sissoko's blood components in exact proportions. One mistake, and the old basilisk could die. Since that would make Sissoko very sad, Cohen, being the considerate guy he was, decided to take his time perfecting the potion before even mentioning it to the old basilisk. In the end, it would be the basilisk's choice. Would it rather be tag-teamed by Harry and Dumbledore, or take the potion and fight for survival? After dinner, Cohen stuffed Sissoko into a box. Stay right by the entrance. Why call you? Come out, he instructed. And don't go near the sheep pen or the pigsty. If you do, they'll all drop dead, and Norbert will come after you. That's where your pet dragon lives? Sissoko glanced toward the distant mountain peak. Fine, I'll stay put. It coiled into a pile. This is nice. I could live here forever, Sissoko murmured contentedly. No wizards, no roosters, and an endless supply of sheep and pigs. I love you so much. Cohen got goosebumps. Leaving the box behind, he grabbed it and prepared to jump from the room of requirement straight down to the castle grounds, heading for the location mentioned in the Silver Keys letter. Cairngorm Mountains. The cave beneath Sirius, ***. With his tracker's cloak making him invisible, Cohen moved through the night undetected. The only issue was that he was running low on field mice. He'd need Earl to catch more when he got back. Cohen absorbed their souls for stealth, while the bodies became Earl's midnight snacks. A perfect little food chain, just with no one to advocate for the mice. The Cairngorms were part of the Scottish Highlands, connected to the Grampian mountain range. Cohen quickly found the cave. It was easy, thanks to the bright, unmistakable glow of Sirius in the night sky. At the base of the mountain range, nestled among the trees, a pitch-black cave gaped open. It was massive, almost the size of Troll. Visibility at night wasn't great, and the Silver Key members were all dressed in black cloaks, but Cohen's soul vision allowed him to spot them effortlessly. Soul strength, 17. Soul strength, 15. Weaklings. Probably just here to raise the alarm if an intruder showed up. Cohen didn't bother revealing himself. Instead, he ignored the guards and slipped inside. Since he was invisible, he could take his time and observe. Moving deeper into the cave, he spotted 5 or 6 more figures. They also wore black robes, but their soul strengths were significantly higher, mostly in the 20s. Only one exceeded 30. Soul strength, 31. Cohen recognized him. It was the same man who had spied on him through the Hogwarts window when he was pretending to be a ghost. This was the heart of the cave, a circular chamber with a massive pit in the center, about 4 people deep. This was probably the so-called cave arena. Strange symbols, painted in blood, covered the rocky walls. If these people weren't so weak, the atmosphere here could have actually been terrifying, like something straight out of a horror movie. Several tunnels branched out from the chamber, each leading to a different holding area. Inside those cells were the unlucky participants of the so-called arena matches, including that poor reporter from the Daily Prophet, Elvis McCoy, the guy who had pissed off Rose. Elvis was an old, overweight man with white hair. He was imprisoned in a stone cell, magically conjured into shape. The walls around him were bare rock, and the floor was nothing but jagged stones and rough gravel. There wasn't even a blanket for him to sleep on. He curled up in a corner, his eyes gleaming in the dim shadows as he stared intently at the stone bars, the only path leading to the outside world. Without his wand, he could do nothing. Whoosh! A figure outside the stone prison bars lifted their invisibility charm. Elvis jolted in surprise at the sudden appearance of a child. The lighting was poor, so he couldn't see the boy's face clearly. But then he realized anyone who had snuck in invisibly had to be here to rescue him. The boy raised his wand, illuminating his face. Hogwarts robes. This kid was a Hogwarts student. You came to save me? Brave kid. Seeing hope at last, Elvis scrambled forward, grabbing onto the prison bars and trying to squeeze his head through the gaps. Lowering his voice, he said excitedly, "The people outside are bloodthirsty lunatics. Kid, quick, lend me your wand, and we'll escape together. If we don't, those silver key fanatics will kill us both." He stretched his hand toward the boy as far as he could, but the bars blocked his short, stubby arms from reaching. The boy didn't move closer. He just stood there, watching him. Come on, kid. Now's not the time to act cool. They'll be here any second. Hurry," Elvis urged desperately. Still, the boy didn't budge. "You're the old bastard who kept writing nasty articles about my mom, aren't you?" The boy tilted his head as he spoke. Elvis's brain raced. Asterisk, asterisk, what? Wait, what mom? Who? Asterisk, asterisk. Oh, Merlin Sagabra. This kid is Rose Burke's son. This place is full of lunatics and monsters, and in a few minutes, those cultists are going to set the monsters loose on us. And you're standing here asking me if I wrote bad things about your mom." Elvis gawked at him. "Nobody messes with my mom." The boy stowed away his wand, making it clear he had no intention of letting Elvis out. "And thanks to your little smear campaign, my mom had to work overtime cleaning up the mess you left behind. You're evil. Getting kidnapped wasn't my choice." Elvis practically screamed. "And I didn't make your mom work overtime. I just filed a few complaints. Those articles pissed me off." "No, wait, kid. Stay out of grown-up business." Mid-sentence, Elvis realized he was getting sidetracked. This is not the time to be arguing about my feud with Rose Burke. This was a cave. Sounds traveled easily. The Silver Key cultists could hear them any second now. "For Merlin's sake, just give me the wand. They're coming. If we don't act now, we're all dead." Elvis was practically begging at this point. "Who's there?" A voice echoed from the tunnel behind the boy. Several robed figures holding wands approached quickly. "Now you've done it," Elvis whispered in despair. "We're all going to die." "Maybe next time," the boy replied casually. Then he turned to face the approaching Silver Key cultists. The glow of their wands lit up the boy's face. All of them froze, as if someone had pressed a pause button. Their reaction was exactly what the boy had expected, just as planned. The next second, he transformed. His form shifted into that of a Dementor. Under his cloak, a concealed box remained hidden. His towering figure filled the entire tunnel. Elvis, still trapped behind the bars, let out a shrill, strangled scream before collapsing to the ground. To the cultists who had just arrived, it looked as if the boy had killed Elvis using some unfathomable power. Unlike Elvis, whose worldview had just been shattered, these fanatical followers were ecstatic. Or rather, They were so overwhelmed with excitement that their legs gave out and they dropped to their knees. You have awakened. The cultist with the strongest presence, a bald young man with a face covered in red ritualistic symbols, immediately knelt, removing his hood. The others followed, one by one, removing their hoods and swearing their loyalty. "O Lord, now that you have awakened, will you finally begin your grand act of destroying this false world?" The bald leader raised his hands in worship, trembling with religious fervor. The boy said nothing and simply floated toward the cave center. A god should act like a god. Responding too soon would cheapen the moment. ***. Moving at a steady, unhurried pace, he drifted toward the deep pit at the heart of the cave. The cultists scrambled to their feet and rushed after him, eager not to miss a single moment of his divine actions. Descendit lux Sirius. Asterisk, let the light of Sirius descend. Asterisk. Descendit lux Sirius. For hooded figures stood around the pit, casting a spell. Their wands pointed toward the cavern ceiling, where the rock had turned transparent, like the enchanted ceiling of the Hogwarts Great Hall. But unlike Hogwarts, this sky wasn't filled with twinkling stars. There was only one light shining down. Sirius, the brightest star in the sky, cast its glow into the pit below. At the bottom sat an enormous toad, completely under the control of the Imperius curse. And beneath it was an egg. "This is one of the offerings we have prepared for you." The bald cultist squeezed forward, eager to explain. "A basilisk, one of the most powerful and evil creatures in existence. Soon, we will combine it with a thestral and a powerful wizard. Their fusion will create an even greater sacrifice, one worthy of you. You will all receive the reward of destruction." The boy rasped in a deep voice. "Now go. Bring everyone here. If you want to wipe them all out, it's best to gather them first. Makes it easier for Sissoko to feast. ***. The bald cultist rushed off to call the others, not just for a reward, but for a chance to bask in their god's presence. Soon, the cavern filled with every last Silver Key member. "Are we all here?" the bald cultist asked his followers. "Stay alert. His Holiness will bestow his gift upon us." The ritual had ended, and Sirius's light now shone steadily on the toad and its egg. The egg trembled, cracks forming across its surface. The basilisk inside was preparing to hatch. The cultists knelt in droves, worshipping the boy with unshaken devotion. Honestly, it almost felt like a waste to kill them all now. But the boy had made his decision. If they realized he had no intention of actually destroying the world, they'd conclude he hadn't truly awakened. And when a god doesn't wake up, what do fanatics do? They try to force it awake by attacking the people closest to him. Like Edward. Like Rose. ***. Unacceptable. Beneath his cloak, the boy opened the box and called for Sissoko. "Hiss! Come out! ***. Every cultist heard the eerie whisper, but none of them understood parcel tongue. "Hiss! Feast!" The young cultist at the edge whispered excitedly to his companion. "The prophecy is true. When you gaze upon the death serpent, it shall hiss your fate." Silver Key was right, Lovegood. It was right all along. "Oh, really? You're about to be snake food." The boy glanced toward the man's whispering companion. ***, Xenophilius Lovegood. Luna's father. ***. Is that right? Is that right? The basilisk is coming to eat you all." While the new believers were still excitedly marveling at how Cohen's parcel tongue perfectly matched their recorded prayers, the older followers had already resigned themselves to death. "Wait, Lovegood." Cohen spotted the young believer's secret conversation partner, Xenophilius Lovegood, Luna's father. He looked completely out of place among the cultists. He was the only one not wearing their matching robes and had the tense posture of someone ready to bolt at any moment. He was most likely dragged here against his will, threatened by this group of lunatics. Stupefy. Without warning, Cohen hit Lovegood with a stunning spell. Better to knock him out now than risk him getting caught in the crossfire with Sissoko. The cultists were baffled by this move, but Cohen's next action confused them even more. He suddenly cast legilimens on the unsuspecting mad cult leader. Before killing him, he at least needed to dig into the Silver Key sect's secrets. There was no way they were operating with just this small group. This handful of people alone couldn't have built the bloodstained warehouse beneath Nocturne Alley 77. A stream of silvery white memories was pulled from the madman's mind. "My lord, what are you?" Someone tried to question Cohen, but they didn't get the chance. Sissoko was already here. Asterisk hisses. "Where's the food?" Asterisk. The basilisk slithered forward, flicking its tongue, searching for its next meal. While plenty of food was standing right there. When a giant snake emerged from beneath the Dementor's cloak, it was nearly impossible for anyone not to focus on its massive head. Cohen wasn't wasting any time either. Before their souls could fully dissipate or turn into ghosts, he needed to absorb what he could. No point in letting them go to waste. Originally, there had been 11 people. With Lovegood taken out of the equation, that left 10. Their souls contributed a 3% boost to Cohen's overall soul integrity, with most of it coming from the cult leader, who had a soul strength of 31. Not a single drop was wasted. Dead cultists are the best kind of cultists. Don't eat the one with the pale gold hair who fainted. The rest are fair game. Cohen reminded Sissoko, as long as he didn't get carried away and swallow Lovegood along with the others, it was fine. Sissoko began devouring the bodies one by one, leaving no trace. There wasn't even a drop of blood spilled because he swallowed them whole. Unlike Norbert, who tore into his meals with blood splattering everywhere, Sissoko's method was much easier on Cohen's eyes. Cohen delved into the memories he had just extracted from the lunatic leader's head. Pay close attention. This man's name was Big Zhuang, or rather, Benjamin Hawk. Hawk was an ordinary wizard of Muggle descent. He only passed 3 NEWT exams, and no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't salvage his increasingly unreliable magic, which suffered from his deep-seated insecurity. In the end, the best job he could get was as a clerk at a dragon liver shop in Nocturne Alley. But it was precisely this job that led him to the Silver Key. This secretive cult was hidden in a warehouse at 77 Nocturne Alley, led by a mysterious middle-aged wizard known only by the alias Silver Key. No one had ever even seen his face. They taught Hawk to worship an unspeakable god, a being said to be both the creator and destroyer of the world. And once it awakened, doesn't anyone in the Silver Key cult realize this whole concept is just ripping off Maniyud Sashai? Cohen scoffed. Figures they're all Irish. Every single one of them loves the gods of Pegana. What? Sissoko asked with a muffled hiss, halfway through swallowing a body. I need the Count to banter with me. Cohen sighed. He's the best at playing along. If he were here, he'd definitely say something like, that's just how the Irish are, always needing an audience, even 4 because God enjoys the spectacle. Otherwise, why else would no one in Eden be allowed to wear clothes? Why buy BABU? Sissoko made a garbled, meaningless hissing sound. We really need to sort out your vision problem, Cohen mused. That way, when I bring you along, I can also bring the Count for some entertainment. Can snakes wear sunglasses? Or maybe contact lenses? For now, though, whether it was sunglasses or contact lenses, Cohen didn't have the materials to make either. He continued sifting through Hawk's memories. After gaining faith, Hawk's spellcasting abilities improved significantly. The leader of the Silver Key declared it to be a divine blessing. Cohen understood the logic behind this. A wizard's magical ability partly came from their bloodline, but another crucial factor was confidence. Take Neville, for example. His magical ability wasn't actually weak, but his lack of self-confidence led to constant failures in practical classes. Faith might be useless in most cases, but when it came to boosting morale, it was surprisingly effective. However, Hawk's memories revealed another issue. The 10 people who died in the cave tonight weren't the entire Silver Key cult. Not even close. In fact, Hawk wasn't even following the cult's official plans. Hawk was too fanatical. Upon learning that the god's ultimate goal was to awaken and bring about the world's collapse, he became impatient to speed up the process. But the cult's higher-ups actually wanted to live longer. Their goal was to steal the god's power, not to wake it up entirely. This led Hawk to see the leadership as corrupt, so he took matters into his own hands, rallying a few loyal followers and breaking away. As a parting gift, he even reported their previous location to the Ministry of Magic, forcing the entire Silver Key cult to relocate. Imagine having that much determination and using it for world destruction of all things. And in Hawk's memories, Cohen saw the next step of their plan. If they failed to awaken Cohen through this sacrifice, their next targets would be Cohen's parents. Too devoted. He wanted to destroy the world more than the Eldritch God itself. Cohen wasn't sure if he would become an Eldritch God if Edward and Rose were murdered, but he was certain that a Dementor empire would be established immediately, since he wouldn't have any attachments to humanity anymore. So giving Hawk a double-layer destruction ending was the right call. A lunatic like him deserved to have both his soul and body consumed, reduced to nothing more than waste expelled by Cohen and Sissoko. For now, the most dangerous individual had been dealt with. The remaining members of the Silver Key were scattered, and their greedy leaders wouldn't dare provoke Cohen too much, so he wasn't in a rush to hunt them down. But this did serve as a warning. Silver Key's teachings could easily turn its followers into zealots like Hawk, which posed a risk to Edward and Rose's safety. Cohen needed to find a way to strengthen their protection. Crack, crack. The sound of an eggshell breaking grew louder. The toad, now free from the Imperiu's curse, was desperately trying to escape the pit, but it couldn't jump high enough to get out. Cohen, having finished scanning Hawk's memories, curiously peered into the bottom of the pit. He had never seen a basilisk hatch before. He still didn't quite understand why a chicken's egg incubated by a toad would result in a snake, but magic was always full of mysteries, especially in a fairy tale-like world such as this one. Snap! A few seconds later, the eggshell shattered completely, and a long, slender green snake slithered out. Its bright yellow eyes darted around, searching its surroundings. It spotted the toad, and instinctively, it devoured the very creature that had incubated it. Sissoko was already stuffed. His belly bulged slightly in multiple places, evidence of his gluttony. He lay on his back, stretching out lazily in satisfaction. Noticing Cohen leaning over the edge of the pit and watching something with interest, Sissoko rolled over and wiggled toward the pit like an oversized worm. Is there something good? Food? Or something fun? A mysterious surprise for you. Your favorite kind. Cohen gestured toward the bottom of the pit. The baby basilisk's first gaze had been given to the toad that incubated it. After the toad's final twitch, it opened its jaws wide and slowly swallowed its first meal. Its digestion worked rapidly. Its bloated belly visibly shrank as its body grew at an astonishing rate. In moments, it had already reached the size of a young wizard. At last, Sissoko sluggishly dragged his head to the edge of the pit, because he was too full to move quickly. What kind of surprise requires this much? Sissoko flicked his tongue and glanced down. At that exact moment, the baby basilisk, searching for the source of the light above, looked up. This was the first time the little basilisk had seen another creature with green scales like its own, one that felt like its kin. This is the wife you prepared for me, Sissoko asked nervously. Isn't it a little too small? Just a reminder, having thoughts like that would get you chemically castrated in the human world, Cohen said. Actually, I just wanted you to take care of. This is Mommy. The tiny basilisk looked up at Sissoko with its bright yellow eyes, instinctively calling out. This is hungry. No, Sissoko shrieked, immediately pulling his head back from the pit and flopping onto his back, exposing his white underbelly like a dead snake. Why aren't you happy? Cohen asked, shaking Sissoko's limp head as it lay on the ground, pretending to be dead. Didn't you always say you wanted a female snake? It sounds like a female to me. I want a wife, Sissoko wailed. His head dangled as Cohen shook it from side to side, as if he had completely given up resisting. I don't want to raise a kid. It was born screaming about being hungry. That means it'll just fight me for food. And taking care of a kid is so much trouble. Mommy, the little basilisk called out from the pit. Hungry. You really only ever think about yourself, don't you? Cohen shook his head at Sissoko. No wonder you abandoned me and ran off back then. This is totally different. Sissoko hurriedly propped himself up to explain. Back then, I want to take you with me. But you looked more human. If you stayed with me, you would have. Then let's just leave it here, Cohen said mercilessly. Once the nearby wizards find it, they'll kill it. It's too small. There's no way it can use its gaze to kill an adult wizard yet. Sissoko's tail suddenly coiled up tightly, as if he was recalling that scene from 11 years ago. Cohen had only survived because of his mixed bloodline, but this little basilisk was just a regular basilisk, just like Sissoko. Or at least almost. Sissoko did have some extra enhancements from potions. Sigh. Slowly, Sissoko flipped himself over and slithered toward the pit. In the end, he decided to do as Cohen said and take the little basilisk with him. Even if it meant splitting his food in half, well, it was all food that Cohen provided anyway. He didn't have to hunt for it himself. Seeing Sissoko, a supposedly cold-blooded creature, show such a surprisingly warm-hearted response, Cohen was a little taken aback. Originally, if Sissoko refused, Cohen had planned to just put the basilisk in a reptile enclosure and raise it himself. There was something oddly familiar about this little basilisk, born from a sacrificial ritual. It reminded Cohen of his own birth. All right, then I'll leave it to you to teach it who it should and shouldn't bite, Cohen said with satisfaction. No old basilisk ever taught me that. Sissoko drooped like a weeping willow as he lowered his head into the pit. Half his body remained outside, making it easier for the little basilisk to climb onto him. The baby basilisk coiled itself around Sissoko's head as he carefully lifted it out. Now that it was curled up, its size was roughly half of Cohen's. His earlier estimation from the cave ceiling had been a little off. According to Hagrid's standards, this was still a baby. See? It's kind of cute, Cohen said. Mommy, the little basilisk clung to Sissoko's head. Hungry. Cute my ass, Sissoko muttered lifelessly. The little basilisk was currently trying to swallow Sissoko. Snap! Suddenly, the crisp sound of stone scraping against stone came from not far behind Cohen. It was as if someone was trying to sneak away, quietly, but panicked upon realizing they weren't alone, stepping on something by accident. Cohen and Sissoko instinctively turned toward the sound, and since the little basilisk was perched on Sissoko's head, it also turned to look at the intruder. Not long ago, the magical prison that had held him vanished when its caster died, allowing Elvis to wake from unconsciousness. He had finally found a chance to escape. But the moment he stepped into the passageway, he saw something he would never forget for the rest of his life. And that rest of his life wasn't going to last much longer. A massive, dark green basilisk, as thick as a human, was coiled beside that kid from the Rosier family. The cultists were nowhere to be seen. Only an unconscious, golden-haired man lay not far away. And the bulging shapes in the basilisk's stomach made it very clear where those silver key members had gone. Wait, Cohen was about to warn Elvis to shut his eyes when he realized it was already too late. The old man collapsed like a rag doll, his entire body limp, his eyes wide open in shock. He had met the gaze of not one, but two basilisks. If he survived this, he'd be the most resilient man alive. I was hoping he'd live long enough to go back and finish his job, Cohen muttered, looking at Sissoko and the little basilisk. Looks like Rosier will have to pull another all-nighter to clean up his mess. Mommy, food. The little basilisk stared eagerly at the fallen old man, calling out to Sissoko. Daddy, food. It made sure to include Cohen as well. I like the ranking, but I'm not your dad, Cohen said. I'm not your mom, Sissoko snapped. I'm male. Males are called dad. Mommy. The little basilisk had absolutely no intention of changing what it called him. After dealing with the corpse, Cohen had Sissoko and the baby basilisk return to their enclosure. Now, it was time to wake up Mr. Lovegood and figure out exactly what had happened before leaving this place. Renervate. Cohen cast the revival spell on Xenophilius. A few seconds later, he jolted awake. Who are you? Xenophilius took a deep breath. The first thing he saw was a very young child, but he was supposed to be surrounded by cultists. Wait, cultists? He anxiously looked around. It was still the same cave, but the serious lit glow from the ceiling was gone. The only light now came from Cohen's wand. And the cultists, they had completely vanished without a trace. Are you Luna's father? Cohen asked. My name's Cohen. I'm Luna's classmate. I'm a year above her. Oh, you know Luna? Xenophilius asked in surprise. She didn't come here too, did she? I don't want. No, she's not here, Cohen said, glancing around as if clueless. I was captured too, but it looks like they all just disappeared. Xenophilius seemed completely unfamiliar with the name Cohen. Well, that's a relief, Xenophilius said, patting his chest. It was terrifying. They threatened me with Luna, forcing me to help them find the methods and materials to breed a basilisk. Wait, I think they actually succeeded. I even saw the god they worship, but why did it look so much like a Dementor? No idea. I just came from another passage, Cohen replied. I thought you were captured too. Turns out you were part of their group. I was coerced. Xenophilius quickly corrected him. I had no interest in their bizarre god at all. Cohen, we need to get out of here. Xenophilius suddenly noticed the deep pit not far away. He remembered that the basilisk those Silver Key people were raising was supposed to be at the bottom of that pit. Whatever you do, don't look into that pit, Xenophilius warned, grabbing Cohen's arm. There's a basilisk down there. One look, and you're dead. Appreciate the heads up, Cohen said. But there was still one last thing he needed to do. Wait, Cohen, where are you going? Xenophilius pressed himself against the wall, watching in confusion as Cohen headed toward another passage. The exit is this way. He pointed to the path leading out of the cave. There's something else I need to save. Cohen walked into the passage where the baby Thestral was being kept. Moments later, he emerged, carrying a sleeping baby Thestral in his arms. It was curled up tightly, its thin wings folded against its ribs. The soothing scent of unicorn magic on Cohen made it feel safe, so safe that it didn't even wake up as he carried it. Oh, Xenophilius' eyes landed on the baby Thestral. You really are a kind child. Most wizards see Thestrals as bad omens, but Luna and I always thought they were just misunderstood. I need to take it back to Hogwarts. The other Thestrals are looking for it, Cohen said. Mr. Lovegood, you can apparate, right? Can you get me somewhere close to Hogwarts? Originally, Cohen had thought he could sneak back into school unnoticed. With Xenophilius' help, he might have even made it back to his dorm before curfew. But he underestimated just how deeply his last fake death had affected Dumbledore. The moment they arrived at the station outside Hogwarts, Fawkes, who had been circling in the night sky, spotted them immediately. The fiery red bird swooped down, grabbed both of them, and with a flash of flames, they found themselves in Dumbledore's office the next second. Good evening, Xenophilius. Good evening, Cohen. Dumbledore, dressed in his night robe, greeted them with a calm smile. My apologies for having Fawkes bring you here without asking first. But I must admit, I was quite worried about Cohen's safety and had Fawkes searching for him. Xenophilius, I'm grateful that you brought him back. So, may I trouble you both to share some information with me? What exactly happened tonight, and why did Cohen suddenly leave the school? Dumbledore asked with genuine concern. And Mr. Xenophilius, why were you with Cohen? I was kidnapped by a group from the Silver Key Gathering, Xenophilius quickly explained, making sure to distance himself from them so Dumbledore wouldn't mistake him for one of Cohen's captors. They threatened me with Luna, my daughter. She's a student here. I assume you must know that, headmaster, or perhaps you might not remember. I remember every student, Xenophilius. Dumbledore said calmly, Luna is a bright child, very much like you. If they used her safety to force your hand, I can understand why you had no choice but to comply. However, you have my word. So long as Luna is at Hogwarts, she is safe. There's no need to worry. The Silver Key Gathering is a cult of lunatics with bizarre beliefs. They were illegally raising a basilisk. Xenophilius summarized what had happened to Dumbledore. But his knowledge of the Silver Key was limited. Since he had been acting under duress, he hadn't been privy to their deeper discussions, like what exactly that god, resembling a Dementor, was, or what had transpired while he was unconscious. So can I leave now? Xenophilius asked hesitantly after recounting his ordeal. Dumbledore had already been headmaster back when he was a student, and even now, Years after graduation, he still held immense respect for him. Perhaps I could visit Luna while I'm here. Of course. After everything you've been through, you certainly deserve a good night's sleep, Dumbledore said with a reassuring smile. If you wish to see your daughter, I suggest speaking with Phileas on the 4th floor. It would be far more appropriate for the head of house to arrange a meeting than for a parent to barge into the Ravenclaw common room. Xenophilius hurried off. Now, only Dumbledore, Cohen, and the small thestral nestled in Cohen's arms remained in the office. If I told you I left to rescue this little thestral, would you believe me? Cohen blinked innocently. I don't think so, Cohen. Dumbledore didn't look the least bit angry. But rescuing a thestral is still a noble deed. I'll award Gryffindor 20 points for it. However, we have a more pressing matter to discuss. I was quite surprised when you suddenly left school tonight. What happened? It was because of a letter, Professor, Cohen admitted frankly. They said if I went, they would tell me something I've been longing to know. He handed Dumbledore the letter, which had been given to him through Hermione. The envelope bore the insignia of the Silver Key. January 31st, 1993, in the cave beneath the Sirius star and the Cairngorms lies what you desperately seek. Dumbledore scanned the contents of the letter, his brow furrowing slightly. May I ask what it is that you so desperately want to know? I have no idea. Cohen answered truthfully. Question mark. Dumbledore tilted his head slightly, peering at Cohen over his half-moon spectacles, waiting for an explanation. Going somewhere without even knowing why. That seemed a bit reckless. Well, that's exactly the point, Cohen said, perfectly at ease. I don't know what they think I want to know, so I want to find out what they think I want to know. That's understandable, Dumbledore murmured, his beard twitching slightly. Curiosity is important, but for a student, it can also be dangerous. You could have chosen a safer course of action, like informing me. You must have seen the reports. The Silver Key gatherings kidnappings have been all over the newspapers. A small noise interrupted them. Woo! The thestral stirred in Cohen's arms, squirming until Cohen had no choice but to set it down on the floor. But what I'm more interested in, Dumbledore continued, is what Mr. Lovegood just said. He lost consciousness after that god, resembling a Dementor, appeared. Do you know? Yes, I was there. Cohen answered, showing no intention of hiding the truth. Mixing truth with lies is the best way to deceive someone. By only revealing what he chose to say, Cohen ensured there were no inconsistencies in his story. And it would also make Dumbledore think he was being completely honest, unlike Voldemort, who had spent his student years constantly answering with, I don't know, Professor. I originally planned to sneak in and free the captives first, Cohen explained. I saw Elvis, that colleague of my mother's. I had read in the papers that he had been kidnapped by the Silver Key, and then there was this little thestral. Dumbledore waited for him to continue, but Elvis got too excited when he saw me and spoke too loudly. That alerted the Silver Key members, and they discovered me, Cohen said. I was afraid they'd attack, so I transformed into the thing I feared most. A clever move, Cohen. Dumbledore nodded in understanding. But in the future, avoid doing that in front of ordinary people. It could cause unnecessary panic. I figured that out pretty quickly, Cohen admitted. Elvis fainted from fright. But that wasn't the real problem. Things got strange after that. The Silver Key members suddenly fell to their knees and started calling me Lord and God. It's their belief system, Dumbledore speculated. After the incident at Borgin and Burke's, word must have spread. The Silver Key members likely developed a new religious interpretation based on that. I've encountered people like them before. Faith can be both terrifying and precious. Many dedicate their entire lives to it, and it is this very devotion that makes us all unique individuals. But then they ran into a bit of a problem, Cohen continued. They were hatching a basilisk in the cave, but when it hatched, it didn't obey them. Dumbledore's expression sharpened slightly. The basilisk ate them all, Cohen said. That's when I found Luna's dad. I recognized him from a photo she once showed me, so I hit him with a stunning spell to keep him from looking directly at the basilisk. Didn't want him dropping dead on the spot. You've studied basilisks? Dumbledore asked, intrigued. Yeah, Cohen nodded. Ever since something scaly crawled into my bed, I I researched every single magical creature with scales I could find. Basilisks can kill with a single glance. But I wasn't affected. Cohen paused. I made eye contact with the basilisk, but it didn't kill me. Instead, it spoke to me. Dumbledore sat up straighter, clearly more interested now. What did it say? It called me father, Cohen said, pursing his lips. And it wouldn't leave me alone. So I stuffed it in my trunk. That's not illegal, is it? Dumbledore stared at Cohen's trunk, opening his mouth as if to speak, then closed it again. Dumbledore wasn't entirely sure if helping Cohen create this magical trunk had been the right decision. In just a year, Cohen had already crammed 3 extremely dangerous creatures inside. Even Newt Scamander hadn't been this ambitious at his age. But if Cohen didn't have these magical creatures to keep him occupied, who knew what bigger trouble he might stir up? You didn't feel anything when you saw the basilisk? Dumbledore asked. No paralysis, dizziness, or trouble breathing? No, Cohen shook his head. Was I supposed to? I suspect you may share a small part of its bloodline. Cohen, Dumbledore said cautiously. A trace of basilisk blood might have made you immune to its gaze. It's a side effect of that cruel experiment. Though, in the future, it may prove quite useful. Not just unicorns and basilisks, perhaps more than that. You need to be prepared. Oh, I already got used to it after a bunch of magical creatures started calling me Dad the moment they saw me, Cohen said dryly. At this point, I've got so much parental affection that it's overflowing. Dumbledore must be jealous, right? He had to be. The unattainable always seems alluring, while those who are favored can act with impunity. We should cherish what we have, rather than longing for what we cannot attain, Dumbledore said gently. I won't ask you to abandon or harm the newborn basilisk, but for the safety of the students, we must take certain precautions, like enchanted anti-glare sunglasses. Cohen perked up. As long as we block its gaze, it should be fine. That's the only part the basilisk itself can't control. Oh, I quite like that name. Dumbledore chuckled. Anti-glare, alchemy, sunglasses. Nicholas always said he lacked creativity when naming his inventions. But I believe this can be done. Most spells, aside from the unforgivable curses, can be blocked or deflected. Nicholas Flamel made something like this before? Cohen asked. As far as I know, he never crafted glasses for a basilisk specifically. However, you mentioned that its gaze doesn't affect you, while it does harm those Silver Key members. Dumbledore mused. Perhaps, if we could reflect its gaze back into its own eyes, the lethal curse might be neutralized. So what now? Cohen blinked. Do I need to enchant the glasses with a shield charm? Of course, alchemical artifacts weren't as simple as slapping a spell onto an object and calling it a day. Spells weakened over time, especially defensive ones like the shield charm, which required constant magical reinforcement. Besides, it might not even work against the basilisk's gaze. Alchemy and traditional spellwork operated on completely different principles. One relied on inscriptions and magical materials. The other depended on a wizard's innate abilities and emotional intent. Something similar, Dumbledore replied. But we don't have an existing blueprint for it. Made significant advancements in alchemy with partner Nicholas Flamel, Cohen quoted, scratching behind the ears of a small thestral that had flopped into his lap. It seemed eager to return home, frustrated that Dumbledore's office furniture was too tough for it to chew. I have your chocolate frog card, Professor. You're going to help me, right? I'm afraid this extracurricular project is yours alone, Cohen. Dumbledore pulled an old, dust-covered notebook from the bottom of his bookshelf. This is one of my early alchemy journals. Back then, I was deeply interested in extracting and replicating the magic from ancient artifacts. Of course, I later realized my mistake. Some things are precious precisely because they're one of a kind. Still, I'll gladly help however I can. This research is crucial, not just for the baby basilisk in your trunk, but for 2 other ancient lives as well. Dumbledore's tone was meaningful as he clapped his hands together. Now then, that's enough for our late-night discussion. Get some rest. No need to rush. We have plenty of time. The door to the headmaster's office swung open, but Cohen didn't move. You're not seriously expecting me to climb down from the 8th floor to the 1st, cross the grounds to return this thestral to Hagrid, and then haul myself all the way back up to my dorm, are you? Cohen stared at Dumbledore in disbelief. Right after Fawkes just poofed me from Hogsmeade Station to your office? Petty old man. Cohen grumbled as he stomped down the stairs with the thestral in tow, muttering curses under his breath. May all your chocolate frogs come without collectible cards. May you eat a cockroach cluster and find a real cockroach inside. Cohen opened the box and hissed inside. A moment later, Sissoko slithered out with the baby basilisk still coiled around its head, making it look like it was wearing a lump of green goo as a hat. "Mom, sleepy," the little snake mumbled sluggishly. Judging by the bulge in its belly, it had eaten a lamb. Basilisks seemed to digest food much faster than regular snakes. Not just the little one, Sissoko's belly, which had been bloated from eating all those cultists the night before, had already shrunk back down. "I caught a lamb for it," Sissoko explained to Cohen. "Don't worry, I took it while the flock was asleep. The others are fine. Probably. One might have died, but I'm not sure if it was frozen in fear or actually dead when I left." "As long as they're not all dead," Cohen said, patting the baby basilisk's head. Its scales were still a bit soft, likely because it had only just hatched last night. "Saves me a trip to restock lambs. Even Scotland's biggest farms can't sustain me stealing thousands every year." "But good news for you guys," Cohen added. "I'm working on a way to make special glasses that block the effects of the basilisk's deadly gaze, so you won't have to constantly worry about killing someone by accident." "Really?" Sissoko perked up. "So that means you can interact with other animals now. I can finally find a mate." Cohen and Sissoko spoke at the same time. "Look at you. You're either hungry or horny. Do you have any ambitions in life?" Cohen scolded. "You're a 300-year-old basilisk. Is your ultimate dream really just to eat your fill and snuggle up with a female snake?" "Well, I did just eat," Sissoko replied smugly. "So now I can spend the whole day with. Back to the chamber with you." Cohen covered his face, cutting him off before the conversation turned into Cohen and his animal friends. "And while you're there, talk to the old basilisk about breaking free from Parseltongue control." As Cohen explained his recent research on basilisk blood, the room of requirement opened a large tunnel in the wall, leading back into Hogwarts' underground passageways. Sissoko listened carefully, then fell silent for a moment. "So you want me to tell him that injecting the serum might not work?" he asked hesitantly. "No, I want you to tell him that using it will probably kill him. Maybe he'll survive," Cohen clarified. "The best-case scenario is that everything goes perfectly. He turns out like you and uses the chaotic magic from those experimental potions to break free from Slytherin's control spell and finally be free. But the odds are slim," Cohen continued. "With that many different potions mixed into your bloodstream, the fact that you're even alive is a miracle. And miracles aren't easy to replicate. But if he does nothing, he'll be killed anyway by that kid you mentioned." Sissoko's usual lazy demeanor vanished, replaced by a solemn expression. He straightened up slightly, and just like that, he was already towering over Cohen. In this moment, he truly looked like a basilisk. "Not necessarily. Voldemort's ultimate goal is to kill Harry Potter. If I help him kill Harry first, then the old basilisk won't have to fight him at all," Cohen said. "But don't be silly," Sissoko muttered, lowering his head. "He'll choose the first option. At least there's some hope." "I did my best to get the potion ratio just right," Cohen said. "And cheer up, this is a fairy tale. It's not supposed to have a bad ending." "Let's hope so," Sissoko said as he led the little basilisk into the tunnel. "I actually kind of like that country bumpkin. He's the first of my kind I've ever met, besides myself, I mean. It felt the same as when I met you. This is the second time. Last time, I didn't take you with me when I left. This time, I can't save him either." Sissoko let out a long, weary sigh. "I never managed to do anything right. Goodbye, Dad." The little basilisk didn't understand what was happening. It just mimicked Sissoko's somber tone as it said farewell to Cohen. "I am not your dad." Cohen snapped, frustrated. How could three creatures end up tangled in relationships that simultaneously included father and son, father and daughter, parents, mother and daughter, and siblings all at once. This was too chaotic. With just 2 words, the little basilisk had completely shattered both Cohen and Sisoko's understanding of the world. After sending the basilisk back into the pipes, Cohen glanced at the notes Dumbledore had given him. There were no direct instructions on how to create an object capable of reflecting a basilisk's gaze. However, Dumbledore had written extensively about the theory of reflective magic runes, all backed by proven experiments. First, he needed a rune-bearing medium where he could carve the inscriptions. Then, he'd have to experiment with materials like the blood of a riem, a rare, golden-furred giant ox, and fire dragon fat until the reflection rune actually took effect. Getting dragon parts wouldn't be a problem. Cohen had Norbert. A little suffering on the dragon's part wouldn't hurt. As for the riem, he'd probably have to track down Mr. Newt's commander. No way Newt would turn down the chance to safely see a basilisk face-to-face once the job was done. After all, Newt wasn't a Parselmouth, so he had no way of interacting with a creature that could kill with a single glance. And then, of course, he'd need a test subject to see if the rune actually worked. "Hey, Count." Cohen peeked out of the lab. "I have a bad feeling about this." The Count instinctively took a step back toward the window. A powerful owl like you wouldn't have any trouble catching a few dozen field mice, right? Cohen said, buttering him up. "I just like eating field mice," the Count protested. "It's not like I'm in a live mice. Where am I supposed to swipe dozens for you?" "Then let's start with 20, Cohen suggested, lowering his demands. "Why not buy them?" the Count reasoned earnestly. "You've got so much money, few mice won't break the bank." "Good idea," Cohen replied with a nod. He dug into his pocket and pulled out a small pile of silver sickles, adding, "Buying is way more efficient than catching, so take this change and go get them." "I knew it." "Wait a sec. You're only ditching my mouse-catching scheme because it's inefficient, right? You don't like me anymore. You've got a new little snake thing to fawn over," the Count said dejectedly. "Don't talk nonsense," Cohen chuckled as he ruffled the Count's hair. "I've never liked you in the first place. If the wish-granting house had a heartbeat, it surely wouldn't have witnessed an owl and a Dementor duking it out like that." In the end, Cohen came out on top, since the Count didn't dare actually use his claws and mouth. Any scratch on Cohen would have let those liquid curses stick to him, so he settled for flapping his wings and smacking Cohen's face instead. After the Count took off with his money bag to buy mice, Cohen tidied up his school bag and got ready for class. His plan with Voldemort to frame Harry and then kill him might not go as smoothly anymore. Harry now sticks to crowded places, and since he no longer has to sneak around with Ron and Hermione researching compound potions, thanks to Cohen handing over a direct way to buy them, he's been breaking school rules a lot less. Harry, actually not breaking the rules anymore? What a crazy thought. Gryffindor loses 10 points. During the afternoon potions class, Snape said coldly, "Because you wasted potion ingredients, Mr. Potter." His clipped Mr. Potter came out like he was accusing Harry of committing some unspeakable atrocity. After class, Harry was fuming. What exactly counts as not wasting ingredients? Should I just vomit out a whole cauldron of confusion potion? "Then he'd dock you 50 points for acting disgusting in class," Cohen replied. "Cheer up. The class only lasts so long, and at least he only took 10 points this time." "Snape hasn't done that just once or twice," Hermione agreed, nodding. "And here's some good news. I've got a lead on the monster in the Chamber of Secrets." "What?" Both Harry and Ron cried out. "What?" Cohen played dumb. "Does this mean I finally get to know what that perverted creature crawling into my bed really is?" "Come with me," Hermione said, leading the trio toward the 5th floor where the library was. "But you might have to borrow the books yourselves. I've already hit my weekly limit." "But it's Monday!" Ron exclaimed, eyes wide. "It's Monday afternoon," Hermione corrected. "I already borrowed 7 books this morning and haven't even finished them, Ron. If I return them, someone else might snag them, and then I'd have to wait another week." "I bet your next words will be, 'Only 4 months until finals,'" Cohen said sagely. "Less than 4 months," Hermione replied. The task of borrowing books was left to Cohen. After all, he was really itching to study that creature that crawls on his bed, although in reality he was just preparing a pretext for his new glasses that would supposedly neutralize the snake monster's deadly gaze. Legendary monsters and their characteristics. Cohen managed to borrow the book. Since there hadn't been a fourth attack in ages, the students had pretty much lost interest in figuring out what the monster really was. They ended up in an empty classroom, where Cohen thumped the hefty old book onto the desk. Pages 177 and 327, Hermione recited, even remembering the exact numbers. I think these two creatures are our prime suspects. Although one of them is so huge, it probably couldn't even squeeze into the boys' dorms. So big. Ron raised an eyebrow. A giant. Then the victim would end up as minced meat instead of just petrified, Ron, Harry remarked. Page 177. Cohen muttered as he flipped to that page. Gorgons? I mean, snake-haired women. 3 Gorgons, a snake-haired woman, Sisina, Urieli, and Medusa, Hermione explained. But Medusa never grows. Everyone who looks directly at her turns to stone. Even though those people were petrified, they don't exactly turn into actual stone, Harry observed. And besides, if a never-growing girl crawled into my bed, I'd definitely notice, Cohen said. I reckon it's a greasy male, all covered in scales. It's not some never-growing girl. Hermione shook her head. Gorgons are massive. Even Medusa stands at least 10 feet tall. Think of Hagrid, for instance. I'm totally bummed now, Ron sighed. Don't fill my head with weird images, Cohen shrieked. You're not the ones getting crawled on. I wasn't really worried about it, Hermione continued, because it's most likely in Egypt or Africa. There were newspaper reports of Gorgon sightings. Meanwhile, the monster in the chamber has been at Hogwarts for over 1,000 years. Next, page 327, right? Cohen said as he flipped ahead. Snake monster. Not very realistic. Cohen thought the illustration looked way too fierce, definitely not matching the laid-back vibe of Sissoko. Snake monster, also known as the Snake King. Hermione pointed to the text. This snake can grow to enormous sizes and usually lives for several hundred years. It hatches from a rooster's egg, incubated by a toad. The snake monster's killing method. Harry scanned the section Hermione was indicating. Besides its lethal fangs, its stare can kill. But no one here has died, and we can't possibly fight a creature that kills with just one glance. Because none of the victims actually met its gaze, death was reduced to petrification, very similar to Medusa's effect, Hermione said wisely. Remember? When Filch's cat was killed, the floor underneath was all wet. It must have seen the snake monster through the water. And when Cohen and I found Filch, he was staring into a mirror, looking like he'd seen a ghost. Colin, Harry suddenly raised his voice. Yes, everything connects now. Colin was holding a camera, and the film inside was completely melted, an ugly giant snake slithering around the school. Ron shuddered. Actually, it's pretty cool. Cohen corrected Ron's mistaken view. It's even smoother than Norbert, of course, if it doesn't kill anyone. The sounds that Harry and Cohen heard are coming from within the walls, Hermione noted. Guess what's inside Hogwarts walls? Stone bricks. Ron ventured. Pipes. Hermione sighed at Ron's slow wit. Why do you always get it wrong? Because that makes you happy. Ron suddenly had an epiphany. You always end up with the right answer, he added. Hermione just stared at Ron in astonishment. I mean, when you're happy, you let us copy your homework, Ron blurted out. Shaking her head in disappointment, Hermione got back on track. Think about it. The monster was left in the chamber by Salazar Slytherin. The chamber is definitely underground at Hogwarts, and the basement is where all the school's pipes converge. That's why the snake monster can appear anywhere in the castle. Plus, Cohen's owl helped me fetch Hogwarts, a history from home, and the book mentions that Slytherin had the most infamous parcel tongue. What's snake? Harry asked. Parcel tongue, Hermione clarified. The ability to speak with snakes, so that's how Slytherin controlled the snake monster. It fits the description of the creature in the chamber almost perfectly, and it can even squeeze into Gryffindor's dormitory. I can talk to snakes too, Harry suddenly remembered. I once had a chat with a snake at the zoo. It said it had never been to Brazil. I can too, Cohen said. I just adopted a little snake. Could that be why we're hearing noises from the walls? That makes it even more plausible, Hermione nodded. But I read that parcel tongue is supposed to be really rare. So why is it that half of us here can speak it? Maybe that book is outdated, Harry guessed. Then why would it target Cohen? Ron asked. I mean, if it got into the dorms, shouldn't it have gobbled us all up? Maybe I just have a magnetic pull from magical creatures, Cohen replied. First Norbert and the unicorn, then the Thestral, and now a snake monster. You should count yourselves lucky you turned off the lights that night, Hermione said with a shudder. If any of you had seen its eyes. We need to go tell Professor Dumbledore, Harry said. Can he handle the snake monster? Dumbledore could take on that snake monster in a heartbeat, Cohen replied. He could kill 9 in a second, as long as he knew where it was hiding. Dumbledore clearly doesn't know where the snake monster is hiding, or else he would have taken care of that old snake ages ago. Still, Harry dragged the three of them to the headmaster's office to relay the news. Dumbledore gave Cohen a relieved look, as if he thought Cohen had just betrayed the snake monster's secret to his friends, a sort of twisted act of loyalty. But things weren't as simple as Dumbledore thought. That very night, coincidentally, Voldemort came looking for Cohen. The snake monster has awakened. Voldemort's voice emerged from another book that had been delivered. Awakened, huh? I don't have time to explain, Cohen said. Let's hurry up and freeze our hands. You're in more of a hurry than I am. Voldemort asked. Harry and the others have already figured out that the creature in the Chamber of Secrets is a giant serpent, Cohen replied. And just 5 minutes later, they raced to Dumbledore's office to report it. Now you only have one shot left at an attack. Who knows if Dumbledore will trace the clues from the last assault back to the chamber? Grimacing face. Voldemort responded in disbelief. Everything had happened so fast that Voldemort's next plan was thrown into chaos. Let's just go ahead and kidnap Harry, Cohen suggested. Attack one of his close friends. Don't kill them outright. Just bring them to the chamber. Then I'll tip him off about the location, and he'll definitely show up. Winking face. You're right. Voldemort agreed, finding Cohen's plan perfectly reasonable. A hot-headed idiot like him would certainly do that. But besides this plan, there's one more thing I need your help with. Hey, we're partners. Just tell me what you need, Cohen promised with unwavering loyalty. I need you to retrieve an important item, Voldemort explained. It's in the corridor on the 8th floor, in the room of requirement. Cohen immediately understood what Voldemort meant, the Ravenclaw diadem. But then he wondered, what on earth did Voldemort plan to do with his Horcrux? I know what you're talking about, Cohen nodded. I discovered that room last year. It's just an empty space that can transform into any kind of furniture I need. I've been using it as my study room. No. Voldemort interjected, as if revealing a hidden treasure. That room can take on another form. What do you mean? Cohen asked, frowning. What else can it do? As long as you enter with the thought, I need a place to store stuff, it transforms into a gigantic storage room, Voldemort explained. Inside, you'll find the gift I'm giving you, the Ravenclaw diadem. I thought that thing was lost forever, Cohen said, raising an eyebrow. I found it, Voldemort declared excitedly. It's useless to me, but it should be incredibly useful to you. Once you wear it, you'll gain wisdom. It'll allow you to absorb all the knowledge Hogwarts has to offer. You should have mentioned that earlier, Cohen exclaimed in delight. Little Voldemort's mind was truly wicked. Now, Cohen understood why Voldemort had previously sent Lockhart to fetch the Ravenclaw diadem. Was Voldemort planning to use the Horcrux's cursed magic to kill Cohen? Did he mistakenly believe something about Cohen's nightmare heritage? Or wait, it seems Voldemort didn't even know Cohen had that lineage. Cohen led Voldemort into the room of requirement, the one he actually occupied. No, it's the other room. You need to change your intent before you enter, Voldemort explained repeatedly. I get what you're saying, but if we switch rooms, shouldn't I move my stuff out first? Cohen asked, feigning inexperience. It won't happen, Voldemort assured him. The room keeps everything that's already in there, so don't worry. Are you sure? Cohen asked skeptically. I've got some valuable things stored here, and if they disappear, it'll be a huge problem for me. I'm sure. Now hurry up and get the diadem, Voldemort urged. He couldn't wait to see Cohen succumb to the Horcrux's evil curse. Then he could easily take over his body, a far superior vessel than any ordinary flesh. Thanks to that idiot's suggestion earlier, using his blood to create a body for the great Lord Voldemort? What nonsense! I want it all. Are you sure it's here? Cohen asked after rummaging through a pile of junk, shooting Voldemort a look of utter distrust. It's definitely here, Voldemort insisted. No one can take it away. I placed a curse on it, so that only I can undo it. Of course, that last part was nothing but a lie to fool Cohen. The Horcrux's curse couldn't be undone. Only remorse could erase its traces, and Voldemort would never feel remorse. But it's obviously not here, Cohen countered. Did someone steal it? Or has your memory deteriorated from all those years as a wandering spirit? It must be, Voldemort mused, considering the Horcrux's fate. It couldn't have been a student. If a student recognized the diadem, they have rushed to try it on, seduced by the legend of this ancient object of wisdom. Their feeble magic would be instantly consumed, leaving them no chance to escape alive. It had to be taken by a powerful wizard, and most likely destroyed in the process. At that thought, Voldemort's rage surged. That was his Horcrux, his precious token of immortality. Someone took it, a powerful wizard. Dumbledore? Cohen asked, frowning. Dumbledore's office is on the 8th floor. Could it have been him? Dumbledore had pulled so many outrageous stunts that Cohen figured one more wouldn't hurt. Damn it. Voldemort's fury simmered down a bit. The latest gossip, as they say, was first published in that 6 to 9 book or something like that. He and Dumbledore had been at each other's throats for ages. No amount of anger would change that. How could Dumbledore know about his Horcrux? And that its location was at Hogwarts? Or was it just a terrible coincidence? Then I'll just sneak in his office later, Cohen sighed. I'm a bit disappointed. I'm heading back to bed now. I've got Lockhart class on Wednesday morning. After class, I'll find a way to have Hermione stay behind. With the classroom empty, the basilisk can strike, and I can drag Hermione into the chamber. I'll have Theodore handle it, Voldemort replied. As for why Voldemort mentioned Wednesday, because Cohen planned to spike the old basilisk's drink on Tuesday. On Tuesday afternoon, Cohen had meticulously mixed the potion according to Sisso's blood proportions. For some reason, combining various antidote potions with a deadly poison managed to strip the basilisk of its Parseltongue control, a slim hope for the old serpent. Long live my grandpa shrimp! The little snake shouted at Sisso's head. Family ties are even weirder, Sisso admonished. I'm his brother. At least, that's what we call it. Are you ready? Cohen rubbed his hands together eagerly. Ready? The old basilisk lifted its enormous head, rested it on the table, and waited silently for Cohen to inject the syringe filled with the possibly deadly mixed potion. With a swift motion, Cohen pried open a scale, slid in the syringe, and injected the potion, all in one smooth move. Cohen looked every bit like a seasoned doctor. Seems like you have some experience, Theodore commented approvingly from the sidelines. Just like those researchers who used to experiment on me. How many times have you done this before? The old basilisk asked, seeking a bit of reassurance. First time. Cohen then withdrew the syringe and pressed the scale back into place. Feels like new, though if you count that last time when I drew your blood, this is technically the second time. In my next life, I'll be a proper snake, biting anyone I see, never giving anyone the chance to treat me like a pet. After Cohen said the first time, the old basilisk's heart sank. Great, it's Cohen. You're saved. Sissoko tried to lighten the mood, but it didn't seem to work very well. My heart's not beating anymore. Is that just in my head? The old basilisk slumped onto the table, feeling the changes in its body. Cohen only now realized that some creatures really do make a asterisk sound when they die. This world was basically a giant anime. Why'd he stop moving all of a sudden? Sissoko panicked, slithering closer. Grandpa's dead. The little basilisk chirped happily. You don't have to sound so cheerful about it, Sissoko scolded. This is a sad thing. Wait, don't eat him. Sissoko quickly pulled its head back a bit, because the little basilisk on top had already opened its mouth again, trying to swallow something way bigger than itself. Last time it did that, the target was Sissoko. Did those Silver Key people mess up the prep work before hatching? Or is there something wrong with the rooster egg? Cohen eyed the little basilisk suspiciously. It doesn't look too bright. Or maybe all baby basilisks are this dumb? It's only a month old, Sissoko said protectively. Being able to speak meaningful parcel tongue already makes it pretty smart. Other species are still nursing at that age. When I was a month old, I could already rack up 300 kills in a row, Cohen bragged. Back then, I was just a tiny little badass. The old basilisk twitched, mumbling something under its breath. But Cohen and Sissoko were too busy debating the little basilisk's intelligence and future training plans to pay much attention. If it's too dumb, we'll just feed it to Norbert, Cohen teased, smirking at the little basilisk. Yep, that's the right look on your face, that dragon living in the cave. Don't scare the kid. Sissoko thumped the floor with its tail. It's still little. In reality, its coiled-up body was already bigger than Cohen. Doesn't anyone care if I'm dead or alive? The old basilisk asked, sounding heartbroken. You're alive, aren't you? Cohen said reassuringly. Cohen doesn't even look worried, Sissoko noted. I knew he had it under control. You're not actually in danger. Honestly, Cohen scratched his head. I didn't. I just assumed he was already dead. So, I started talking about the little one's education. Figured it might cheer you up a bit. I'm not big on sappy scenes. Grandpa doesn't taste good, the little basilisk said, disappointed as it saw the old basilisk move again. The room fell into a long, awkward silence, and for a moment, no one could pinpoint exactly why. So is the old guy like me now? Sissoko asked. He's not under that Voldy what's-its control anymore. Voldemort, Cohen corrected. I won't roast you for your pronunciation since snakes have bad hearing. I've got a weird feeling. The old basilisk wriggled its body awkwardly. It's like, I can't feel Salazar anymore. You mean the curse Salazar, Slytherin, put on you? Cohen guessed. Slytherin was most likely dead by now, and a dead wizard couldn't maintain a curse on a living creature. Curses need a constant supply of magic. That's the key difference between alchemical objects and items under a spell's influence. Salazar, Slytherin must have set up a magical source for the curse, and now, whatever was powering it in the basilisk had been destroyed and rebuilt. No clue how it worked, but success was success. Why don't you try slithering into the lake? Sissoko suggested. You couldn't go there before, right? After sending the old basilisk off to explore the lake bottom, Cohen stopped Sissoko and the little basilisk. You two can't leave. Slytherin didn't put curses on you, Cohen said. Have you finally come around? Sissoko said, touched. Are you finally letting us into your... Not yet. Cohen cut off Sissoko's daydream. We've still got a script to follow. Later, I'm going to test some glare-blocking contact lenses on you. Moving into the suitcase will have to wait until tomorrow. I've got a raid plan with Voldemort. If everything goes smoothly, I'll fit you with the lenses, and then I can officially bring you into the suitcase. As long as they didn't attack indiscriminately, basilisks weren't that dangerous. Honestly, they might even be less of a threat than Norbert. After all, Norbert sneezes set stuff on fire. As for the materials issue under this tight timeline, when Cohen sent the Earl to buy rats, he'd also had him check a few potion shops. Riem blood was too rare, barely anywhere sold it. So Cohen decided to try dragon fat instead. With Norbert's size, scraping a little off its fat layer wouldn't hurt, like a mosquito bite for a human. You don't have to act like I'm about to violate you, or something. Cohen grabbed the oil and left the cave, climbing back out of the suitcase. Carving patterns into a transparent rubber sheet took time and focus, but Cohen had a natural knack for it. He didn't need to double-check every line. Alchemical creations didn't mess up alchemy. Why's your attitude toward this little basilisk so hot and cold? Cohen asked casually, glancing at Sissoko, who was coaxing the little one to sleep. It's not even related to you, and a month ago, you said you didn't want a daughter. Jealous, huh? Sissoko teased, slithering over to Cohen after making sure the little basilisk was asleep under the table. I knew you still had a soft spot for me. No feelings here. Keep pushing, and I'll ditch it, Cohen interrupted. I'm just curious why your attitude flipped. Snakes get lonely too, Sissoko said in a lecturing tone. So do you. Or at least you will someday. We live a long time, and eventually we figure out life's more than just eating and sleeping. There's this empty feeling, loneliness. But in the end, we decide to connect with other lives to make things more interesting. You feel that way about the old basilisk too? Cohen asked, finishing the patterns and carefully pouring liquid materials onto the contact lenses. If it really died, you'd cry, right? Wait, no, snakes don't cry. If you want to bond with someone, you've got to risk shedding a tear, Sissoko said, sounding way too profound for a snake. That's from The Little Prince, Cohen pointed out. Next time you quote a fairy tale, give it a heads up. I almost thought you were Dumbledore in disguise. Done? Cohen finished the anti-glare alchemical sunglasses. They were supposed to be contact lenses, but to him, they looked more like a transparent rag. Compared to the old basilisk getting injected with some mystery potion mix, sticking a rag in an eye wasn't even that risky. Still, fitting it into a basilisk's eyelid was tricky. For one, Sissoko's eyes were way bigger than a normal snake's. For another, it kept blinking at the wrong time, like someone who shuts their eyes when you try to put in eye drops. Keep your eyes open. Cohen snapped after the 8th failed attempt, when Sissoko's eyelid pushed the lens out again. I'm trying, Sissoko whined, irritated by the scratchy little things. You try keeping your eyes open after something's poking them. I can control my glare. Blame it on basilisk instincts. Cohen was getting annoyed by the repeated failures too. Guess we'll have to go with Plan B. Question mark? Sissoko watched as Cohen pulled a double-headed hammer out of the toolbox. Let's poke a blind first, then stick it on, Cohen said, flashing the sharp end of the hammer. Calm down, kid. Sissoko hissed at the hammer in Cohen's hand. If I go blind, I won't need glasses. Fair point. If it went blind, all this work would be for nothing. After some thought, Cohen cooled off. Come here. Let's try something else, he sighed, shoving the hammer back into the toolbox. I'll see if I can hold your eyelids steady. A basilisk's eyelids had the same magic-blocking scales as its body, so spells wouldn't work to hold them. Cohen had to use both hands to pry Sissoko's eyelid open, letting the lens fall onto its eye naturally via gravity. It took forever, mostly because Cohen didn't want any other part of his body near Sissoko's slimy eye. This feels gross, Sissoko squirmed, clearly uncomfortable. Is it done yet? Almost, just a little more. Cohen shook Sissoko's head a bit. Finally, I'm back. The old basilisk burst through the wall, thrilled. I can go outside. I saw so much stuff, but what are you guys doing? To the old basilisk, it looked like Cohen was hugging Sissoko's head, their faces super close. Snap! Cohen let go of Sissoko's eyelid, and the lens settled perfectly. Just putting on glasses, Cohen explained. Oh, I thought I was interrupting something, the old basilisk said awkwardly. Hiss! Sissoko swayed side to side, trying to get used to the weird feeling in its eyes. All right, time for the other one, Cohen said, holding up the second lens. This time, it wasn't as bad for Sissoko, thanks to the old basilisk's help. It used its tail to hold Sissoko's eye steady and fit the lens. They could have woken the little basilisk to help earlier, but that probably would have ended with it accidentally gouging Sissoko's eye out. The kid never knew its own strength. Let's test it first. Cohen had the old basilisk turn around, leaving just Sissoko facing him. Then, Cohen pulled out a fresh rat the Earl had bought from his pocket. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Due to the sheer number of basilisks, most rats never get the chance to see one in their short little lives, let alone survive after locking eyes with one. This rat, though, it had basically reached the top of the rat world. Cohen figured that's probably why it looked so peaceful, almost like it was already dead. Looks like it worked pretty well, Cohen said. He tossed the rat onto the ground, and it immediately bolted, tried to escape before the big humans or even bigger snakes could grab it. Too bad it ran the wrong way. The baby basilisk snapped it up in one bite. Didn't even need venom. The rat stopped struggling right away. The little basilisk wasn't wearing glasses, after all. Added a little feature, Cohen said with a grin. Hold on, I need to test it out. With that, he pulled out his wand. By tweaking the flow of magic just a bit, he could temporarily disable Sissoko's glasses, which meant Cohen pulled out a second rat. This time, the moment it was out, it dropped dead. Total success, Cohen said, sounding pleased as he tossed the second rat to the baby basilisk under the table. For the rest of the time, Cohen whipped up 2 more pairs of lenses and fitted them onto both the old basilisk and the baby one. Now the whole family's all set and matching, Cohen said with a nod. From the outside, they looked no different than they did without glasses. No one's going to stare at a basilisk's eyes anyway. They're too busy running for their lives. Remember, tomorrow at 11, right after Defense Against the Dark Arts, Cohen said. You don't have to listen to Voldemort anymore, but stick to this part of the plan. I'll hit them with a petrification spell. It's close enough to the real thing. The key is to pin all the blame on Voldemort, then get Harry to feel sorry for you. And boom, freedom. Thank you, the old basilisk rumbled in a deep voice. Cohen, thank you, the baby basilisk echoed, mimicking its elder. Daddy, it was just parroting, but it stuck to its own quirky logic. I'm your dad, Sissoko corrected patiently, for what felt like the 100th time. He's your brother. Okay, Mommy, the baby basilisk chirped. And Sissoko, you got the plan for our next meetup, right? Cohen said quietly, double-checking with him. We got to put on a big show, so I can keep playing the part of Voldemort's fake ally. Got it, Sissoko replied. So the little guy stays with you for now, and tomorrow I can crash at your place, yeah? Barring any surprises, yeah, that's the plan, Cohen said with a nod. On Wednesday morning, during the only Defense Against the Dark Arts class of the day, Lockhart was still up there running his pointless drama lessons. He'd already acted out all the fun scenes from his books, so lately he'd been picking random, boring topics and dragging Harry and Hermione into his little place. Cohen knew exactly why Hermione would end up staying behind after this class. She'd finally had it with Lockhart. She was determined to call him out on his nonsense after the lesson. A wizard who couldn't even cast a proper spell had no business teaching anyone. You guys go grab lunch, Hermione said to Cohen, Harry, and Ron just before the bell. I've got something to say to Lockhart. If you're around, the punishment might end up 3 times worse. You mean detention? Ron said, incredulous. No way. Lockhart loves you. Sure, you say you can't stand him, but you're the only one acing those narcissistic quizzes of his. That's because I read all his dumb fantasy novels at the start of the year. Hermione growled. I can't handle getting a 0 on anything. That's called OCD. You should get that checked, Cohen teased. Still, Harry and Ron went along with her plan. Harry had the Quidditch final coming up, and Ron was just lazy. Neither of them could risk anything that might land them in detention. After class, Hermione stayed behind to confront Lockhart. Harry and Ron headed to the Great Hall, while Cohen slipped off to the bathroom. The bathroom bit was a lie. Cohen was actually doubling back with his invisibility cloak. Since the old basilisk death stare was out of commission, it was up to him to cast the spells on the 2 of them. He turned down an empty corridor and looped back. Everyone was off to lunch, so hardly anyone was heading upstairs. Perfect timing. He arrived just as Hermione and Lockhart were facing off. Oh, Miss Granger, Lockhart said with a smile. Weirdly, he always managed to flash every single one of his pearly whites when he grinned. Cohen thought he'd be perfect for a toothpaste ad. Professor. Hermione took a deep breath. I've got some questions for you. What kind of questions? Lockhart said, still beaming. I'm always happy to give a little extra help to the brightest student in the year. Just don't tell the others. Wouldn't want them feeling jealous. I found an old newspaper from 1987, Hermione said. July 7th, 1987. An American wizard claimed he used a powerful transfiguration spell to trap a werewolf in human form permanently, so it couldn't hurt anyone during a full moon. Oh, what about it? Lockhart said, looking a bit off. I don't really read American papers. Not too familiar with that spell. No one believed him, Hermione pressed. They thought he was bragging. Werewolves can't be cured. Or maybe they just didn't want to believe him because he was some ugly old wizard living in a remote village. Miss Granger, why bring this up all of a sudden? Lockhart said, dodging the topic. Lunch is about to start. It's got a lot in common with your book wanderings with werewolves, doesn't it? Hermione cut in sharply. You wrote that book a month after this happened. The timing, the place, the events, they're almost identical. The only difference is who's starring in the story. Could just be a coincidence. Lockhart mumbled, edging toward the door. And it's not just that. The Yeti from 1988. The latest novels are first released on 69 Book Bar. Enough, Lockhart snapped, his tone suddenly harsh. This little detective game ends here. I thought you were a good student, but turns out you're just. Your books are stolen, Hermione said, furious, cutting right to the point. Those stories aren't yours. So what? Lockhart's fake smile vanished, replaced by a nasty sneer. Planning to run to the papers and expose me? Or maybe blackmail me for a big payout? Use that not-so-bright head of yours and think. If I hadn't hyped up those stories, who'd even know what those people did? Readers don't want some ugly American wizard's tale, even if he saved a village from a werewolf. They don't want a hairy-chinned witch on a book cover, even if she banished the wailing wraith of Wanlin. No readers, no story. It's that simple. So you just slap your name on their achievements and call it fair? Hermione shot back, outraged. That's not right for them. It's plenty fair, Lockhart snarled, because none of them remember a thing. Huh, I've traveled everywhere, cast all those memory charms. Don't tell me, I haven't worked hard for it. I'm telling Professor Dumbledore, Hermione said firmly. Oh, Lockhart sneered. I'm guessing Dumbledore won't hear a word of this, because you'll forget it all soon enough. I'll make sure your memory's wiped spotless. He pulled out his wand, but he clearly had no idea how many spells this student had learned that weren't even on the curriculum. Petri Ficus Totalis. Hermione flung a spell at him, and instantly, ropes shot out, binding Lockhart's legs. Hiss! Just as Hermione was about to throw another spell, a loud, low, terrifying hiss echoed through the room. The old basilisk slithered out from a wall near Hermione and Lockhart. A brick panel had just spun open to reveal a gaping hole. Snake! The second Hermione caught a glimpse of green scales, she slammed her eyes shut. Lockhart, though, locked eyes with the basilisk, and promptly fainted from sheer terror. Petri Ficus Totalis. Cohen silently cast a petrification spell at Hermione. Her eyes were closed anyway, so she'd probably think it was Lockhart's doing. The old basilisk glanced toward Cohen. It could smell his scent and heat with its tongue. Then, as planned, it coiled around the two of them and slithered back toward the hole. Voices suddenly echoed from outside the classroom door. I told you, Hermione'll definitely bring our bags back, Ron said confidently. With all those heavy books in them? Harry replied. No way she's lugging 3 big bags on her own. Harry pushed the door open. He caught the exact moment a rigid Hermione was swept up by a deep green snake tail, disappearing into the wall at lightning speed. Hermione! Hermione! Ron shouted in alarm. Cohen didn't do anything, just stayed invisible off to the side, watching coldly. Harry, seeing Hermione's stiff body being dragged away, didn't even hesitate. He bolted toward her, as if he could stop the basilisk taking her with his bare hands. He'd completely forgotten how dangerous a basilisk was. Classic Gryffindor move. But Cohen didn't think Harry was being stupid. On the contrary, Cohen believed people who tried to save others should never be mocked or ridiculed. The old basilisk slipped into the pipes first. By the time Harry lunged forward, his fingertips only brushed cold stone. Ron didn't go for a dramatic dive, so he just ended up smacking his head against the solid wall. Thud! Harry scrambled up from the ground, pulling out his wand to try reopening the hole. Incendio! Reducto! Harry didn't care if the spells would work. He flung out everyone he knew. Sadly, his magic wasn't strong enough to dent Hogwarts walls. Alohomora! Ron pointed his smoking, busted wand at the wall too, trying a spell that didn't quite match his current skill level. I heard Hermione use it before. Was my wand movement off? Or does this spell just not work on it? Ron asked anxiously, waving his malfunctioning wand. What are you two doing? Cohen reappeared just outside the open classroom door, making it look like he'd just come back from the bathroom. Hermione, the basilisk took her, Harry said, breathing hard. Cohen, I saw it. Your eyes? Cohen asked, feigning ignorance. How are you still alive? All I see is a wall. No, I only saw its tail. Harry explained. It wrapped around Hermione, Then a hole opened in the wall. After it left, the hole closed up. "Harry, step aside." Cohen knew his spell wouldn't blast the wall open, but he had to put on a little show for Harry, like, "I really want to help, but I can't, so let's go get Dumbledore." If he guessed right, Dumbledore was probably busy dealing with the school board's impeachment notice right now. Voldemort had said he'd get Draco to tell Lucius to push for Dumbledore's removal before the attack. Not that it'd work. No one could kick out a living Dumbledore. With Fawkes around, he could pop up anywhere. This kill Harry Potter plan, which Voldemort thought made perfect sense, was mostly just for show. It added a few extra steps to make it look fancier. Cohen didn't interfere because Dumbledore probably wanted to use the monster to toughen Harry up a bit. With the Phoenix, Harry might suffer, but he'd be fine. Otherwise, there's no way Dumbledore wouldn't have figured out the basilisk was slithering through pipes in the walls, even after knowing it was in the Chamber of Secrets. Even Hermione had worked that out. Poor Harry, what a tough life. Cohen thought he shouldn't be called the boy who lived. The boy who keeps getting hit with disaster suited him better. Confringo. Cohen put some effort into casting a few spells. Reducto. The wall didn't budge. Alohomora. Avada Kedavra might have blasted it open, but he wasn't about to use that in front of Harry. That basilisk's probably long gone by now, Cohen said, giving up the pointless attempts. "We need to find Professor Dumbledore. Hurry." Harry grabbed them both and raced toward the Great Hall. But Dumbledore wasn't in the Great Hall. Neither was Professor McGonagall. "Where's Professor Dumbledore?" Harry burst through the doors, not even thinking about sitting down. "Probably busy in his office," Cohen said. "Professor McGonagall's not here either," Ron said, pointing at the empty staff table in a panic. "What do we do?" "If only Hermione were here." "Let's go to the headmaster's office," Harry said urgently. When they climbed the spiraling staircase and reached the door to the headmaster's office, they heard voices inside. "Albus can't leave." Professor McGonagall was sharply scolding someone. "How foolish do you have to be to think kicking Albus out will fix anything?" "It's not my personal decision," Lucius replied, his voice dripping with smugness. All 12 members of the board signed this temporary suspension order. Since Dumbledore still hasn't caught the culprit behind these attacks, leaving students living in fear. They're trying to get rid of Professor Dumbledore, Harry whispered to Cohen and Ron in shock outside the door. "Am I hearing this right?" "Nope. I heard the same thing," Ron confirmed. "We'll be joining the conversation soon enough," Cohen said, rubbing his forehead. The two of them hadn't exactly been quiet. Through a thin wooden door, everyone inside had definitely heard them. "Who's out there?" Lucius snapped. Bang! The next second, the office door swung open, revealing the 3 sneaky students eavesdropping outside. Lucius' pupils shrank when he saw Cohen, but he quickly composed himself. "Potter, Norton, and Weasley?" Professor McGonagall asked, confused. "What are you doing here? Shouldn't you be eating in the Great Hall?" "We got something urgent to tell Professor Dumbledore. About the attacks," Harry said, frantic. "Huh." Lucius snorted through his nose. "I'm sure the board would love to hear this. No wonder Dumbledore hasn't caught the culprit yet. He's so old he's relying on students to investigate for him." "Professor Dumbledore didn't ask us to investigate." Harry snapped at Lucius Malfoy. "Our friend was just taken. Right now, a giant snake grabbed her and vanished into the wall." "What?" McGonagall's eyes widened. "Is this true? You mean Miss Granger?" It took her all of 1 second to figure out who the victim was. A giant snake in the walls. McGonagall connected the dots to something terrifying. Hogwarts was full of walls. As long as students were in the castle, they'd never be safe. "Looks like it's not just about suspending the headmaster anymore," Lucius said. "Hogwarts needs parents to take their kids home. Well, the Muggle-born ones, I mean. We all know the Chamber of Secrets is for purging mudbloods. Minerva, contact the parents and get the students home as soon as possible," Dumbledore said. "I don't think you have the authority to order the staff around anymore, Dumbledore," Lucius sneered. "Your dismissal takes effect at noon today. Then perhaps you should issue a deputy headmistress dismissal today, too." McGonagall shot back, fuming. If you can't, Dumbledore's decisions are mine going forward. There clearly wasn't time for another dismissal meeting today. Lucius huffed coldly and stormed out. That I shouldn't have said anything? Harry gulped. No, Harry, Dumbledore reassured him. This has nothing to do with you. When a friend's in danger, seeking help from an adult as fast as possible is the right call. Albus, we're running out of time. Even if we contact parents today, the students can't leave right away. I think we'll need to set up tents outside temporarily, so they're not still in the castle with that monster, McGonagall said, quickly coming up with a plan. Potter, everything you just said was true, right? The giant snake came out of the wall. Yes, Professor, Harry nodded nervously. How do we save Hermione? Blast open the walls and find where that monster's hiding, McGonagall said. Where did this happen? I believe your class this morning was Defense Against the Dark Arts. It was in the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom, Harry said. Professor Dumbledore will save Hermione, right? McGonagall glanced at Dumbledore. By noon, I'll be forced out of the school, Dumbledore said calmly, as if it were no big deal. But I'm confident this will be resolved. You'll find that at Hogwarts, those who need help always get it. Then Dumbledore suddenly tapped his head. Oh, right. Before I go, there's one last thing. Cohen left something here last time. Don't forget to take it with you. He picked up a slightly thick book from his desk and handed it to Cohen, even tossing in a little wink like it was some secret signal. Cohen had no idea what Dumbledore was up to with this weird move, especially since the book was titled Travels with Ghouls. All right, you three, come with me to the Great Hall. Stay with the other students while I organize setting up temporary tents on the grounds, McGonagall said briskly. This is a dangerous situation. I know you want to find your friend, but you can't handle that monster, and you'd only put yourselves in danger. Got it, Professor McGonagall, Cohen said. Harry opened his mouth to protest, but Cohen's got it. Shut him up. Compared to Dumbledore's do-nothing approach, McGonagall moved fast and efficiently. By 1 p.m., dozens of colorful tents, complete with house crests, were set up on the grounds outside Hogwarts. They were probably old-school stock. The tents smelled musty. The new caretaker, Mr. Von Braun, led the students in groups to their temporary homes for the night. Having seen Cohen's suitcase that was bigger on the inside, Harry wasn't blown away by the Gryffindor tent on the grass. If anything, he thought it was a little small. But that wasn't their main concern right now. Good news, Cohen said. Even without Dumbledore, he's given us some special help. Harry and Ron's attention snapped over instantly. I've never left anything behind with him, Cohen said, flipping open the book Dumbledore had handed him before leaving. It was empty inside, a box disguised as a book. I knew it, Harry said, thrilled. Inside were 4 pairs of glasses. The extra pair was probably meant for Hermione. Cohen recognized the alchemical runes on them at a glance. Dumbledore hadn't made glasses for the basilisk. He'd made them for the people who'd face it. Maybe this was an upgrade after realizing Cohen had an innocent basilisk relative hiding in the chamber too. Otherwise, he could have just had Fox peck out the original basilisk's eyes and called it a day. What are these for? Ron asked, picking up a pair. Only Harry needs glasses. Forgetting already? Cohen said, a basilisk stare kills anything alive. These glasses reflect the death gaze. This one's probably Harry's. It's got a prescription. Ron tried on a pair, but quickly took them off and handed them to Harry. The other 3 pairs had no prescription, just plain lenses. Harry's, though, matched his nearsightedness perfectly. Cohen didn't buy for a second that Dumbledore hadn't snuck into the boys' dormitory to figure that out. There's a note, too. Harry pointed at a folded piece of parchment at the bottom of the box. It was written in Dumbledore's signature loopy, swirling handwriting. The bathroom has the most pipes. Seriously, a riddle at a time like this? Hagrid Dumbledore, you absolute legend. Cohen clicked his tongue. What's that supposed to mean? Do we check every bathroom? Harry asked, confused. If only Hermione were here. Ron said for the second time, sounding a little lost. That's what happens when you lose your external brain. Running around aimlessly isn't going to work, Cohen said, steering them. So, isn't there an obvious bathroom, one where someone died, that we should check out first? Is there a bathroom like that? Wait, Harry's eyes lit up. Moaning Myrtle. Dumbledore told me Voldemort opened the chamber when he was a student, Cohen said. Myrtle probably died back then. She's wearing a school uniform, not some medieval ghost getup. The Gryffindor point deducting squad was ready to roll. Under Harry's invisibility cloak, the three of them slipped back into the school. Myrtle. The second they stepped into the bathroom, Harry shouted her name. Oh, it's you lot. Myrtle floated up from a toilet. I heard the students got taken out of the castle. Some girl ended up in a mess like mine, but I haven't seen her come back here. I wouldn't mind sharing my toilet with her, though. Because Hermione's not dead yet, Harry said urgently. Myrtle, do you remember how you died? Myrtle's mood flipped from mopey to giddy in an instant. Ooh, you want to hear about that? She launched into her story with relish. I was just hanging out in this stall. It's my spot. Even Peeves can't take it from me. Back then, Olive Hornby was mocking me, saying my glasses made me look like a four-eyed dog. I was crying in there when I heard someone come in. They were talking to someone else, but it sounded like a totally different language. I couldn't understand a word. Parcel tongue. Harry's heart was pounding. Cohen, meanwhile, was plotting his pose for later. Nothing too pathetic, but dramatic enough to convince Voldemort he'd tried his best. But then I realized it was a boy's voice, so I opened the door to shoo him out. Myrtle said. And then she puffed out her chest like it was some grand achievement. I died. How'd you die? Harry asked. No clue, Myrtle said. All I saw was a pair of huge, creepy yellow eyes. Where? Cohen asked. Right there. Myrtle pointed at the sink. Cohen had opened it once before, so finding it was a breeze. A tap with a little snake carved into it. Just say something in parcel tongue, right? Cohen said. Open. Harry tried, but it didn't work. The carved snake wasn't real. He could only talk to actual snakes passively. That's English. I understood it, Ron said, shaking his head. Hiss. Open. Cohen let out a raspy, low hiss from his throat. A flash of white light later, the sink slid away, revealing a massive pipe underneath. I'm going down to find Hermione, Ron said, clenching his fists. Me too, Harry added. Then what are you standing around for? Waiting for someone to cast a featherfall spell on you. Cohen shoved them both in and jumped down after them. Eh-aha! The sudden weightlessness sent Harry and Ron's screams echoing through the pipe. It felt like the whole of Hogwarts could hear them. After what seemed like forever, they slid to a stop at the bottom of the main pipe. Don't do that out of nowhere next time, Harry grumbled, rubbing his backside as he got up from the stone floor. Free roller coaster ride. Pretty decent, right? Cohen said. Just a bit messy. Last time, Cohen had flown in, so he'd avoided the grime. This time, his clothes were caked in sewer sludge. It'd take 8 scouring charms to make them wearable again. Put on the glasses, Ron said. It's so dark down here. All three slipped on the glasses Dumbledore had given them. Harry swapped out his usual pair. If Dumbledore hadn't made him a special prescription set, he'd have to stack 2 pairs. Talk about looking ridiculous. Lumos. Cohen took the lead, wand raised, lighting the way. The last time he'd been here, the basilisk hadn't shed yet, so the middle corridor felt empty. Not this time. There were 2 shed skins now. 2 snakes down here. Ron whispered, alarmed. It's shed skin, Harry said, inspecting the pair of shiny green husks. They're different sizes, probably from different ages. Or 2 different snakes, Cohen said. There's only 2 here, which means basilisk skin rots. And these both look fresh. They navigated twist after twist through the underground tunnels until they reached the chamber's entrance. The latest novels are first released on 69 Book Bar. 2 stone snakes coiled across the wall, waiting for Parseltongue to unlock it. Open. This time, the door swung open, revealing a brightly lit chamber with a massive old man statue at the far end. A Slytherin student stood in front of it, looking nervous. Theodore not. Harry said, shocked. Hermione and Lockhart were lying nearby. I am sorry, Theodore stammered, his face pale. I didn't want to kill anyone. You're the one helping you-know-who. Ron snapped. He threatened me. Theodore's voice shook, all traces of his old smugness, back when he'd mocked the Weasleys gone. He said if I didn't do what he wanted, it wouldn't just be me who'd die. My family, too. It's okay. He's not here now. We'll get out together, Harry said cautiously, inching toward Hermione. There's no time. Theodore swallowed hard. He's here, and so's that snake. What? This? Kill Harry Potter. Voldemort's face emerged from the Slytherin statue. He'd latched onto the stone, hissing orders at the basilisk. Crash! A giant snake head burst out of a pool nearby. Theodore squeezed his eyes shut and crouched, hugging his head like he was trying to turn into a rock. Ron, Cohen, grab Hermione and run. I'll hold it off, Harry shouted. Voldemort only wanted Harry. That much clicked for him all of a sudden. The basilisk had only heard the command to kill Harry Potter. Voldemort let out a cold laugh. Touching, just like what your dad said before he died. So, how you handle a basilisk? With your courage? Or that little stick in your hand? You'll never win, Harry growled. Ron had already hoisted Hermione onto his back, but Lockhart was left where he lay. I'll get Hermione out and come back to help. Hold on, Ron called, torn between rushing off and staying. That left Lockhart, and Cohen was the only one with free hands. No way. I'm not carrying him, Cohen said flat out. I'd rather fight the basilisk with Harry than lug him around. I'll back you up. Cohen raised his wand and swung into action alongside Harry. Voldemort wasn't fazed. He knew Cohen was his inside guy. Harry was touched. He knew Cohen was his loyal friend. The old basilisk stayed calm too. Its brother's kid wouldn't turn on it. Dumbledore and Fawkes, who'd just appeared unnoticed in a corner, were pleased. They saw Cohen stepping up, risking his life for his friends. A true hero, or a true Dementor. Cohen looked like he was charging and hot-headed, but he was cool as ice. He'd already spotted Sissoko's soul lurking in the pool beside him, which meant stupef. Cohen's spell cut off midward. Splash! Another basilisk erupted from the pool, stunning everyone. It opened its massive jaws and swallowed Cohen whole in one gulp. Cohen! Harry's eyes went wide. Bloody hell. Ron, who just turned back, froze mid-step, forgetting to keep running with Hermione. His eyes nearly popped out of his head. Huh. Even Voldemort paused. What's with the second one? Voldemort didn't have time to stand around in a daze for long. Attached to the statue, he had a clear view of Dumbledore's phoenix appearing gracefully in a burst of flame above the Chamber of Secrets. Kill that boy at all costs. Voldemort screeched at the basilisk, already preparing to make his escape. Whether this attempt to kill Harry Potter succeeded or not, it didn't matter much to Voldemort, as long as he got away fast enough to avoid Dumbledore catching him. The only thing he regretted was not retrieving the diadem or luring Cohen into becoming the vessel for his resurrection. Theodore not dove straight into the water on the other side. He just wanted to get out of this chaotic mess. As he slipped out the chamber's door and turned into the passageway, a flash of fire flickered, and he vanished. But no one here noticed Theodore disappearing out of sight. Hiss! The old basilisk opened its abyss-like maw at Harry, its two long, venomous fangs glinting. Ron had already taken Hermione and left. Cohen had been swallowed by another basilisk that appeared out of nowhere, leaving Harry all alone. How was he supposed to fight a massive basilisk like this? With his ordinary spells that couldn't even scratch the school walls? Or with that love thing Professor Dumbledore had talked about last year? Truth was, Harry didn't have any great power. He could already picture the basilisk swallowing him whole, too. Just as despair sank in, a faint, ethereal song drifted down from the top of the chamber. A fiery red bird swooped down from above, its tail feathers brushing Harry's hair, and dropped off a gift. The Sorting Hat. Cohen had already briefed the old basilisk on what to do next. If it wanted to live a normal life, it was showtime. Because Voldemort, true to form, had pulled his classic move, bailing the moment things went south. The noseless white face on the statue vanished right after the phoenix showed up. The order had been given to the basilisk. Harry yanked the sword of Gryffindor out of the Sorting Hat, yelling about friendship, sacrifice, and bonds as he charged at the basilisk. His sudden burst of bravery threw the old basilisk, who had no intention of hurting him, into a panic. It started slithering in circles around Harry to avoid getting stabbed in the head. Meanwhile, Cohen, in Dementor form, had Sissoko hold him in its mouth. This way, he wouldn't get covered in basilisk slime or accidentally nicked by Sissoko's teeth, avoiding some nasty outcomes. Like Cohen feeling grossed out or Sissoko getting poisoned by the liquid curse running through Cohen's body. Neither the snake nor the monster had any plans to leave, though. Cohen's original plan was to wait until the old basilisk made peace with Harry, then have Sissoko spit him out. Otherwise, Dumbledore, watching from the sidelines, would probably decide to gut Sissoko open himself. Sissoko, meanwhile, had sensed another terrifying presence in the chamber and wanted to grab its kid and bolt. But the underwater exit was suddenly sealed by some magic, leaving it trapped. Probably that Dumbledore Cohen kept mentioning, keeping it from escaping, especially since it still had Cohen in its mouth. So Sissoko quietly poked half its head out from the shadows near the pool's edge, watching the standoff between the old basilisk and Harry Potter. It was waiting for the reconciliation to wrap up, so it could pop out and spit Cohen out. Speaking of which, why was this kid squirming so much in there? He was practically sliding down its throat. Loosen up a bit, damn it. It's too tight. Cohen jabbed Sissoko's upper jaw with his bony Dementor hand, muttering, "If it's too much trouble, just let me hang out in your stomach for a bit." That sudden jab almost made Sissoko spit Cohen out, but it reacted fast, popping its head above. This slid Cohen a bit further toward its stomach, which actually made Sissoko feel a little better. But to Harry and Dumbledore, hidden nearby under a disillusionment charm, it looked like something else entirely. It seemed like the basilisk was adjusting its grip to better swallow a struggling Cohen, all savage and bloodthirsty. Dumbledore started to wonder if Cohen's earlier comment about feeling like family was actually true. Still, he could sense Cohen's magical signature, steady as ever. Even though Cohen was squirming enough to annoy it, this new basilisk hadn't used its deadly fangs, so Dumbledore held off on attacking it for now. That didn't mean Cohen was out of danger, though. The moment the basilisk opened its mouth, Dumbledore tossed a containment spell inside, just to make sure Cohen didn't get digested. The person most worried about Cohen's safety, and the least clued in, was Harry. He had no idea there were two basilisks in the chamber, let alone that one of them might be related to Cohen. "Cohen, hang on." Harry shot a worried glance toward the other basilisk, concerned for Cohen, but quickly refocused on the one circling him fast. He swung the sword of Gryffindor at the old basilisk scales, but the blade couldn't pierce through. If he really wanted to hurt it, he'd have to aim for a weak spot, the mouth or the eyes. "I'm actually fine." Cohen's voice echoed faintly through the water in Sissoko's belly. Thanks to the containment spell Dumbledore had thrown in, Cohen's situation was way better than expected. The spell had carved out a hollow space around him, giving him room to move comfortably. Not great news for Sissoko, though. It felt like it hadn't swallowed its son, but some round, rock-hard lump. Its stomach was feeling a bit bloated. I'm not fine," Sissoko grumbled uncomfortably. Harry heard it, but couldn't figure out why this basilisk was casually chatting like that in the middle of all this. Whatever. He had to deal with this one fast and save Cohen. The bigger basilisk he was facing suddenly stopped circling. Harry watched as it slowly opened its mouth, like it was about to lunge and sink its venomous fangs into him. This was his chance. He knew those fangs could kill him easily, but it was his only shot at beating the basilisk. He wasn't sure if he could free Cohen before the venom took him down. Screw it. Harry gripped the sword of Gryffindor tight and charged at the basilisk's slightly open, soon to be fully gaping mouth. If he could just get there, if he could just drive the sword in. Hiss. Stop. The old basilisk had planned to wait until the kid tired himself out to negotiate peace. But the second it opened its mouth, Harry suddenly went full kamikaze, rushing at it with the sword like he didn't care about his life. Cohen was right. This kid might actually kill it if it kept following that Slytherin heir's orders. Harry heard the basilisk call for a halt and slow down. It really hadn't lunged at him after opening its mouth. It was way bigger than the one that swallowed Cohen. There was no reason for it to. Wait, what? Didn't Voldemort order it to kill Harry Potter at all costs? Why was it stopping now? Hiss. Can we make peace? The old basilisk spoke up. Both the boy and the snake froze mid-action, like a movie reel had jammed. Even Dumbledore, watching from the sidelines, hadn't seen this coming. What's going on? Weren't they about to land the final, fatal blow? Why'd they just stop? Dumbledore wasn't worried about Harry dying. With Fawkes' tears on hand, the basilisk's venom wouldn't pose any real threat. If Harry was scared, that'd be understandable. A 12-year-old facing a monster this terrifying was already a miracle. What threw Dumbledore off was the basilisk's behavior. He'd taught himself tons of languages, including Parseltongue, and he could tell this basilisk was hissing about reconciliation. The new basilisk not biting Cohen could be chalked up to family ties. But why wasn't the old chamber basilisk following Voldemort's orders? Why'd it stop and try to make peace instead? He's gone. Salazar's heir is gone. The old basilisk hissed at Harry. I don't want to kill you, or anyone else. Oh, really? Harry stammered. His first impression of basilisks had always been pure terror and aggression, but this one actually seemed like it wanted peace with him. No way. Harry snapped, suddenly sharp. You're tricking me. He whipped his head toward the other basilisk. Cohen had just been swallowed. This one was probably covering for her. As Harry turned, he spotted the new basilisk rising from the water again. It had definitely swallowed Cohen. Harry could see a bulge in its midsection. It's going for a sneak attack. Harry's breathing sped up. Now, he had two basilisks to deal with, one in front, one behind, and just one sword. The new basilisk opened its mouth wide from a distance. Did it think it had already won, so it was eager to gulp him down too? Harry wasn't sure which snake to aim his sword at. He backed up slowly, tense, keeping both in his sights. The new basilisk slithered onto shore, its mouth still gaping toward the ground. Was this some kind of hunting stance? Harry didn't know much about snakes, but this didn't seem right. It hadn't even bared its long fangs. He found out why soon enough. The bulge in the new basilisk's belly started creeping upward as its muscles flexed. What? Harry's eyes widened. Then out came a perfectly clean, totally unharmed Cohen. I'm back, he announced. Ron popped up at the doorway, shouting, I'm here. He'd just left Hermione at the entrance, hoping someone coming down would find her. He wanted to get her all the way back to the bathroom, but he had no clue how to climb that giant pipe. So he'd banked on someone spotting them, or whatever. Either way, he'd rushed back to help Harry and Cohen. At least they could all go down fighting together. T2 of them. Ron yelped. He'd missed Cohen getting spat out. All he saw were two basilisks, and Cohen, right under one's jaws, about to be swallowed again. Stay away from my friend, Ron shouted, firing off a spell. Problem was, his gear wasn't up to snuff. That beat-up old wand, barely holding on for ages, finally gave up the ghost. The tip exploded, and the spell shot out in every direction, splashing a rainbow of random effects. Ron had accidentally pulled off a magical marvel, casting one spell that split into dozens, each with a different flair. Unfortunately, Harry and Cohen got caught in the crossfire. Sissoko reacted fastest, flattening itself and shielding Cohen behind its head. The old basilisk was next, yanking a dazed Harry with its tail and using its scales to block the scattered curses. Only Lockhart, lying ignored on the ground, took the full brunt of the spell. He didn't budge, though. Cohen's Petri Ficus Totalis was top-notch. Now both basilisks turned her on. Sigma, degree. Ron stood there, still holding his sizzling, smoking wand. You okay, kiddo? Sissoko tilted its head toward Cohen, sounding concerned. My arm plus my wand's reach puts me right at your eye level, Cohen deadpanned. The latest novels are first released on 69 Book Bar. What? Harry, freed by the old basilisk, gaped at Cohen and the new basilisk. What did it my son? Sissoko said proudly. Cohen had never wished so hard he could snark like the Count. Ew, it's not. Harry gulped, then glanced at the old basilisk that had just shielded him with its tail. And you? What are you all hissing about? Ron said, freaked out. Can basilisks brainwash people? You guys look like you're on their side now. Ron, my head hurts. I think I'm growing a brain, Harry muttered, tossing his sword aside. This doesn't feel real. That's because it's not, Cohen said, switching to English to reassure Harry and Ron. I wasn't thrilled when I first found out either. Nobody wanted a giant, hissing, death-staring snake calling them kiddo all the time. Wait, you guys, what's with that nickname? Ron asked, eyeing the two basilisks, then Harry and Cohen. I'm serious, the old basilisk said to Harry. I don't want to hurt you. It was just that Salazar's heir ordering me around before. I couldn't resist Parseltongue commands. He's gone. Harry glanced at the Slytherin statue. Voldemort had vanished at some point. That's why you stopped. Yeah, the old basilisk said, satisfied. Are you under some basilisk mind control? Ron asked, panicked. Blink if they're threatening you. We're negotiating, Cohen said to Ron. Grab a rock to sit on. I'll explain step by step. So, Cohen, Harry turned to him. Gotta admit it, Cohen said. It's kind of related to me by blood. You knew? Harry asked, incredulous. Not really. I had a hunch before. After that night, it climbed into my bed. I dug into every scaly magical creature I could find, Cohen said. When it swallowed me just now, but didn't even nibble, I pretty much got it. As for why I've got a basilisk relative. Harry, you sure you want to know? It was the first time Harry had heard Cohen ask something so serious. Harry wasn't sure if he wanted the answer. Really, Ron had already picked out a stone stool and asked curiously. I'm a hybrid, a mix of all sorts of nasty creatures, Cohen said bluntly. Like a cursed evil unicorn, a basilisk, stuff like that. You're joking, Ron said, incredulous. Cohen, this isn't the time for jokes. Harry chimed in, finding it hard to believe. Cohen looked so normal, well, mostly normal. Sure, most ghosts avoided him. Norbert had been scared of him since hatching, and, okay, maybe there were a few odd things. I get it if you can't accept it, Cohen said. I didn't think I could keep this hidden forever anyway. Friends shouldn't have too many dangerous secrets, right? But honestly, I'm fine with it. If you think being around me is too cool. Ron's eyes lit up. Can I borrow your dad for a bit? Bringing a basilisk home would shut Fred and George up for sure. Learn from him. Sissoko grumbled at Cohen. Don't be ridiculous. Even if you're really part basilisk or whatever, we're still friends, Harry said, shaking his head. We're buddies with Hagrid, aren't we? In a shadowy corner, an old man who'd been secretly watching the friendly chat between two boys, two basilisks, and a Dementor nodded in satisfaction and left, though he left his phoenix behind. Fox wanted to keep watching the show. Like owner, like pet. Nothing wrong with that. I'm not being ridiculous. This is just the kind of moment where you say stuff like that, Cohen said, raising an eyebrow. Come on, didn't you just feel a little warm, fuzzy, want to be lifelong bros vibe in your hearts? Not anymore, Harry said dryly. What about Hermione? She's fine, the old basilisk said to Harry so he could pass it on. She just passed out. Before I got here, she'd already been hit by that guy's spell. The old basilisk poked the unconscious Lockhart with its tail tip. By the way, I remember this guy. He came looking for me a few times before with that Salazar air. Harry knew the basilisk meant Voldemort. Lockhart was definitely one of the culprits from the earlier attacks. It says Lockhart knocked Hermione out with a spell before it got here, Harry relayed to Ron. And yeah, Lockhart's been helping Voldemort with the attacks. That filthy liar. Ron shot a disgusted look at Lockhart. So what do we do with him? Cohen asked. Should we each take turns peeing on his face? Gross, Harry said. Not classy, Sissoko added. Salazar's been dead for ages, the old basilisk said. No need to do that in front of a statue. He doesn't deserve that much. We should drag him out and expose him, Ron said fiercely. Fake autobiographies, attacking students, helping he'll wake up to a collapsed world, Cohen quipped. So we can head back now. Harry asked the two basilisks. Since we don't have to fight anymore. I'll come back later, Cohen said suddenly. Harry and Ron both turned to look at him. We can't just leave them in the chamber, Cohen said, raising an eyebrow. What if Voldemort comes back to stir up trouble? I'm taking them to my suitcase. It's better for everyone. Hogwarts won't have any more basilisk attacks, and Norbert won't be so lonely. That's actually a solid idea, Harry nodded. We probably shouldn't tell the professors about this. Oh, let's just say we killed the basilisk. There are 2 shed skins out there. They look fresh enough. Asterisk ding. Tom Riddle's grand purge plan has been thwarted. Kindness branch, 2/7 completed. Plus 1,000 Google points. Reward. Advanced spellcraft imitation available for pickup. Asterisk. Asterisk ding. Save a basilisk's life. Overachieved. Plus 2,000 sim points. Reward. 2 flesh puppets available for pickup. Asterisk. Kids, I can keep your secret, said the Sorting Hat, which had been ignored on the damp floor. But you got to be nice and take me back to the headmaster's office. I don't have hands or feet, you know. Really? Ron asked, skeptical. The Sorting Hat was starting to regret opening its mouth. But they definitely wouldn't leave it behind. Sissoko helped Cohen and the others get Lockhart down to the pipes. Fawkes flew overhead the whole time. Once they found the unconscious Hermione, Sissoko gave Cohen a quick goodbye. Now, it was just the 3 of them, plus the knocked-out Hermione and Lockhart. Where do we get back up? Ron asked first, since that was the main reason he hadn't been able to get Hermione out earlier. Climb up? Harry asked, unsure. Help us out, Mr. Fawkes. Cohen said, turning an eager gaze toward the Phoenix. Fawkes responded with a peck. It wasn't impressed with Cohen's earlier performance. Thought he could have hammed it up a bit more. Cohen rubbed his head. The peck wasn't hard, but it was perfectly calibrated to sting without breaking his skin. Clearly, Fawkes had plenty of practice pecking people. What's it mean? Harry asked, puzzled, as Fawkes flicked its long golden tail feathers at him after pecking Cohen. Phoenix feathers fetch a high price, Cohen said spitefully. Is it telling you to grab it? Ron wondered. But it can't possibly carry all of us. Harry said, confused. Not gonna pluck one? Cohen asked, disappointed. Fine, we'll just hold on to each other and... Wait, we've got 2 unconscious people here. Cohen suddenly realized the problem. They need to wake someone up to get everyone out. Guess Lockhart could keep snoozing then. Cohen crouched beside Hermione, reaching for his wand, only to get some not-so-great news. He'd had his wand with him when Sissoko swallowed him, but he'd been too caught up watching the drama unfold. It seems Sissoko had accidentally snapped it with a chomp. Looks like I'm not the only one needing a new wand this year, Ron said, somewhere between gloating and sympathy. Borrow mine, Harry offered, handing his wand to Cohen. It must have been your, basilisk relative by accident. No big deal, Cohen said casually. Magic tape couldn't fix a broken wand, but the Elder Wand could. And, conveniently, the Elder Wand was with Dumbledore. Finite incantatum. Cohen pointed his wand at Hermione and muttered the spell. A flash of white light later, Hermione jolted awake like she'd been out of it for days. Basilisk, she yelped. I saw a basilisk. Harry? Ron? Cohen? How are you? Only then did she realize they were at the end of a long, dark pipe, surrounded by the rotten stench of the sewers. She quickly lowered her voice, but then she spotted the stunning red Phoenix nearby, and Lockhart, sprawled unconscious on the ground. Are we in the basilisk's lair? She asked cautiously. Yeah, Harry said. But it's okay now. The basilisk was being forced. The real bad guy's Voldemort. And Lockhart, Ron added, fuming. But we're planning to tell everyone we killed the basilisk, Harry said. Because Cohen's got a... Harry shot Cohen a questioning look, got a nod in return, and explained everything to Hermione. Of course we're still friends, Cohen, Hermione said firmly, brushing off his identity crisis. You don't need to stress about your bloodline. Actually, according to books I've read on wizard origins, witches and wizards first got their magic from magical creatures' blood anyway. It's not that big a deal. Thanks, Cohen said. Though, honestly, I didn't stress about it for long. I just thought the vibe was right to pull a dramatic moment like in comics or TV shows. That's so cool, Ron said, jealous. Being different is tough, especially with bloodlines. Can you turn into a basilisk? Or maybe a unicorn? Even animagi can't turn into magical creatures, Ron, Hermione said with a sigh. Anim what now? Ron asked. People who can turn into animals. It's hard and dangerous. There have only been 7 registered animagi this century, Hermione explained. Ron, Professor McGonagall's mentioned it in class like 20 times. If you don't want to flunk finals. We've got your notes, Ron said breezily. We'll cram them before the test. Besides, I think they should cancel exams this term, or at least exempt us. We solved the attack problem. That'd be amazing, Harry said, liking the sound of that. That'd be awful, Hermione said glumly. Do you guys really have to debate whether skipping exams is amazing or awful at the bottom of a sewer in a girl's bathroom? Cohen said, rubbing his face. Foxtail is getting tired from all the wagging. In the end, they linked up, and Fox flew them out of the pipe one by one. Cohen wished the Count could do that too. Every time the Count delivered a big package, it griped for ages about how it's too heavy, pay me extra, even though it didn't get paid at all. Sometimes, Cohen felt like the Count was a person who couldn't adjust to being a bird. Other times, its snarky tone made it seem more like a bird who couldn't stand human life. It was always complaining about humans as a species. That made it feel straight out of a fairy tale. Only fairy tale creatures could be so human-like yet fiercely cling to their own identity. Plus, most animals in fairy tales could talk. It matched the backstory the Count had cooked up for itself. There wasn't a bird like that in Harry Potter or a fairy tale quite like it. But who knows? There's no Cohen Norton in the books either. Maybe in the book's world, the one where Cohen didn't cross over, Cohen Norton never existed. Or maybe he died in that experiment, a pitiful failure. Or maybe Edward and Rose, just like in this world, tried to save Cohen, but failed even after giving up their souls. Maybe that left number 5, Privet Drive with Muggles, and Little Whinging with just Harry as its only wizard. Fox didn't just get them back to the surface. It kept soaring, bringing them straight to the headmaster's office. The office was packed today. The Grangers, the Weasleys, and the Nortons were all there. Theodore not huddled in a corner chair, staring blankly at the leg of Dumbledore's desk. Dumbledore stood by the fireplace with a warm smile, McGonagall beside him. Again, McGonagall clutched her chest, taking sharp breaths. Hermione, Mr. Granger pulled his daughter into a hug. Oh my God, we were terrified. We heard you'd been kidnapped. Mom, Dad, I'm fine now. I won't rush into danger again, Hermione said, soothing them. You're the ones who saved Hermione, right? Mrs. Granger said gratefully, looking at Cohen, Harry, and Ron. She remembered Cohen. Rose had once done a story on the Granger dental practice. Maybe you could tell us how you pulled this off? Dumbledore asked with a twinkle in his eye. It must have been a tough, brave feat. No second year's ever done anything like this before, since Hogwarts technically only had one basilisk. Cohen felt the praise was kind of hollow. Cohen, your mom nearly blew up the school, Edward said, pulling Cohen over. Why are you always in the middle of these big messes every year? There's an even bigger surprise, Cohen whispered in Edward's ear. I'll tell you over break. The latest novels are first released on 69 Book Bar. Edward got a bad feeling. You don't mean? Pretty much what you're thinking, Cohen said. What's with the whispering I can't hear? Rose shot a stern look at the father-son duo. They didn't have time to explain, though. Harry, Cohen, and Ron, as the key players, had to recount what happened and how they found the chamber's entrance. They tweaked the ending, though. Harry stabbed the lone basilisk, and Voldemort fled. Like a lingering ghost. Edward said, worried. But he didn't win, Mr. Norton, Harry said reassuringly. At least no one was permanently hurt, except maybe Filch. Students were loudly demanding the new caretaker, Mr. Von Braun, stick around, so Filch might be out of a job. Could I keep Cohen back for a chat? Dumbledore asked Edward and Rose as the parents started heading out with their kids. Cohen stayed behind in Dumbledore's office. The parents would stick around for a feast since the basilisk was dealt with, and the term wouldn't end early. Anything you'd like to tell me, Cohen? Dumbledore asked kindly. Actually, yeah, Cohen said, fishing around in his pocket. Under Dumbledore's expectant gaze. He pulled out his wand, snapped in two. Cohen noticed the core wasn't the usual white unicorn hair. It was pitch black, radiating a familiar magical vibe. Those lab folks must have sold Ari's fur on the side for cash. And Ollivander? He'd shove anything into a wand. Can you fix my wand? Cohen asked Dumbledore. That's unlikely, Dumbledore said. examining the broken pieces. With this much damage, maybe try Ollivander and Diagon Alley. You're not telling me the luggage you're talking about is this giant Slytherin head statue, are you? I kept you here because I wanted to ask about some other things, Dumbledore continued, about what happened in the chamber. We lied. Cohen didn't even try to hide it. Neither of those basilisks are dead. Anyway, Dumbledore had watched the first half of everything unfold, and now he'd pulled Cohen aside for a private chat to dig into what happened next. I thought your little secret would stay hidden a bit longer, Dumbledore said with a playful glint in his eye. We just didn't want the parents to know the monster that attacked us is still alive, Cohen explained. They'd never believe that the old basilisk was forced into causing those attacks. The real villain's Voldemort, not it. That's a smart move. You lot are way more proactive than most kids your age, Dumbledore said with a warm nod and a smile. Our enemies are always the ones with malice in their hearts, not the poor creatures who've been threatened or controlled. That said, keeping the basilisks at Hogwarts isn't exactly the best idea. I seem to recall we talked last time about how to deal with that deadly stare of theirs. I've already figured it out, Cohen said. I made something for the little basilisk, and I'm planning to whip up a couple more for the big ones too. That way, I can move them into my suitcase to live. I mean, I've always got a dragon in there. 3 basilisks don't seem that scary by comparison. And one of them's even a blood relative of yours, Dumbledore teased. I often say I've seen my fair share of sights and people. But what's going on with you? That's something entirely new to me. And they all seem to adore you. Cohen didn't quite know how to respond. So far, Ari didn't really have any attachment to him. It was mostly the contract holding her there. The little Dementor barely had any self-awareness at all. Only Cisco genuinely saw Cohen as family, like a kid of his own. But, Cohen, what I actually wanted to ask about isn't just the basilisk part, Dumbledore said, his bright blue eyes peering over the tops of his half-moon glasses, locking onto Cohen's dark pupils. Before one of them swallowed you. Had you already met them? Ugh, you caught me, Cohen admitted with a casual shrug. When your secret little schemes get found out, the best move is to come clean, partially at least. Make them think they've got you figured out on the second layer. Cohen had a few final explanations ready to go. The one I'm related to, Cisco, came to me for help the day before yesterday. And you'd just given me some ideas about how to fix the basilisk's deadly stare problem, Cohen said. Then he dragged me down to meet the old basilisk in the chamber. No clue why, but Slytherin didn't even bother giving it a name. To a lot of people who don't understand love, a name's just a pointless label, Cohen, Dumbledore said. But for us, a name means so much more than just a word. A name's like a spell, a charm that ties different beings together. Think of a pet's name, a nickname between friends, or what parents call their kids. Once you give someone a name, you're sharing a piece of your magic, your emotions. For some powerful wizards, that's practically self-inflicted torture. Dumbledore went on. Salazar Slytherin didn't want any real connection with that basilisk. To him, it was just a tool he'd created, something obedient to use. He put it to sleep with magic, left it for his descendants to control and cause terror with, by not naming it. He didn't have to think about how confused it'd be waking up after 1,000 years, how panicked it'd feel when discovered, or how desperate it'd become when it was finally dealt with. That's pretty irresponsible, especially for a creature with something close to human self-awareness, Cohen said. Exactly, Cohen, Dumbledore replied, sounding pleased. That's where we're different. And it might just be one of the reasons Slytherin ended up splitting from the other Hogwarts founders. Wait a sec. Cohen pretended to realize something was off. I haven't even told you about Cisco swallowing me yet. Huh, Dumbledore said, stroking his long beard. Since we're being so open with each other, I suppose I shouldn't hold back either. Truth is, after Fawkes showed up, I was in the chamber too. So you just stood there watching 3 second years take on Voldemort and a basilisk. Cohen seized the chance to call him out. I've always believed teaching should involve some hands-on experience, Dumbledore said with a cheerful grin. And, if I may toot my own horn a little, with me there protecting you, you were never in any real danger. I got swallowed by a basilisk. Cohen shot back. Though, to be fair, It was mostly trying to keep me in its mouth to shield me from the chaos. Didn't I cast a protection charm on you? Dumbledore said with a sly wink. Doesn't matter. I'm telling my mom, Cohen said, throwing a playful tantrum. You just watch from the sidelines again, like you do every year. Unless you fix my wand, I'm... Dumbledore quickly clapped a hand over Cohen's mouth. I'll fix your wand, and we'll keep this as our little secret, all right? It's not that Cohen couldn't afford a new wand. He just felt the old one, barely 2 years used, had more value. It was like how you get attached to an old toy. Sure, he could replace it if it stopped working, but he didn't want it broken or lost. Besides, Cohen could tell Dumbledore enjoyed these moments where they dropped the whole headmaster-student dynamic for a bit of fun. Old Dumbledore could be kind of pitiful sometimes. This was Cohen's way of looking out for a lonely, 100-plus-year-old guy still plugging away at his job. He figured the system ought to toss him a few thousand goodwill points for that. Asterisk, asterisk, goodwill points, plus 10, asterisk, asterisk. Asterisk. Note, that's all you're getting. You keep raking it in, but never spend it. Puffed. Hoarder. Asterisk. What's wrong with being a hoarder? Annoyed. Cohen didn't want to spend some points on useful stuff, but the cool, fun, magical creatures in the Goodwill shop cost thousands or tens of thousands. And don't even get him started on the stuff you could buy with sin points, which were even harder to come by. A single soul fragment to boost his soul integrity by 1% cost 1,000 points. Cohen kept them stashed as his breakthrough in a pinch backup plan. If he ran into an enemy he couldn't handle, he'd cash in his sin points for soul integrity. Yell something like, "Don't underestimate the bond between me and the victims of the past," and charge in for a comeback kill. Classic hero move. Couldn't go wrong with that. After Dumbledore nudged him to go deal with the 2 basilisks, Cohen grabbed his suitcase and headed back to the chamber. But before he even stepped inside, he heard a huge racket, like something smashing apart. Maybe one of the stone pillars in the chamber, or a wall. Either way, it was the sound of stone shattering. And then there were the whispers of 2 snakes. "What else do you have for luggage?" Cisco asked. "There's this," the old basilisk replied. Then came an even louder boom. It sounded like the old basilisk had whipped its tail and smashed a pillar to bits. Wait, what kind of luggage does a basilisk even need when it moves? Hold on, what kind of snake luggage could there be in a dump like the chamber? When Cohen stepped inside, all he saw was chaos, shattered bricks and sticky mud everywhere, the dust clumping together into a soggy mess thanks to the puddles on the floor. Deep in the chamber, the most eye-catching feature, the Slytherin statue, was missing its head. It lay on the ground, surrounded by 2 basilisks. It looked almost like the basilisks had beheaded Slytherin himself. "I know you're pretty mad at Slytherin right now, but this seems a bit much," Cohen said, staring at the wreckage, unable to hold back his comment. "Huh?" The old basilisk nudged Slytherin's head toward Cohen with its tail, rolling it over like a ball. "I don't hate him. He was actually pretty decent to me back in the day." "Pretty decent, meaning he let you sleep under the bathroom floor," Cisco pointed out sharply. "And didn't even let you leave. Derek never restricted me like that. He gave me a cow every 3 days and even built me a bed." "You still can't let him go, can you?" Cohen asked Cisco calmly. "It's just nostalgia for our old friendship," Cisco said, its tone dripping with memories. "But of course, my son's more important now. If you don't hate Slytherin, then why are you kicking his head around like a soccer ball?" Cohen turned to the old basilisk. The statue's head was massive, considering what the old basilisk had called its luggage earlier. "This is my nest," the old basilisk said, wrapping its tail around Slytherin's head to stop it from rolling. "I've always slept here. Switching to a new spot might keep me up at night." "Bed nostalgia," Cisco chimed in cleverly. "I've heard humans talk about it." "Please don't say something so cutesy with your 1,000-year-old body and creaky old voice," Cohen said, covering his ears. "It's too weird." "Your suitcase has plenty of space inside," Cisco said, slithering closer to Cohen. "Couldn't you find a spot for the old guy to stash his stone head?" "It'd be a little rude to put it back after it's already been broken off," Cohen replied. "But it's not going in the basement. You can find a spot for it in the plains inside the suitcase yourself." The old basilisk gave Cohen a grateful nudge, making it feel even more like Cohen and his animal friends. Cohen opened the suitcase and used a levitation charm to help the old basilisk move the giant Slytherin head inside. The old basilisk picked a spot behind Cohen's wooden cabin, convenient for popping in to visit Cisco and the little basilisk. It generously invited Cisco to live inside the statue with it. It's way bigger on the inside than it looks. But Cisco declined. "I'm staying at my son's house," Cisco said proudly. Now that their deadly gazes were under control, they didn't have to worry about accidentally killing off Cohen's sheep or pigs, so they were free to roam the entire suitcase. Cohen figured he could introduce them to Hagrid later. Hagrid had probably never seen a live basilisk. Cohen was pretty sure these three were the last ones in all of England. No one sane would try to create a creature that could kill with a single glance. Except maybe some members of the Silver Key, who were clearly bored out of their minds and tired of living. "Don't climb on my bed, and if you're eating sheep or the short pig things, don't overdo it. Sustainable living, okay." Cohen warned the three snakes. "Got it," Cisco and the old basilisk agreed. "Hungry," the little basilisk hissed, eyeing the sheep pen eagerly. "I'll keep it in check," Cisco said, yanking back the little basilisk as it lunged toward the pen. "Oh, and one more thing. Don't you think it's time to give a name?" Cohen asked, remembering Dumbledore's words before he left. "Calling it Little Basilisk all the time feels kind of weird. But I've never named another snake before," Cisco said, sounding exasperated. It glanced at the old basilisk. "I don't even have a name myself," the old basilisk said, shaking its head. "Salazar never bothered with that. He didn't introduce me to any other living things either." "First room on the left downstairs is the study," Cohen said, pointing toward the cabin. "Do you know any English?" "A little," Cisco replied. "Grab a dictionary, find a word you like the look of, and we'll settle on a name next time I'm here," Cohen said with a sigh. "I've only ever named my dog before, and that was German Mustache. If the little basilisk didn't want to end up as a German stereotype, the naming duty would fall to Cisco. Cohen had bigger things to deal with, like the last bit of the school term, whatever Allie was up to in the Forbidden Forest, the missing Voldemort, and what seemed like the main storyline lately, the Silver Key Gathering. Oh, and Rose and Edward, who were sticking around for the banquet. At the feast, Dumbledore gave a speech about how the basilisk has been defeated by Harry, Cohen, and Ron, and Hogwarts is safe once again. Everyone cheered for Hogwarts getting back to normal. The parents who'd come to visit joined in the celebration too. The adult wizards were hit with a wave of nostalgia for their Hogwarts days. The Weasleys were chatting with the Nortons about old school memories, while Hermione was showing her parents the enchanted ceiling, which blew the Muggles' minds. It really doesn't leak when it rains? Mr. Granger still couldn't wrap his head around it. It looks completely open. Since Dumbledore had fixed Cohen's wand with the Elder Wand, Cohen decided not to mention to Rose that a basilisk had swallowed him. But before the banquet wrapped up, Edward pulled Cohen aside under the pretense of a bathroom break, looking like something was bothering him. "You don't have to actually drag me into the bathroom, just for a private chat," Cohen said, closing the door to the first-floor boys' restroom and turning to Edward. "It's to keep your mom from barging in," Edward said seriously, grabbing Cohen's shoulders. "I know this is technically something we should all talk about as a family. You told me last time that a snake claimed it was your dad. It's not dead, and it's not here to break up the family. It's joining us," Cohen said reassuringly. "And there just happens to be another basilisk in the Chamber of Secrets? Was it not killed?" Edward asked urgently. "Look me in the eyes and tell me you're not keeping a basilisk as a pet." "Cisco's not dangerous," Cohen said calmly. "You even gave a name." Edward groaned, covering his face. "Merlin's beard. I never should have let you keep that dragon. Now your sense of what's dangerous is completely warped. Basilisks. How about I introduce you to it?" Cohen suggested, realizing words alone wouldn't fix Edward's first impression, especially since basilisks were insanely dangerous. "You don't need to feel bad about yourself over a snake," Cohen said, patting Edward's hand to comfort him. "I'm talking about you dragging me to see a basilisk," Edward replied stiffly. "You do know their stare can kill, right? I've already taken care of that problem." Cohen grinned and brought out his trump card. Dumbledore helped too. as Edward stared at him in confusion. Cohen explained how Dumbledore had assisted in making contact lenses for the basilisks to block their deadly gaze. "What is Dumbledore even teaching you at that school?" Edward said, taking a deep breath. Seriously, how many years had it been? Had Hogwarts really evolved this much? If you're really worried, you can wear these glasses too. Double protection, Cohen said, tossing Edward a pair of Dumbledore's specs. I could take you to meet them now, or we could wait until I'm home for the holidays. Family's got to meet eventually, right? Edward couldn't find the words. What Cohen said made sense, sort of, but something still felt off. This family was getting weirder by the minute. So, summer break then? Needing some time to process is totally understandable, Cohen said, nodding sympathetically as he watched Edward silently head for the door. No, Edward said. Let's go see them now. I think I've gotten over that. Reproductive isolation? That creeped out feeling. Wait, reproductive isolation? Did Dumbledore teach you that too? Nah, Dumbledore's not that weird. The Count taught me that one, Cohen said, throwing someone else under the bus. Oh no, Cohen might have gone completely off the rails. Don't pin this on me. Your kid learned all that nonsense on his own. It's got nothing to do with me. In the room of requirement, the Count flat out refused to take the blame as Edward grilled him. I even tried teaching him how to catch voles, and he still hasn't figured that out. Get ready, Cohen said, opening his suitcase and turning to Edward. Just don't freak out and attack them when you see them. Them, especially the little one. The little one. Edward's eyes looked like they were about to pop out of his head. You didn't pass out, so that means you're already handling it fine, Cohen said, reassured by Edward's reaction. Come on, you and Cisco are going to get along great. He's a homebuddy too, and you both like kids. There's no way I'm buddying up with a snake, Edward said firmly. But as it turns out, the world's one big told you so. Cohen led Edward into the suitcase. Not much had changed since last time. Edward only noticed 2 new additions, a pig pen for the pygmy puffs and that giant Slytherin statue head. Cisco's probably in the study right now, flipping through books to pick a name for the little basilisk, Cohen said. How many basilisks did you cram in here? Edward muttered, swallowing hard as he gripped his wand. 3, that's it. No more, Cohen promised. One's the old basilisk from under Hogwarts. It was all alone down there, and Cisco, and I didn't think it was right to just leave it in the chamber. Then there's the little one. It's hard to explain, but I met it right after it was born, pure, clueless, and innocent, so it's got a chance. It won't end up hunted down by wizards. Cohen led Edward through the living room to the study door. Inside, he could hear Cisco and the old basilisk arguing about whether the little one should be named Sophia or Matilda. Creak. Cohen pushed the door open, and 3 snakes turned their heads in unison, locking their gazes on Edward. The old basilisk and Cisco had to coil up tight to fit in what was, for Cohen, a pretty spacious study. Before he'd walked in, their heads had been hovering over the same book, while the little basilisk was sprawled across the pages, making a mess. Food, the little basilisk asked. Thankfully, this time it didn't say food with that cheerful, confident tone. Not food, Cohen, Cisco, and the old basilisk corrected in unison. I feel like I just walked into a snake pit, Edward muttered, unnerved by the creepy hissing as he glanced at Cohen. You're still my son, right? You're Cohen's human dad, aren't you? Cisco said excitedly, slithering toward Edward. Thanks for taking care of him all this time. But obviously, Edward couldn't understand Cisco's hissing. Combined with the snake's enthusiastic charge, it looked like Cisco was about to swallow him whole any second. Stop. Edward aimed his wand at Cisco, just like he had the first time he'd seen Norbert. In a panic, he yanked Cohen behind him and stumbled back several steps toward the door. But Cisco didn't care. He stretched his head forward and gave Edward a big, friendly nuzzle. Spells didn't do much to his scales anyway. Were you? Hold on. Stop rubbing. Don't open your mouth. Don't coil around me. Edward's wand flailed uselessly before he finally gave up, letting Cisco nudge and bump him around. Once Cisco had finished showing his affection, Edward calmed down. Grandpa, the little basilisk, catching on to Cisco's vibe, called out to Edward. What's the little one hissing about now? Edward said, sounding exhausted as Cisco's tail wrapped around him and plopped him neatly into a chair. "He's calling you Grandpa," Cohen translated. "I didn't think I'd end up a grandfather this soon," Edward said wearily. "Especially not to a snake. Wait, did I mess that up? Doesn't that make him a generation above me?" Cisco asked Cohen. "I thought we'd be equals." "That's not even the point right now. The little guy's always been a mess with family titles," Cohen said, rubbing his forehead. "The real issue is you came on way too strong just now." "So," Cisco asked hesitantly, "should I try again?" Another round, and Edward might just collapse. Cohen vetoed that idea fast. "You guys just don't speak the same language," Cohen said. "It's not like you don't get each other on a human level. Just act like a normal snake and quit with the theatrics." He'd clearly overestimated an adult's ability to handle this. Cohen and the basilisks needed a gentler approach to build trust between the one human and three snakes. Otherwise, this family meet and greet might turn into something like, "So, Edward still hasn't cracked yet?" A full-on interrogation scene. "So, you got anything you want to say to Cisco?" What could Edward possibly say? With so many lovable relatives around and a granddaughter who's just a month old, what could Edward possibly have to complain about? As long as he promises never to hurt you. Edward laid out his bare minimum condition. "Oh, come on, I've never killed anyone in my life. Well, maybe one or two. Okay, possibly a dozen or so. I'm not sure, they died pretty quick," Cisco said, counting off on its non-existent fingers. "But I'd never hurt you. And he can't hurt me," Cohen added, giving Edward a reassuring shot in the arm at the fact that he'd already made an unbreakable vow with Cisco. "We've got an unbreakable vow in place. You even learned how to do an unbreakable vow." But somehow, Edward found this the easiest thing to swallow tonight. Cohen was an extraordinary kid. Learning any kind of magic seemed perfectly reasonable for him. "It's a magic school, isn't it?" Cohen said confidently. "If I didn't learn it at Hogwarts, where else would I?" "Wait a sec. Who cast a spell for you and that snake?" Edward suddenly realized the bigger question. "The Earl," Cohen replied. "He's decent at it, so I went ahead and got him a wand too." Edward decided he'd be better off as the blissfully ignorant dad who stayed out of the loop. Why had he even bothered asking Cohen about the basilisk today? Did he really think Cohen would let a basilisk, a dragon, and that black unicorn loose to rampage around Privet Drive? Surely this was the limit. He just hoped Cohen wouldn't drag any more dangerous creatures into that suitcase. His poor dad heart couldn't take it. "So, they're safe for you. And, thanks to those glasses, they're not much of a threat to regular people either," Edward muttered to himself. "You've already got a dragon. A few basilisks are just a life sentence in Azkaban waiting to happen. Don't worry. Even if I ended up in Azkaban, we wouldn't suffer," Cohen said comfortingly. And he meant it. Azkaban was basically his second home by now. Cohen and Edward had to head out. Rose was still in the Great Hall, and Edward needed to go home with her. Cohen, meanwhile, was due for a good night's sleep back in the dorms. That left just the three snakes in the wooden cabin. "Should I make one of those, what's it called, unbreakable vows too?" the old basilisk asked Cisco. His dad didn't seem too reassured. "That's not some casual promise you can just toss around," Cisco warned. "If you want the kind of freedom you can grab any time, steer clear of that spell." "Then why'd you go and sign one with him so easily?" the old basilisk asked. "He asked for it, so I gave it," Cisco said, sprawling out comfortably. "How else was I going to land a sweet setup like this? My son's not going to screw me over." "But you're different," Cisco continued. "Who knows? Maybe one day you'll head out, find a wife, have some kids, and settle into a life of lying around in a nest waiting to kick the bucket." "Rubbish. You've never even had kids for real," the old basilisk said scornfully. "Who says I haven't?" Cisco corrected. "I had a clutch of eggs once, okay? They just got stolen, along with my wife. By that group, what were they called? Researchers." "That was a load of nonsense I made up," Cisco admitted. "What wizard's nice enough to bring me a live cow every 3 days and tell me bedtime stories? They'd rather stuff me into the same jar they've got Cohen in. You're the one who's never seen the world. No humans reading bedtime stories to a snake in a cage. So, did you ever find them?" How many eggs were left? The old basilisk asked. Found them all, Cisco said with satisfaction. I found Cohen, didn't I? The basilisk's death didn't bring the students the joy they'd hoped for, or rather, it died too soon. They still had classes to attend, revisions to do, and exams to prep for in a few months. Plus, losing the thrilling topic of the attacker made life feel a little dull. Thanks to Norbert's generous supply of saliva and dung, the mandrakes grew at lightning speed and were fully mature before Easter. That brought some seriously bad news. Filch was revived, but he wasn't even nailed to a cross, Ron said mournfully. Ron, Hermione snapped, her Christian upbringing kicking in. The good news? Lockhart was gone. After mysteriously getting attacked and waking up feeling like he'd been hit with a barrage of exploding charms, he'd quit Hogwarts, declaring the job far too dangerous. He didn't realize his bad luck wasn't over yet. Hermione had already written to the Daily Prophet exposing his scams, and Rita Skeeter couldn't resist. What juicier story was there than the fall of a dazzling celebrity? Taking over as defense against the dark arts professor, for now, was Mr. Von Braun, the caretaker who'd filled in for Filch last time. Cohen finally figured out why that name sounded so familiar. The first time he'd ridden the night bus, that hard-of-hearing, forgetful old driver was a Von Braun too. This new Professor Von Braun looked like he could be his son, though it might just be a common name, like all the Smiths and Johnsons in the country. Professor Von Braun's teaching was surprisingly decent, at least for the younger years. In April, they learned more useful stuff than they had in their first 2 years combined, like how to tell a red cap from a goblin or ward off a hinkapunk. Over the Easter holidays, Cohen didn't go home. Too much homework. The Earl, meanwhile, dodged Cohen's request with the excuse that his claw was broken. Look at my claw, the Earl whined pitifully. I can't catch field mice or deliver letters for 7 whole days. You just broke your claw on purpose, so you wouldn't have to help with my homework, didn't you? Cohen asked calmly. Me? Do that. I'd love to help with your homework, the Earl said, totally unconvincingly. A break like that takes minutes to heal, Cohen pointed out. And a break like that takes seconds to happen again, the Earl shot back slyly. If I had your dedication to self-sabotage, I'd never have to do homework in my life, Cohen said with a sigh. Oh well, time to wait for Hermione's work to copy. One night, one miracle, leave the rest to the universe. Cohen decided to tinker with the 2 flesh puppets he'd gotten from the Basilisk mission. As for that book, Advanced Counterfeit Spellcraft, it was hard to say what counterfeit spells really meant. True to its name, the book was full of fake versions of spells that looked legit when cast, just like the real thing, but with absolutely no effect. Those 2 flesh puppets, though, they were different. At least they had some use. When Cohen first got them, they were just vague human shapes covered head to toe in soft, grayish gunk. They looked like mannequins you'd see in a store. Depending on what Cohen needed, they could morph into all sorts of forms. But puppets are puppets. No AI brains, no fancy features. They were like non-automated robots. Cohen gave a command, they followed it. That's it. One thing set them apart from regular dolls, though they could block certain spells. Stuff like destructive dark magic or curses would damage their bodies, but the flesh puppets could heal themselves. Super energy efficient and eco-friendly. For most people, a puppet that could take a hit like that might actually come in handy. Not for Cohen, though. Most curses and hexes didn't even work on him. He didn't need anything to play shield. The only thing he might want to block was a Patronus charm. But a physical flesh puppet couldn't stop something as intangible as a Patronus. What the heck did you whip up this time? The Count poked his head out of his nook just in time to see Cohen shaping one of the puppets in a Dumbledore's likeness. Holy coo, you made yourself a couple of sex dolls. Who makes a sex doll with Dumbledore's face? Cohen snapped, exasperated. Grindelwald, the Count shot back like it was the most obvious thing in the world. So, what are you planning to do with them? If you're going to get freaky in here, I can pretend to be asleep. They're part of my next evil scheme, Cohen said, dropping his voice to a creepy whisper. I'm going to use these to destroy the entire wizarding world and take out every owl on the planet while I'm at it. See, this is why you kids need to stick to homework every day, the Count said, clicking his tongue. The second you skip class or assignments, you start messing with dangerous stuff. Of course, the flesh puppets weren't actually a threat to the wizarding world. After fiddling with them for a bit, Cohen tossed them into his suitcase. The little basilisk, Sophia, loved them, mostly because Cohen had shaped both puppets to look like himself. Finally, she could slither all over Cohen to her heart's content. Cisco and the old basilisk had settled on the name Sophia for her. Cisco bragged to the old basilisk that he could read English, but in reality, he'd secretly asked Cohen how to pronounce it. The name came from the Greek word for wisdom. Cohen didn't think Sophia had much to do with wisdom. Cisco probably just picked it because the S looked snaky and it happened to be smack in the middle of the S section of the name list. Easy to spot at a glance. But that's how naming goes. A lot of names come from snap decisions. What matters isn't the literal meaning. It's what the name ends up tying together. The old basilisk, though, still didn't have a name. Cisco had tried more than once to give it one, but it kept turning him down. According to the old basilisk, it might eventually want to roam the world, like Cisco had suggested. Find a mate, lay a clutch of eggs, then settle down somewhere to wait for the end. Why are you all such slackers? Cohen had always thought Cisco was an oddball among basilisks, but now it seemed like laziness might just be a species trait. Snakes are chill. Sophie is different, though. She looks like she wants to swallow the whole planet, Cohen said, watching her stretch her jaws wide to chomp down on a puppet's head. He was starting to think turning the puppets into mini Cohens might be a bad influence. Maybe we should have named her Jormungandr. She's probably just hitting puberty, Cisco guessed. When I was young, I had a huge appetite too. Wanted to eat everything. Cows, sheep, whatever wizards were raising. And then what? Got zapped by a few spells and chased around by wizards, Cisco reminisced. But once I ducked in my burrow, the guys still tried to blast it open. Rue much. I think I can guess how that wizard ended up, Cohen said, figuring there was no need to hear the rest. On the last day of the Easter holidays, Cohen ran into Luna on his way back to the 8th floor after lunch. Hi, Cohen, Luna said in her airy, dreamy voice. Thanks for saving my dad. He told me about what happened in the cave. Huh, oh right, Mr. Lovegood. Cohen remembered now. He had run into Luna's dad in that cave with the silver key. But the fact that he'd told Luna he was saved by Cohen instead of just ran into Cohen was a little surprising. I brought you a gift, Luna said, rummaging through the little pouch at her waist. She pulled out something that looked like a ticket, labeled Felix Fly Tracking Expedition Entry Voucher. What's a Felix Fly? Cohen asked, frowning. He'd read his fair share of books, flipped through fantastic beasts, and where to find them, and 8,000 not yet extinct legendary creatures, at least. Maybe it was another made-up thing, like the crumple-horned snorkack. It's a big fly that follows vultures around. They don't eat carrion, though. They eat berries and peaches, Luna explained, clearly thrilled. They can mimic vulture calls by rubbing their hands together, and they refract light with their eyes. Cohen wasn't exactly sold on this fictional, berry-munching fly, but he thanked her politely anyway. The expedition's heading out over the summer. Dad and I are both going, destination Peru, Luna said eagerly. If we find a Felix Fly, the Quibbler can publish their picture. Then we'd have enough funds to go to Sweden and look for the snorkack. But you've got stuff to do over the summer, so you can't come along with the Felix Fly tracking expedition, she added. How'd you know that? Cohen asked. He hadn't even come up with an excuse yet. How'd Luna beat him to it? This was getting awkward. I asked a bunch of friends, and everyone's busy over the summer. I figured you would be too, Luna said breezily. But you can keep the voucher. Later on, you could trade it with the expedition for a Felix Fly larva, if we manage to track them down. That is. Sounds pretty cool, Cohen said, raising an eyebrow. Oh, by the way, Dad, it didn't keep hanging out with those Silver Key people afterward, right? No, we both heard about what happened with the Silver Key later, Luna said, shaking her head. Dad apologized to me, said he shouldn't have gone off with them to catch deer calls. Mr. Norton. Suddenly, a middle-aged voice called up from the stairwell below. Professor Von Braun, what's up? Cohen glanced down and saw the new defense against the dark arts professor, Philip Von Braun. About that paper you turned in last time, ways to deal with the red hat, I've got some suggestions, Professor Von Braun said. Mind swinging by my office for a chat? I can come by during summer break, Cohen said, turning to Luna. But if we're meeting up, it'll have to be after July 15th. I'm heading to my grandma's place for her birthday. Perfect, Luna chimed in. I can show you those portraits of magical creatures I've been collecting. That way, you'll finally be able to tell the difference between a filifly and a locust hook. Luna winked at Cohen. She was standing just out of Professor Von Braun's line of sight, so even when she mouthed Silver Key, he didn't catch it. Cohen pretty much got what Luna was hinting at. This Professor Von Braun probably had some connection to the Silver Key. Luna had picked up on something he said. Chances were, this guy had crossed paths with Mr. Lovegood at some point. Dumbledore really knew how to pick him, didn't he? Recruiting all sorts of shady characters into the school, like he was worried the students might actually feel too safe. But Cohen wasn't some delicate little student. If this Von Braun didn't play nice, well, Cohen knew a thing or two about the Dementor's kiss. Following the stern, brown-haired, middle-aged professor into the Defense Against the Dark Arts office, a place Cohen had visited a lot last year. Cohen was the first to speak up. You didn't assign any homework last week. No, you didn't turn in any homework. Von Braun shut the office door and sat down behind his desk. But I didn't call you here about homework. Then what's it about? Cohen raised an eyebrow. I'm only 12, and I'm a boy. Wait, hold up. That's not exactly your type, is it? You've got quite the imagination, Von Braun said, staring at Cohen. I heard you got kidnapped after coming back to school over Christmas. Well, your hearing's pretty sharp, picking up on something that far off, Cohen shot back sarcastically. Only me, Dumbledore, and the people who grabbed me know about that. Headmaster Dumbledore told me, Von Braun said, narrowing his eyes. Where'd those people who took you end up? I already told Dumbledore about it. If he filled you in on the kidnapping, why didn't he tell you how it ended? Cohen dodged. Cohen was now sure Von Braun was tied to the Silver Key. It finally clicked who'd sent that letter luring him to the cave back then. You're a smart kid, but I'm not your enemy, Von Braun said, standing up. One hand gripped the edge of the desk. The other reached forward like he was in a hurry. Those people are dangerous. I need to make sure they don't come after you again. So, Dumbledore doesn't know you're with the Silver Key, huh? Cohen dropped the act. If he didn't call out, this Von Braun would just keep playing his little game. He doesn't know, and I don't care, Von Braun said, locking eyes with Cohen. They want. Knock, knock, knock. Someone rapped on the door. Professor Von Braun? Professor Von Braun, are you in there? A student's voice called out. Professor Dumbledore needs you. He said to come right away. Von Braun could have finished what he was saying, but the second he heard Dumbledore was looking for him, he clammed up. Stay here. I'll be back to explain everything, Von Braun said, rushing out the door. Come back. Cohen wasn't so sure about that. Dumbledore had probably sniffed out something about Von Braun already. Cohen had noticed several school portraits hanging in the office. Those were all the headmaster's spies. Dumbledore moved fast. Still, Cohen couldn't help but wonder how Dumbledore always managed to rope some upperclassmen into running his errands and delivering messages so quickly. And why did it always sound like the same voice? No way. But whatever Dumbledore's deal was with the other students didn't really matter to Cohen. What he cared about was figuring out what this Von Braun guy was up to this time. First, he tried deception, then threw his teammates under the bus, and now he was attempting a redemption arc. Realizing the hard approach wouldn't work, was he switching to a softer one? While Von Braun was gone, Cohen poked around the office. The Defense Against the Dark Arts teachers changed so often that, even though they all used the same room, each one's style was totally different. Quirrell's office had been packed with books, all scholarly and serious. Lockhart's was plastered with portraits of himself. Von Braun's, though, it was plain as day, practically a corporate drone's desk. No decorations, just lesson plans and reference books. Except for one thing that stood out on his desk, a family photo. It showed an elderly couple and two men who looked about the same age, one of them being Professor Von Braun. The latest novels are first released on 69 Book Bar. The photo must have been of Von Braun's parents and brother. The father, Philip Von Braun, looked oddly familiar to Cohen. His hunch had been right. The old ticket collector he'd met on the night bus was indeed Von Braun's dad. But for some reason, Von Braun's brother also rang a bell. It had been a while, though, so Cohen couldn't quite place where he'd seen him. Before starting school? No, it felt more recent than that. On the Hogwarts Express? That was just students. Christmas? Cohen remembered spending his first year Christmas break at Borgin Manor, and that's when it hit him. Huh, it clicked. The tall, lanky guy standing next to Von Braun in the photo was one of the two Aurors Cohen had killed at Borgin Manor. Talk about fate bringing enemies together. A murderer and the victim's family crossing paths at the same school? That was almost too twisted. But Cohen figured Von Braun didn't know who'd killed his brother. No one knew Cohen had been at Borgin Manor. Those two Aurors hadn't just shown up unannounced with no record of their trip. They didn't even have bodies left to trace. What coincidence? If Von Braun pushes luck, he might end up joining his brother as one of Cohen's victims. Well, not quite. Souls devoured by Dementors didn't exactly get to linger as ghosts. After waiting forever, long enough that Cohen started thinking Dumbledore might have quietly taken Von Braun out and was about to head back to the dorm, Von Braun returned. And he didn't look happy. So what's the word? Did Dumbledore pull some strings on you too? Cohen quipped. He remembered Quirrell having a similar look after me. What can Principal Dumbledore even do to me? Wait, hold on a sec. Are you being serious or just messing with me? Von Braun frowned, but he quickly realized he'd been thrown off again by Cohen's weird, nonsensical ramblings. Asterisk, is this the corrupting influence of a great being? Just a little exposure, and it's already controlling me. Asterisk. Cut it out with the Lovecraftian overthinking, Cohen said. You're just secretly curious about Dumbledore's shady past. That's all. How do you know what I'm thinking? Von Braun's frown deepened. Something wasn't adding up, and he instinctively took a step back, away from Cohen. Because you mumbled it out loud. Cohen snapped, clearly annoyed. Do all you Silver Key people have some kind of mental disorder that makes you paranoid around me, or what? You even know I'm with the Silver Key. Von Braun nodded slowly, as if confirming something to himself. Stop looking so sure of yourself and imagining stuff that isn't even real, you old geezer. Cohen gritted his teeth. You were totally normal a few days ago. Shouldn't you be playing the villain right now? Keep up your sneaky spy act. Go ahead, provoke me or kidnap me or something. Give me a reason to take you out right under Dumbledore's nose. They've succeeded, Von Braun said, narrowing his eyes. You're already turning violent, bloodthirsty, and craving destruction. Yeah, I'll destruct you, old man. Cohen gave up trying to reason with this unhinged guy who dropped all pretenses. He dramatically pulled out his wand, though he wasn't actually planning to use the Cruciatus Curse on a professor at Hogwarts. It was just a little threat. I'm done with all this red tape, Cohen said. This could have been solved ages ago with a quick Cruciatus Curse and some legitimacy. Wait, Von Braun threw up his hands, clearly rattled by the threat. Let me be clear. I'm not afraid of torture or death. The only reason I worked so hard to infiltrate Hogwarts was to stop you, or rather, to stop those radicals from waking you up. Oh, so you're not one of the radicals? For some reason, Cohen felt a twinge of disappointment. He'd been kind of hoping for a fight with a professor. Even if it was just a temp gig, it'd be a cool story to brag about to kids someday. I thought you were one of those Silver Key weirdos hiding out in a cave. Why didn't you say so earlier? I did say so, Von Braun insisted. He distinctly remembered mentioning he was here to protect Cohen from the radicals. You didn't explain a damn thing. Cohen shot back. You acted all mysterious like some villain about to rip off his mask. Anyone would have pegged you as a brain-dead bad guy. The only one allowed to play the riddle game around here is Dumbledore. Anyone else tries it, and I'm slapping a villain label on them. After a brief, awkward silence, Von Braun looked away, clearly embarrassed. Are you that Tucker Von Braun's son? Cohen asked out of nowhere. Yes. Why bring up my father all of a sudden? Von Braun asked, confused. I met him once when I hitched a ride with him, Cohen said. His memory's not great, and he's got a bit of dementia, but he seemed like a good guy. HM. Huh. Von Braun still didn't get why Cohen was bringing this up. Weren't they talking about the Silver Key? And you've got a family photo on your desk, Cohen went on. It's covered in fingerprints, so you must pick it up a lot. You really care about your family. I'm not trying to play Sherlock here, but I figure someone who loves their family wouldn't want the world to end. So, why'd you join the Silver Key? Because my older brother joined them, von Braun said, glancing at the photo on his desk. He's an Auror. He shouldn't have gotten mixed up with a cult. They brainwashed him, and I want to save him. My dad's been worried sick about him, too. Are there people in the radical faction who see killing Cohen as their ultimate goal? Cohen thought back to that tall, skinny Auror, the one Ari had headbutt to death back in first year. The guy had looked at Cohen like he wanted him dead on the spot. Thinking about it now, it didn't seem like it was out of some sense of justice. That kind of justice was too dumb. Even the Ministry of Magic, famous for its stupidity, hadn't gone out of its way to keep antagonizing Cohen. Someone smart enough to become an Auror shouldn't be that brainless. The only explanation was that von Braun's brother didn't want to kill Cohen. He wanted to awaken him. Like this Professor von Braun was saying, they wanted Cohen to turn cruel, bloodthirsty, and consumed by a desire to destroy the world. Just like dark magic affects a regular wizard. Yeah, sadly, he's one of them, von Braun said, lowering his eyes. And I think he might be planning something even worse. He went missing 2 Christmases ago. Maybe, Cohen replied, keeping his thoughts to himself. Asterisk, let him stay missing. Sounds good to me, asterisk. He couldn't exactly say, oh hey, I killed your brother. Surprise. Happy about that. My brother's name is Joshua, von Braun said. If you ever run into him, keep your guard up. I'll watch out, Cohen said. But if you're not with the radicals, then who was that student who sent me a letter in January? After coming back to school from the Christmas break, a senior girl had handed Hermione a Silver Key letter to pass on to him. If von Braun wasn't the one behind it, what the hell was Dumbledore even protecting as headmaster? Annoyed, anyone could just waltz into the school? Did he not care if students joined cults? A student delivered a letter to you? Von Braun asked, suddenly on edge. A Silver Key letter? So you didn't know? Cohen said, disappointed. All right, keep going, double agent. Why'd it take you 3 months after my kidnapping to come talk to me? Because I caught wind of something, von Braun explained. Another faction of the Silver Key has their eye on you. I'm here to warn you. They're planning to make a move over the summer. They might start tailing you at King's Cross Station. I got a list of their names, but they're all fugitives now. Fugitives, meaning they're not easy to track down ahead of time, Cohen said. Got it. That could drag the plot out nice and long, but I'll just wait for them to come to me. They don't want to hurt you, von Braun interrupted. They know they can't hurt you. What they want is to drive you out of the wizarding world entirely. If this were in Asia, I might actually think their strategy's pretty cool, Cohen said. But too bad for them. We're in Britain. All I can say is they need to do their homework. What do you mean? Von Braun thought maybe he hadn't explained it clearly. What I'm saying is they'll stage some terrifying incidents around you, then pin the blame on you. Before you know it, the whole wizarding world will suspect you, isolate you, turn against you. Yeah, I get it, Cohen nodded. That's exactly why I'm saying it won't work here in Britain. How many people are even in the British wizarding world? Even if they all turned on me, so what? Question mark. Plus, half of them are reclusive wizard families whose only connection to the wizarding world is probably the Daily Prophet, Cohen went on. Do you really think the Daily Prophet would dare smear me? An evil, untouchable dark magic experiment that the ministries hushed up to avoid a public panic. Oh, maybe not. Von Braun started to see Cohen's point. Think about it. Back when Voldemort was running the show, did the Daily Prophet ever say a single bad word about him? Cohen asked. The media's just in it for the money. They're not about to risk their necks digging up the truth. Voldemort might not have bothered showing up at their windows in the middle of the night. He's too full of himself to waste time chasing people down for no reason. But I would. Cohen said it as casually as if he were talking about what bread to have for breakfast. Everyone knows one thing. Dementors eat souls. No wonder Headmaster Dumbledore didn't seem the least bit worried when he heard about this. Von Braun muttered. You told Dumbledore about it too? Cohen asked, intrigued. What did he say about me? And what about you? How'd he treat you? I felt like he saw right through me with one glance, von Braun said. He thanked me for the info and said we could keep in touch about the Silver Key's next moves. I think he wants me to stay in their meetings and gather intel. You'd keep doing that even if he didn't ask, Cohen said confidently. What did he say about me? Cohen's a smart and brave kid. These little tricks won't get the better of him, and I trust he won't make the wrong choices, von Braun relayed. Dumbledore seems to have a lot of faith in you. Cohen had a hunch Dumbledore had told von Braun to pass that message along. He's basically saying that as long as those Silver Key folks don't frame me for something I didn't do, he'll back me up in court, Cohen translated. Now I really don't have to worry. My birthday and that summer trip with the Filifly tracking expedition are safe. There's no such thing as a Filifly, von Braun pointed out. I took an advanced care of magical creatures class back in school, and I've never heard of a Filifly. You might end up disappointed. It's about the trip, man. I've never been to Peru, Cohen said, raising an eyebrow. Beat staying home and playing chess with my dad. He cheats with magic every time, but I don't feel like countering with spells to fix the dice. If we both cheat, no one wins. Good luck with that, von Braun said, still skeptical about Cohen tagging along with Luna's family on some Filifly tracking expedition. Xenophilius is a bit unhinged. One of the Silver Key members visited his place once. They wanted him to join because he knows how to make cockatrice eggs. I followed them, and after the guy left, I went in to warn Xenophilius about the Silver Key. Von Braun sighed, but he kicked me out and swore he was with the Silver Key now. No wonder Luna knew von Braun. He's not crazy, Cohen said. The Silver Key threatened him with Luna, and he probably snapped at you because of your Silver Key ties. No one knows if you were sent to test him. Von Braun nodded, getting it. I'll keep you and Dumbledore in the loop if I hear anything new about the Silver Key, he said. After splitting into conservative and radical factions, they've broken off into tons of tiny groups. It's hard to keep track. Suddenly, von Braun paused, his gaze drifting to Cohen's eyes, like he was pleading for something. Can you promise me one thing? No lifelong spy duo with you. Too long commitment. Cohen shot back instantly. Plus, you way too old. Don't destroy the world, von Braun said softly. At least, not in the next few years. My father was supposed to retire after what happened to my brother Joshua, but he stayed on the night bus, thinking he might hear something about him. Then he got complaints about his work from a bunch of passengers. He's finally retired now. I tweaked his memory a bit so he could enjoy his old age in peace. He doesn't have many years left. Fine, Cohen said. Von Braun looked up, surprised at how quickly Cohen agreed. I was already planning to ditch the whole world-destroying thing. And you just happen to be a professor. Cohen paused, then added, You know what to do, right, Professor von Braun? The latest novels are first released on 69 book bar. Like Gryffindor points, or something. Cohen clarified when von Braun still looked confused. I was going to ask for a homework pass, but in this situation, you're not exactly going to lock me in detention for skipping it. Are you kidding me? Von Braun's face cracked. That's what this is about, pretty much. 50 points to Gryffindor for Cohen saving the world again sounds fair. Cohen turned to leave, but glanced back at the door. No matter how much Dumbledore pays you, write that resignation letter by the end of the year. This job's cursed. If you stick around too long, some unavoidable force might nudge you out. And if you're gone, who's going to take care of old Mr. von Braun? It wasn't just the Silver Key mole, von Braun, who approached Cohen in April. Lucius Malfoy showed up too. He caught Cohen during the last Quidditch match of the school year. With Dumbledore watching the game, Lucius figured it was safe to meet Cohen in the Forbidden Forest. Lucius had already been booted from the school board, thanks to Voldemort's scheme. Once Dumbledore returned, the other board members flipped sides, claiming Lucius had bullied them into signing that dismissal letter. But when Cohen got to the forest, he realized Lucius wasn't alone. Narcissa, Draco's mom, was there too. Has the Dark Lord done something to Draco? Narcissa asked Cohen, her voice dripping with worry. When we went back home for the break, he said some weird stuff to me and Narcissa, Lucius said nervously. Before that, the Dark Lord came to him and told me to get Dumbledore out of the school. But Dumbledore never left, Cohen pointed out. He knew what Lucius was worried about. You're scared Voldemort will think you screwed up. Lucius gave a slight nod. Voldemort just gave the basilisk an order and then bolted because Dumbledore and his phoenix showed up in the chamber, Cohen explained. You guys couldn't really stop or trap Dumbledore. He knows that perfectly well. So he's not going to blame you for it. That's a relief. Lucius let out a breath he'd been holding. But Draco said, "It's like he's forgotten some things," Narcissa added, her voice tinged with worry. "I checked him myself, and it does seem like he's been hit with a spell. That's because Voldemort controlled him to open the chamber a few times," Cohen said, casually pinning the blame on Voldemort. In truth, the memory charm on Draco was Cohen's doing. Possession can have some short-term side effects. Voldemort's never been big on taking care of his followers, has he? Narcissa's face darkened, but she quickly composed herself. The idea of Voldemort hurting her son made her uneasy, yet she was powerless to do anything about it. But then he switched to that not kid, Lucius said. Was he disappointed in Draco? Nah, Cohen replied. I made him switch. If Draco got possessed a few more times, he'd end up with permanent damage, like Quirrell last year. Thank you. Narcissa's voice trembled slightly. For now, try to stay out of Voldemort's plans as much as possible. If anything comes up, I'll deal with him directly, Cohen lied smoothly. His soul's a mess right now, so he's probably changing his mind every day and forgetting stuff. If he hasn't shown up at your manor to hide out by now, it means he still doesn't trust you. And given how he's treated Draco, as long as you don't go looking for him, he won't come after you before he's resurrected. He's still got a resurrection plan? Lucius asked, sounding like he wasn't exactly thrilled about his boss coming back. Ever since Voldemort's downfall, it didn't seem like he'd been rooting for a comeback. Yeah, in a year or two, maybe longer. Depends on if I decide to keep working with him, Cohen said, raising an eyebrow. He's been drifting around as a wraith for too long. He's lost a lot of his judgment. Without my help, his resurrection's going to take way longer. Cohen had no intention of letting Peter Pettigrew off the hook, which meant Voldemort's revival plan was missing a key kickstart. No one was going to hunt him down. No one was going to help him capture Bertha Jorkins to get info about the Triwizard Tournament, and no one was going to free little Barty Crouch from his tightly controlled situation under his father's watch. Whether Cohen stepped in or not would decide if Voldemort came back in fourth year. If Cohen didn't help, the timeline would stretch out a lot. There weren't many loyal Death Eaters still out there willing to track him down. The ones who'd survived the last 12 years were either dead, locked up, or hiding out somewhere, too scared to show their faces. So, what's your decision? Lucius asked. He felt like he'd already been roped onto Cohen's ship. If Cohen turned against Voldemort, it wouldn't take long for Voldemort to suspect that the Malfoys, who'd been in contact with Cohen, might flip too. Traitors among the Death Eaters, their survival rate was terrifyingly low. Depends on whether he can show me a bit more value, Cohen said, dodging a straight answer. You don't need to worry about it for now. We're still cooperating, and if I ever decide to burn that bridge. Narcissa's breathing quickened as Cohen trailed off. It'd mean I've already figured out how to dismantle the little tricks keeping him clinging to life. He'd die like any other wizard and never come back to this world. Cohen looked at the two of them. Eventually, you'll have to make a choice, a gamble with your whole family's fate on the line. Either cut ties with me and track down Voldemort, resurrect him under the Ministry's nose and beg for his forgiveness, or get ready to stick with me. We need some time to think, Lucius said, hesitating for the first time instead of jumping to a decision. Take your time, Cohen replied. Oh, by the way, a heads up, your house elf's a bit rebellious. He just remembered something. It overheard our conversation and tried to warn Harry Potter and stop him from coming back to school. Dumbledore's getting suspicious. What? Lucius gritted his teeth. Dobby, I knew that little wretch was always distracted for a reason. Can you buy and sell house elves? Cohen asked. You might want to replace it. Though, for a traitor, I've got a better punishment in mind. I'd like to recreate that experiment from the Borgin estate, Cohen said, glancing at Lucius. But this time, I want to make a puppet. House elves are perfect test subjects. They've got some ancient, powerful magic in them. Name your price, and I'll take it. House elves were pretty useful, though Cohen wasn't actually planning to use Dobby as a lab rat. That'd be a waste. I think the Flints have some new house elves being born. Getting one from them would be better than keeping a traitor around, Lucius said, visibly relieved that Cohen wasn't blaming them for Dobby's leak. As for a price, He didn't dare haggle with Cohen, but giving it away for free, well, one house elf. If you need it, just take it, Narcissa cut in. She didn't care about a few hundred or thousand galleons. All she wanted was for the Malfoy family to survive whatever storm was coming. Dobby, come here, Lucius called into the air. Pop! With a muffled sound, Dobby appeared in the clearing among the trees. A master, Dobby bowed shakily to Lucius, its huge, bell-like eyes darting toward Cohen before it shrank back in fear. Lucius couldn't help but think handing it over to Cohen might be more satisfying than just killing or torturing it. You told Harry Potter about our conversation, didn't you? Lucius asked coldly. Ah. Dobby curled in on itself, head lowered. It didn't want to answer, but the magic binding it forced the truth out. Why, yes. Master, you belong to Cohen Norton now. You know who he is, Lucius said with a sneer. Which means clothes. Dobby had dreamed of freedom, but not like this. No, not that, sir. Dobby's face filled with terror. Dobby won't do it again. But Lucius had already waved his wand, summoning an old pair of socks and tossing them at Dobby's head. Their bond was broken. Dobby now belonged to Cohen. Lucius and Narcissa left the Forbidden Forest, leaving behind a trembling Dobby. What does Sir want Dobby to do? Dobby said, shaking. You're free, Cohen said to him after making sure the two were gone. He pulled a scarf out of his pocket and tossed it to Dobby. It was originally a Christmas gift from that year, but little Mick, the baby Dementor, loved hoarding fluffy knitted stuff. So Cohen had just dumped all the sweaters and scarves he'd never wear into Mick's nest. Pulling out one scarf wouldn't make a difference. What? Dobby dropped the sock Lucius had given him, clutching the scarf Cohen handed over instead. He stared at Cohen with wide, disbelieving eyes. Was I speaking Chinese or something? Cohen raised an eyebrow. You're free. Dobby was so overwhelmed he couldn't even get a word out. His emotions were on a roller coaster. Just a minute ago, he'd been imagining all the gruesome ways he might die, and now this new master was telling him he was free? For other house elves, hearing that twice in one day would be a nightmare, but for Dobby, it was like hitting the jackpot, twice. Thank you, sir, Dobby said, bowing repeatedly to Cohen in gratitude. He wanted to hug him, but held back because of his house elf status. Dobby thought. You thought I was some jerk like the Malfoys, Cohen finished for him. I mean, I was at Malfoy Manor plotting Voldemort's revival with them. Dobby let out a terrified squeak at the mention of Voldemort's name. But here's the thing. Even the best acting is still just acting, Cohen said. Before you go off into the wizarding world on your own, you've got to figure that out. Dobby must apologize, sir, Dobby said. Dobby thought you were one of you-know-who's followers. Dobby tried to save Harry Potter. But Harry Potter kept saying you're a good person. And you really are. Let's go with good person, then Cohen said. Now you can go wherever you want, but I'd suggest clearing things up with Harry about all that saving him business. He still thinks you were trying to kill him. Oh no. Panic flooded Dobby's eyes. Being misunderstood by the Harry Potter he adored was apparently a horrifying thought. Dobby has to explain to Harry Potter right away. Dobby didn't mean to murder him. But you should. Pop. Dobby vanished. Wait until after Gryffindor's match. Cohen finished, speaking to thin air. Good luck, little Harry. No clue what chaos Dobby might stir up, but at least Cohen had done a good deed. And then, asterisk ding. Goodwill points plus 300 asterisk. Asterisk note. You only did this for the points, didn't you? Asterisk. So what? Cohen didn't buy the system's jab. It wasn't like he was some villain pretending to do good for shady reasons. Money didn't need to be spent, but it had to be there. If he ever ran into a situation needing rare materials, he could hit up the Goodwill store. It had plenty of exotic magical creatures that could be used for potions. Sure, he wouldn't waste points on stuff he could buy with galleons or find substitutes for, like Riem oxen or Ramora fish, but it was nice to have options. The Quidditch match was still going on, but Cohen wasn't in the mood to head back and watch. Harry's team would win anyway, unless Dobby, who just left, decided to meddle. It had been a few months since he'd left Ari in the Forbidden Forest, and since he was already here, Cohen figured he'd check on the unicorns. With Hagrid probably too scared to sneak them any more booze, Cohen hoped Ari had been raised a bit more, normally by the herd. Unicorns were supposed to be noble by nature. After all, how's this? If we dig a channel here, you could wake up every day and, from outside the dense, magically grown hedge wall, Cohen could clearly hear voices coming from within. This hedge wall was new, something the unicorns must have whipped up with magic. But whether it was for protection or to hide whatever was going on inside. Hold up. That voice just now was human. Why was there a human in the unicorn's habitat? And what was that about a channel and waking up to? Cohen's face darkened as he used his wand to tear a gap in the 2-meter-high hedge, just wide enough for him to slip through. Now he could see exactly what this giant hedge was hiding. Near the edge were 2 small plots of land. One was a tiny wheat field, about the size of a 4-person dorm room. The other was a neat grape trellis, with vines just starting to sprout. The latest novels are first released on 69 Book Bar. Wheat and grapes, obviously for brewing. Cohen spotted a brewing barrel next to the fields, surrounded by a bunch of unicorns. And aside from the unicorns, there was something unmistakably human. An old guy with gray hair, dressed in brewery work clothes. Ari was facing away from Cohen, talking to the old man. Judging by the marks, it was scratching in the dirt. Gulp, gulp, gulp. One unicorn was sprawled by the barrel, its mouth shoved into a pit below it, slurping up a mix of wine and ale like there was no tomorrow. Cohen's arrival made it pause for a second. It glanced at him, then went right back to drinking. Gulp, gulp, gulp. Asterisk, hey, wait, that's Ari's kid. Asterisk. The lead unicorn noticed Cohen and quickly nudged the drinking one. Asterisk, quick. Ari said to tone it down if he shows up. Asterisk. Well, isn't this a coincidence? Looks like a party, Cohen said, his face blank. Hey, you're a Hogwarts student, right? The old man chatting with Ari spotted Cohen and noticed his school uniform. You here for the unicorns too? They're incredible. I thought unicorns and wizards didn't get along at all. Guess Hogwarts raises them pretty well. Oh, they're doing great, all right. Living it up with a roof over their heads and booze to sip, Cohen said calmly. Right, Ari. The scene went dead quiet, save for the gurgling sound of liquor trickling from the barrel spout. Ari could understand English, so she knew it was Cohen who'd shown up. But she stood there like she'd been petrified, too scared to even turn her head. Who could blame her? She and Cohen were bound by an unbreakable oath, after all. Is Ari the name of this black unicorn? The old man asked Cohen. Hey there, kid. I'm Bonhard Xavier. Back in my younger days, I worked at a brewery in Hogmead. When I got older, I didn't stick around, but never in my life did I imagine unicorns would come looking for me to help them brew alcohol. How old are you? Here to play with the unicorns. Yeah, totally, Cohen said. I'm here to hang out with the unicorns. Name's Cohen, 12 years old. They taught us at school that unicorns love kids the most. Grown-ups usually can't even get close to them, right? Every word Cohen said was a jab at these principle-ditching unicorns. What happened to being wary of humans? What happened to only liking little girls? Puffed. They'd do anything for a drink. This old guy, Xavier, was a little girl now. Saying he was Professor X controlling them with mind powers would be more believable than this nonsense. Asterisk, we can explain. Asterisk. The unicorn leader hurriedly chimed in. Asterisk, we're just having a little sip, just a little. Asterisk. Asterisk, that one next to you is passed out belly up. Asterisk. Cohen shot back, glancing at the unicorn who'd been chugging away just moments ago, ruthlessly exposing the leader's lie. I thought unicorns were supposed to be super cautious around wizards, Xavier said, nodding his gray head eagerly as he launched into a story for Cohen. But get this. Last month I was taking a walk near Hogmead, and out of nowhere I saw 2 unicorns, one black and one white. Guess what happened next? They wrote English with their hooves in the mud. Xavier said, still amazed. I'd never seen a unicorn write before. They wanted me to find someone who could brew alcohol, and wouldn't you know it, I used to be a brewer myself. So these walls, the wheat fields, the grapevines, the barrels, all that was you're doing for them? Cohen asked, feigning curiosity to fish for more details. Well, the 2 little farm patches and the barrels, yeah, that was me. The magical hedge, though, that just popped up out of nowhere. I reckon it's unicorn magic, Xavier said, stroking his beard. Same deal with how fast these crops grow. Kid, did you know unicorns can ripen stuff way quicker than any spell or potion we've got? Fastest I've seen, those grapes ripened 3 times in one day. You could tell they're really into their booze. Last time, a few of them even insisted on giving me some of their tail hair. Asterisk, maybe say a little less. Asterisk. Ari nervously pawed at the dirt with her hoof. But Xavier couldn't hear the unicorns, so he just kept happily spilling every detail to Cohen. Then they told me they wanted to wake up with booze ready to go. No one's ever said unicorns like drinking before. So I came up with a plan. Check this out. Xavier grabbed Cohen and started showing off his setup. A booze canal circling the unicorn's sleeping spot. So when they woke up from a drunken stupor, they could just slurp away again. Who could say no to a unicorn's request, right? Xavier said. You're a genius, Cohen nodded. So, you planning to tell people about the unicorns liking alcohol? Oh, a story this good? I've got to brag about it at the Three Broomsticks, Xavier chuckled. Next time I'm at the pub, I bet Darren and Mark, old co-workers of mine, won't believe a word of it. Next time? So you haven't told anyone yet? Cohen asked. Nah, I've been too busy setting up this little brewery. Barely made it to the pub lately. Why are you suddenly? Asterisk obliviate. Asterisk, Cohen quietly cast a memory charm on the old man. The unicorns being naive was one thing, but this guy too? If word got out that unicorns loved booze, the Forbidden Forest would be crawling with poachers in no time. After dropping the day's Xavier off at the Hogwarts grounds, Cohen returned to the unicorn's fenced-in area. Nice work, huh? No one to buy you drinks, so you just finds a guy to brew for you. Cohen said to the silent herd. You lot are bloody brilliant, aren't you? Asterisk, it's not like one unicorn could come up with such a great idea. Asterisk, the unicorn leader, thinking Cohen was praising them, relaxed a bit and humbly added, Asterisk, it was really thanks to Ari. Asterisk. Asterisk, shut up. Asterisk. Ari couldn't bear to watch this clueless leader spill everything to their own kind. Asterisk, okay, so it wasn't Ari's idea? Asterisk. The unicorn leader backtracked. That wizard almost blabbed about you drinking yourselves into a coma every day. Cohen said, exasperated. Can't you have some sense of danger? Do you even know what other wizards would do if they found out? Asterisk, what would they do? Asterisk. They come in droves to hunt you down. You know how much unicorn hair and blood are worth to wizards? Did you already forget what happened 2 years ago? Cohen scolded. Or what you think. Asterisk, it's not that bad, right? Asterisk, the leader said. Asterisk, we got Ari now. She could take down a bunch of wizards without breaking a sweat. Asterisk. Stop counting on Ari to protect you. I'm taking her with me. Cohen dropped the bombshell. She can't stay here with you for too long. Asterisk, why not? Asterisk, the unicorns chorused. Asterisk, without Ari, how are we supposed to drag wizards here to brew? For us, asterisk, a young unicorn said sadly. Asterisk, yeah, I'll die without booze. Asterisk. Asterisk, how are we supposed to live without Ari? Asterisk. Asterisk, see? They can't manage without me. Asterisk. Ari said to Cohen. Asterisk, they can't help themselves, and they need my protection. Asterisk. Asterisk, who could say no to a unicorn's request, right? Asterisk. The leader pleaded with Cohen too. Another unicorn could, for one, Cohen said firmly. You lot can drink all you want, but Ari can't. Asterisk, why not? Asterisk, Ari snapped back, annoyed. Asterisk, you're worrying over nothing. I'm not going to explode from drinking too much. I've been at it for a month already. Asterisk. And what do you think's flowing through your veins right now? Cohen countered. Asterisk, liquid curses. Asterisk, Ari guessed. It's frickin' alcohol and sugar. Cohen roared, grabbing Ari and slicing a small cut on her back with his wand. Black cursed blood oozed out. Unlike Cohen's less pure liquid curse, which evaporated in the air, Ari's was more, well, liquid. Asterisk hiss. Asterisk, a few unicorns in the herd winced audibly like it hurt just to watch. Cohen quickly sealed the wound after taking a small sample, then levitated the blob of cursed blood into the air with a charm. He pointed his wand at it. Want to see what happens when your blood meets fire? Cohen said menacingly. Asterisk incendio. Asterisk. A jet of flame hit the blob of Ari's blood. What was supposed to be unburnable ignited in an instant, sparking gasps of asterisk ah asterisk. Ari's eyes widened. Asterisk, but I don't feel a thing. Asterisk. Look, you're coming back with me, and we're getting all that alcohol out of your system, Cohen ordered. One day, when some wizard hits you with a fire spell, you'll wish you'd listened. How old are you now, and still acting this wild? Ari figured even if it blew up, it'd be fine. It knew it could piece itself back together even if it got torn apart. Those researchers had said as much. We tried dismembering it, couldn't kill it, so just lock it up. But since Cohen genuinely seemed worried about it. Asterisk fine. Asterisk, Ari grumbled reluctantly. Asterisk what about us? Asterisk, the other unicorns wailed. Asterisk if we get drunk, wizards might steal our butts. Asterisk. They'd rather have their butts stolen by wizards than give up drinking. Cohen felt like his image of unicorns had completely crumbled. Too bad the unicorn leader had actually made a pretty solid first impression on him way back. When, asterisk, where are you taking Ari? Asterisk, the unicorn leader sidled up to Cohen. Asterisk, is it safe there? Asterisk, question mark. Cohen looked into the leader's eyes. It awkwardly pawed the ground with its hoof. Cohen had thought about bringing unicorns into his suitcase someday, but he didn't expect it to happen this soon. It's safe, sure. Cohen dangled the bait, whetting the unicorn's curiosity. But it's just a magically enchanted suitcase. If I brought you all along. Asterisk, it's huge in there. Asterisk, Ari cut in. It didn't really want to be stuck inside alone. Sure, getting caught red-handed meant no more drinking, but dragging the unicorns along sounded way better than being cooped up with that dim-witted dragon. Asterisk, we want to go with Ari. Asterisk, one unicorn shouted. Asterisk, yeah, together. Asterisk, another chimed in. Asterisk, we want to drink. Asterisk, a third added. Asterisk, take us with you. Asterisk, the leader urged Cohen. Asterisk will help you grow wheat and grapes and handle the brewing. Asterisk. Besides drinking, don't you have any other life goals to chase? Cohen asked. My suitcase has 3 snakes, a dragon, a few hundred sheep, and a couple dozen pigs, but that's it. No centaurs, no forest. You'd probably get pretty. Asterisk, even better. Asterisk, the unicorn who just said it wanted to go with Ari cheered. Asterisk, centaurs are always nagging us to stop drinking. Asterisk. Cohen could already imagine how the centaurs felt. Asterisk, take us. Asterisk, a little unicorn foal, the one that had once given Cohen a flower, hopped over, tugging at his robe with its teeth. Asterisk, I'll grow pretty flowers for you. Asterisk. Are you a nightmare or a succubus or what? Cohen muttered through gritted teeth at Ari. Whatever Ari was, the unicorns were dead set on leaving the forest now. Cohen was taking Ari, and without Ari, their safety after group drinking sessions was toast. Plus, they figured Cohen's hideout had to be safer than the forest. Wizards and poachers popped up here all the time, but Cohen's suitcase sounded like a total escape from the world. All right, fine, Cohen agreed. Now he'd have unicorn hair on tap whenever he wanted, and they'd add a touch of righteousness to his suitcase. With a fire dragon, basilisks, and a nightmare in there, the evil vibes were getting out of hand. Time to balance it out. Asterisk ding. Send points plus 300 asterisk. Asterisk note. This is abduction. Plain and simple. Asterisk. It's a mutual agreement, okay? Cohen thought the system was malfunctioning. No matter what he did, it pegged him as a bad guy. Fine, send points it is. Send points could buy souls, after all. I'll go grab the suitcase. Want to say goodbye to the other creatures. Cohen tested the waters. Asterisk, no way. Asterisk. The unicorn leader said wisely. Asterisk, if the centaurs find out, they'll stop us. We gotta sneak off. Asterisk. The latest novels are first released on 69 Book Bar. The Forbidden Forest unicorns are lucky to have a leader like you, huh? Cohen had to fight to keep his face straight. He left the forest again, heading back to the castle to grab his suitcase. The Quidditch match was still going, dragging on way longer than usual. Normally, it'd be over in under half an hour. Looked like a real nail-biter this time. On his way back, Cohen spotted Xavier pleading for help at Hogwarts entrance. But thanks to a spell, Xavier didn't recognize him anymore. I don't know what happened. When I came to, I was lying on the grass outside Hogwarts. Xavier was explaining to Filch. I'm guessing someone attacked me. You've got to write this down, Argus. When I head to the Three Broomsticks, you'll need to back me up with Darren and Mark. I don't have time for that, Filch snapped. Bernhard, you know I never go to pubs. We old workers stopped caring about squibs ages ago. Honestly, most of us have forgotten all those spells by now, Xavier said with a casual wave. You don't have to spend your whole life hung up on a few dumb jokes they made. You little brat. What are you doing here? Filch cut Xavier off, his glare shooting past him to land on Cohen, who was trying to slip by. Heading back to the castle, Cohen said, blinking innocently. It's the weekend, you know. Aren't you lot supposed to be at the match? Filch squinted, scanning Cohen's robes up and down, probably fishing for an excuse to slap him with detention. Too bad for him. Cohen had already hid his robes with a cleaning charm. No trace of his little outing. The match was boring, so I came back early, Cohen said. I don't even ride brooms. Dumbledore canceled that class for me. How long have you been standing there? Filch growled. What did you hear? Argus, what's this kid done wrong? Xavier asked, puzzled. Why do you seem so? Get back to your pub and quit causing trouble here. Filch barked, turning his frustration on Xavier too. Seeing Filch wasn't in the mood, Xavier gave up and left. What you just overheard was us talking about, someone, Filch huffed, from somewhere else. Got it, the old I've got a friend excuse. But Cohen wasn't about to get tangled up with Filch. He still had unicorns to smuggle. Wonder how mad Dumbledore and the Centaurs would be when they noticed all the Forbidden Forest unicorns had vanished. With the suitcase in hand, Cohen didn't leave through the main entrance. Running into Filch again would be a disaster. Filch would no doubt try to pin some mischief charge on him and probably demand to inspect the case. He really should have rigged the suitcase with a dual system setup like Newt's. It'd save him a ton of hassle. Slipping out through the courtyard exit, Cohen made his way back to the Forbidden Forest without running into anyone. Not even Hagrid, who was probably off watching the Quidditch final. The roar of the crowd echoed from the pitch, while the forest stayed eerily quiet. Cohen stepped back into the unicorn's bush-walled enclosure and found them all waiting for him obediently. It kind of felt like facing a herd of lambs ready for slaughter. One by one, follow me inside, Cohen said, opening the suitcase and climbing in first. I need to introduce you to some of the other creatures in there, so you don't end up fighting later. Asterisk, how do we get in? Asterisk, the unicorn leader asked Ari. Asterisk, just dive right in, asterisk, Ari replied, then plunged headfirst into the case. The unicorns followed her one after another, while a few centaurs watched from distance. Are you really letting the unicorns leave with that wizard kid? Bane rumbled in his deep voice. Forenza, Ronan, don't you think? Last night, Uranus crossed Mars, Bane, Ronan said gloomily. The unicorns will be safer there than in the forest. That kid's never harmed the forest, Forenza added. At least the Acromantulas haven't crawled out of their pits since he showed up, and the Thestrals say he saved one of their foals. He gives me a dangerous vibe, Bane countered. He doesn't seem like a wizard or even just a unicorn. He's not like anything. Ever since he got here, Mars has been unnaturally bright. You can't just focus on Mars, Bane, Ronan advised. The stars have a lot to say. Beyond war, there are plenty of hopeful signs, too. The unicorns will be fine. Norbert, come check out the unicorns. Cohen led the unicorn herd to Norbert's cave and shouted inside. Asterisk roar, asterisk. Norbert let out a lazy growl and lumbered out of the cave. This is Norbert, a Norwegian ridgeback, Cohen introduced to the unicorns. It spends most of its time in there, coming out every now and then to eat sheep. Don't freak out if you see it grabbing one. Asterisk, it's a kind of dumb female dragon. Asterisk, Ari explained to the herd. Asterisk eats, sleeps, sleeps, eats. If it gets groggy and tries to bite you, just ram it. Asterisk, asterisk roar, asterisk. Norbert glanced at Cohen, then at the circle of unicorns that looked kind of like that fierce one from before. These aren't food, got it? Cohen warned Norbert. Asterisk roar, asterisk. Norbert squatted obediently. All right, back to sleep, Cohen waved it off. Asterisk roar, asterisk. Norbert happily flicked its tail and scampered back into its den. Asterisk, ooh, is that a dragon? Asterisk. A young unicorn stared curiously at Norbert's retreating figure. Asterisk, don't try climbing into its mouth, Yuri. Asterisk, the leader warned. Asterisk, have you already forgotten what happened last time you messed with that werewolf? Asterisk. Asterisk, can we poke its butt then? Asterisk, another young unicorn asked. Asterisk, it doesn't look like it'd kick us like the centaurs. Asterisk. You lot surviving this long is honestly thanks to the centaurs going easy on you, Cohen said, shaking his head. Next up are the sheep and the puffskeins here. Stay away from the puffskeins. They carry plague. Though I guess unicorns probably don't catch plagues. Still, no getting close. I don't know any vets, so if you get sick, you're on your own to heal. Asterisk, ooh, puffskeins. Asterisk, Yuri, a young unicorn who preferred anonymity, was brimming with curiosity about everything. Then there's the basilisks. Relax, their stares won't kill anymore. I made them glasses, Cohen said, leading the unicorns toward the statue head where the old basilisk lived. They're smarter than Norbert. Well, he paused, spotting two basilisk heads, one big, one small, peeking down from the second-floor window of the wooden house. The littlest one's not too bright. Try to steer clear of it. The old basilisk slithered out at Cohen's call, and after its convincingly gentle performance, the unicorn's wariness of the giant snake eased up a bit. How'd you manage to snag so many unicorns? Sissoko asked, sliding down from the upper floor with little Sophia. The basilisk duo literally slithered out the window. Got a favorite yet? When am I getting grandkids? Shut up, Cohen groaned, replying in parcel tongue while covering his face. Daddy brought food. Sophia's eyes gleamed as she stared at the herd of horses. Furry snakes, with pointy things on their heads. Those are unicorns, Sissoko corrected her. Not food. Asterisk, I remember the big one, but where'd this little one come from? Asterisk. Ari gave Cohen a weird look. Asterisk, asterisk. Asterisk picked it up somewhere. Asterisk, Cohen said quickly, cutting off any chance of Ari thinking he'd spawned this dim-witted snake himself. Sophia slithered off Sissoko's head and curiously approached a golden foal. The little unicorn hid behind its parents, half scared, half intrigued by the massive snake in front of it. Friend, Sophia tilted her head at the foal. The little unicorn mustered some courage, stepping out from behind its parents to slowly approach Sophia. They bumped noses. You'd better keep an eye on her, Cohen warned Sissoko, or some snakes ending up with 77 holes poked in it. You mean her? Sissoko asked, worried. No, I mean you, Cohen said. You're the guardian snake here. You're responsible for what she does. The good news? Sophia didn't think friend equals tasty. Even though she and the foal didn't speak the same language or share a species, they seemed to hit it off just fine, which made the unicorn basilisk dynamic. Weird as hell, the Count remarked from the rooftop, having watched the whole first meeting between the unicorns and basilisks. He followed Cohen out of the suitcase. You wouldn't dare write this in a fantasy novel. Unicorns hanging out with basilisks? That's how fairy tales work, Cohen shrugged. As long as I don't start popping out blast-ended scruts, I'm fine with it. What kind of twisted fairy tale has that? The Count screeched. Asterisk, who let this Dementor into Hogwarts? Asterisk, Cohen said. Once I graduate, I'm writing a whole series like that. It'd be a crime not to share all these wild school stories. The idea of becoming Lockhart could wait for now. Cohen didn't have the energy to write in his diary at the moment. After helping the unicorns move the entire brewery into the suitcase, they'd successfully settled into their new home there. The Earl had already flown back to the room of requirement with the suitcase, while Cohen decided to check out the Quidditch match results. The game was over by then, and most of the spectators were heading back to the castle in groups. As Cohen made his way back to the Hogwarts grounds, he ran into Harry and the others. They were lagging behind the rest of the crowd since Harry had to change and pack up his broom. Cohen, why didn't you come watch the match? You missed it. Harry's catch was insane, diving straight down from 50 feet. Ron said, practically buzzing with excitement as he recounted the moment to Cohen. I can't even ride a broom, Cohen replied, raising an eyebrow. I've got no clue what that means, but it sounds like Gryffindor won. Gryffindor did win, Harry said with a grin. though his expression hinted there was something he wanted to talk about privately with the trio. There weren't many people around, but some could still overhear, like the Slytherin team members who just changed out of their robes and were trailing not far behind, looking moody and sullen. "Let's get back to the common room quick. I've got something to tell you guys," Harry said, tugging the three of them along faster. The second they stepped into the Gryffindor common room, Harry couldn't hold it in any longer. "I ran into Dobby, the house elf who tried to stop me and Ron from coming back to school, and Hex the bludger that broke my arm. When—" Ron's eyes widened. "Don't tell me it was during that first dive? We thought you'd spotted the snitch." "It showed up on the field, right at the edge of the stands," Harry explained. "I thought I was going to mess with the bludger again. But the basilisk's already in the suitcase with Cohen, right?" Hermione frowned. "Dobby said it just wanted to save you, and you're not in danger anymore." "It wasn't there to cause trouble," Harry said, breaking into a laugh before glancing at Cohen. "It came to apologize to me. Not during the match, though. It vanished when I flew toward it, but it popped up again after the game when I was changing." "Wait, why are you looking at Cohen like that? He wasn't even there." Ron stared at Harry and Cohen, disbelief creeping in. "Don't tell me that elf was Cohen in disguise." "You're worse than Lockhart with your wild theories," Cohen said, his face dropping into a deadpan. "No, I mean the elf's free now," Harry quickly clarified. "Dobby apologized for everything it did before and told me Cohen is a very, very good sir. It said it was wrong about him earlier." Huffed. Hermione burst out laughing. "Yes, man, Cohen. Miss Know-It-All," Cohen shot back with a mock glare. "What did it say about Cohen before?" Ron latched onto the detail. "Harry, you never told us it mentioned Cohen." Harry hesitated, clearly not wanting to spill. "It only just told me about its bad opinion of him. I think it meant, because I got invited to the Malfoys' place last summer," Cohen cut in, offering a partial explanation. "Dobby's their house elf, so it assumed I was in cahoots with Lucius Malfoy." "You went to the Malfoys?" Ron yelped. "Why? Their family's the worst. My dad even got into a fight with Lucius last summer." "Because I'm technically half a Burke," Cohen said, rubbing his face. "It's not weird to get an invite. The Burke family's down to 2 living members, an old guy in prison and my mom. Since my uncle's locked up, my mom's the actual owner of all the Burke inheritance. But she doesn't deal with purebloods, so Mr. Malfoy reached out to me, her adopted kid." "You're a rich kid too?" Ron wailed. "I'd trade Fred and George for your fancy life any day." "I bet Fred and George have thought about trading little Ronnie for a rich kid upgrade more than once," Cohen teased. "Shut up," Fred said, popping up out of nowhere behind them. "We love little Ronnie," George added, bouncing out from behind Fred. "But if someone offered 10 sickles, we hand him over," Fred said with a straight face. "I'm only worth 10 sickles to you," Ron roared at Fred and George. "Your real value's probably lower," George said sagely. "Prices are always higher than what merchants actually think something's worth. So, how much would you sell us for?" 10 nuts, Ron shot back. "That stings, little bro," Fred said. "Both of us together, only worth 20 nuts, George said, feigning heartbreak. "Buy one, get one free," Ron added. "Little Ronnie's sulking now," Fred said, ruffling Ron's hair. All right, we're not here to sell you off. Family's not for sale, no matter the price," George said. "We just came back to grab some filibuster fireworks. There's a Gryffindor victory celebration by the lake tonight, fireworks and all. If you don't want to rot in the dorms, come join us. We'll set some off and maybe tease the giant squid. It loves watching fireworks from the shallows," Fred said, hauling a box of their prized filibuster fireworks from a corner of the common room. Those water-activated fireworks were always a hit. "Family's worth way more than galleons," Harry said wistfully after Fred and George left. He wasn't wrong. If he could trade money for family, he'd give up every last Potter vault in Gringotts. "But house elves don't usually get freed by wizards," Hermione said, frowning. "After you and Dumbledore mentioned them last time, Harry, I looked it up in the library. They only get freedom if their wizard master gives them clothes." "Dobby said Cohen freed it," Harry replied. "But it didn't explain how." "I bought it," Cohen said simply. "But doesn't that just make it a slave trade?" Hermione asked, incredulous. Then how else am I supposed to free a house elf from a pure-blood wizard family? Cohen said, schooling her. Beat Mr. Malfoy to his knees and toss his clothes at Dobby. That's such a weird mental image, Ron said, his face scrunching up. No matter how it all went down, Dobby is free now, and that's what counts. Cohen didn't say much about what happened at Malfoy Manor, and the others didn't bombard him with questions either. Ron suggested heading to the lake to catch Fred and George's fireworks show, while Hermione insisted on sticking to her end-of-term revision plan. Exams are still 2 months away, Ron said, clicking his tongue. You could probably cram for 2 days and still come top of the year. It's 37 days, not 2 months, Hermione shot back, heaving 2 thick books onto the common room table. Good thing the attacks stopped in February. Otherwise, there's no way I'd be on my 3rd round of revisions by now. That was awful, Ron said, shaking his head. What about you two, Harry? Cohen. Hermione's right. I need to study too, Cohen replied. Truth was, he just wanted to play his game. Edward's birthday gift, a DLC for his D&D Magic board game, was still unfinished. Little wizards have to prep for exams, but a little Dementor like him, he just had to lift a finger, and that was already more than enough for any young witch or wizard to handle. Unless Hogwarts went completely bonkers and made a custom exam for every student, Cohen wasn't sweating the finals. I'll join you guys later, Harry said, unusually opting not to tag along with Ron. Gotta hit the bathroom first. Go for it, wait, no. Fred's only got 1 crate of filibuster fireworks. I need to snag a spot before they're all gone. Ron bolted out of the room at lightning speed. Cohen slipped out of the common room too, heading for the room of requirement down another corridor. But Harry didn't go straight to the bathroom. Instead, he hurried after Cohen. There's no bathroom this way, Cohen said, tilting his head at Harry, who'd caught up to him. I know, Harry said, his eyes darting away for a second. I didn't mention something important earlier. Cohen pretty much knew what Harry was getting at. No matter how much Harry tried to fool himself, he couldn't dodge the truth. Before the school year started, Dobby had told Harry, there's a student helping that wizard whose name we can't even say. Back then, Harry hadn't told them who that student was. And just moments ago, Harry had brought up how Dobby once had a bad opinion of Cohen. It didn't take a genius to figure out that Harry could easily connect the dots now. Cohen was the one who'd been scheming with Mr. Malfoy about bringing Voldemort back. He just hadn't wanted to believe it. Like what? Cohen asked, raising an eyebrow. Did you talk to Malfoy's dad about something? Harry looked up, meeting Cohen's eyes. Dobby's bad opinion of you. I kind of guessed it before. Dobby said a student was helping Voldemort. Everyone thought it was Theodore not, but he confessed to Professor Dumbledore that Voldemort approached him mid-year. Thing is, Dobby knew about this over the summer. Yep, that's me. The one chatting with an ex-Death Eater about how to bring Voldemort back, Cohen said casually. Harry's breath caught in his throat. He hadn't expected Cohen to just admit it like that. Why would he? Yeah, you've seen through my little secret, Cohen went on, smirking. I'm the kind of guy who, after nearly dying from a killing curse, decides, hey, why not help the guy who tried to kill me come back to life? He kept going, totally deadpan. Then I'll just wait for him to revive so he can kill me all over again. Puffed. Harry's nerves, wound tight a second ago, unraveled as he let out a laugh. Even the portrait of a sleeping lady on the wall nearby couldn't hide a smirk. Do I really look like the type who's begging to get killed? Cohen asked, turning the question back on him. No way, Harry said, feeling a weight lift off his chest. So, over the summer, ever since Quirrell hit me with that killing curse, I realized I needed to start planning for what happens if he comes back, Cohen explained. Dumbledore said it himself. He'll return eventually. Judging by the messes he's stirred up these past 2 years, he's desperate to find a way to revive. So, you went to the Malfoy's place to... Harry started piecing it together. Who knows Voldemort better than a Death Eater? Cohen said. That was a lie, though. Death Eaters didn't really know Voldemort. They just saw him as powerful and terrifying, someone to follow for their own gain. Lucius Malfoy was one of Voldemort's top guys back in the day, Cohen continued. But the good news? From what I tricked him into spilling, he doesn't want Voldemort back. He's not out there trying to track him down either. How'd you trick him? Harry asked, intrigued. I was Voldemort's partner back in first year, remember? Cohen said, waggling his eyebrows. I just dropped a few details about Voldemort, and he bought a hook, line, and sinker. I know stuff only Voldemort and the Death Eaters would, like how he tried to recruit me that year. Genius. Harry grinned. Plus, I got some dirt on the other Death Eaters, Cohen added. Pretty much all the ones obsessed with bringing Voldemort back are locked up in Azkaban. What's Azkaban? Harry asked. That's my home, little Harry. It's a wizard prison, Cohen said instead. Those Death Eaters aren't breaking out anytime soon. We got a few years to study and prepare, until something unexpected happens, like the chaos these past 2 years. He's always going to try coming back, so we need to be ready before he does. But we'll stop him, Harry said, his resolve firming up. Yep, Cohen said, nodding at Harry's determination. Inside the room of requirement. Also, my old man used to say that when one devil disappears, a bigger, badder one pops up to keep the balance, Cohen said, chatting with the Earl while fiddling with his chessboard. They were debating whether to help Voldemort or not. If Voldemort's gone for good, and those scattered silver keys pull off something huge, won't I just end up the next big bad guy everyone hates? There's no such thing as devils in this world. Hold on. You have an uncle? The Earl asked. Forget that part. The real issue here is me turning into public enemy number 1. It's depressing. You don't even care, Cohen said, faking a pout. You just munch on owl treats all day, while poor little me, a powerless, discriminated against Dementor, has to think about so much just to survive. Call out your fire dragon, basilisk, nightmare, and unicorn from that box of yours. Then say that again with a straight face, the Earl said dryly. I always feel like I don't fit in with you lot, because I'm not dangerous enough. That's only because the Ministry doesn't have a record of a magic-wielding owl. If they sent you to the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures, you'd definitely get a 5X rating, Cohen teased. Wizards would have to watch out for an owl swinging a wand at them. If that ever gets out, you're the first one I'm ambushing, the Earl shot back. My little owl Patronus isn't exactly a saint either. Wait a sec. Cohen frowned, staring into the chessboard box. I know this sounds nuts, but could you jump into my game right now? Bring your wand, make a cool owl character in the box, something gorgeous, and seduce this level 14 she-owl thing in front of me. I have no idea what it even is, but it just ate one of my key pieces and I can't beat it. The rest of the semester flew by in a blur. With the Earl's help, Cohen breezed through the DLC Edward had made, a side story about an underground city, Menzoberranzan. In it, Cohen met a drow girl, and then ate her brain. The Earl got a kick out of it too. He'd finally found true love in a virtual world. Though Cohen figured it was probably because the magical level 14 female owl in the game was programmed to instantly fall for any male owl that shows up. You can't separate us. The day before leaving school, while Cohen was packing his bags, the Earl clung to the display case, refusing to let go with his wings. I love her. I still need to catch underground voles for her. You can fool your buddies, but don't fool yourself, Cohen said, shaking his head. It's just a game. That owl isn't real. But she called me darling, the Earl wailed dramatically. Whether she's virtual or not doesn't matter anymore. Tootie love is wild, Cohen muttered, clicking his tongue. But you're my way. About a pack. We're leaving tomorrow. Promise me you won't delete this save file. The Earl pleaded. Now you're pushing it. If you wanted to get you a real female owl, just say it. No need to overact like this, Cohen said. Besides, I'm planning to play a good guy in my second run. So you're saying yes? The Earl instantly dropped the pitiful act. Next time, maybe. Cohen wasn't too keen on keeping a regular owl. Creatures without special talents didn't belong in the suitcase. They'd just end up as snacks for Norbert or the sheep pigs. The end-of-term exams went smoothly. No surprises there. Cohen kept up his steady streak of good grades, though his defense against the dark art score dipped a bit from last year. Hermione had gone overboard on the essay questions, and Cohen, being lazy, skipped copying one of her answers. Harry and Ron, thanks to 3 nights of desperate cramming, managed decent marks too. Their good vibes lasted all the way to boarding the Hogwarts Express. Harry, Cohen, Hermione, and Ron snagged a compartment together. Harry, though, started doubting whether he'd even be allowed back home. After what happened last summer, Harry said, "I've got a feeling the Dursleys might take drastic measures." "Cheer up. Maybe they'll just lock you out completely," Ron said. "I mean, then you could crash at Cohen's place. Or mine, if you want. I was going to invite you too, but knowing my parents, if a girl brought a guy home to stay." Hermione sighed. "You don't want to see that. If only they'd really keep me out." Harry groaned. "I'd rather sleep on the street or in a park." When the train pulled into the station, Harry was bummed to see the Dursleys waiting for him. Apparently, they were still willing to take him back. Edward was the only one there to pick up Cohen. Rose was probably at work. Edward loaded Cohen's luggage into the car. "How'd the semester go? No more attacks or anything?" Edward asked as he got Cohen settled in. "The other kids didn't figure out about those basilisks, right? I mean the one called Sissoko?" "Harry and them know, I told them," Cohen said. "But they don't care about the half-blood stuff. We got a half-giant friend, after all." "Good to hear," Edward said, relieved. "I didn't dare ask about it in letters. Didn't want your friends seeing and getting the wrong idea." "Oh, right." Edward perked up after starting the car. "You mentioned wanting to visit Grandma's place last time. We were actually planning to go spend some time with her soon. Keep her from turning into, well, your grandpa." Cohen had brought it up around Christmas, and it was definitely on his summer to-do list. He'd hang out there until his birthday, then join that flipper tracking expedition Luna had recommended. Summer was for fun. Homework could go jump off a cliff. Cohen wasn't about to lift a quill. "We'll head straight there through the Flu network after we get home." "Super easy," Edward said. "Rose is tied up right now. That old guy's gone missing for good, and the Muggle police issued a death certificate. She's scrambling to find a new editor to take his spot." "Oh, and your mom got a promotion recently. Once this busy stretch is over, she'll probably settle into a cushy boss life. Being the boss is the best. Squeeze the employees dry and let me live the rich kid dream," Cohen said, satisfied. "How big's Grandma's house? Any wizards nearby?" "Wizards?" Edward shook his head. "Comafort's got none. It's a Muggle town. Your grandparents were both Muggle-born witches and wizards." "So, what's the family home?" Cohen asked. "Grandpa's or Grandma's?" "Grandma's," Edward said, reminiscing. "Your grandpa put in a ton of effort chasing her. From what Aunt Martha told me, he was always buzzing around her at school, practically her personal house elf. She finally gave in and married him because she couldn't stand it anymore. Seems to make up for the fact that Muggle-born wizards rarely get house elves," Cohen said, nodding wisely. "But since Grandpa was broke, he wasn't just a simp. He was a freeloader too." "A what now?" Edward had a hunch about what the term meant, and it felt vaguely aimed at him. "Like someone who just coasts by?" "Something like that," Cohen said. "Look, I don't get along with him, but we can't judge things that simply," Edward said, correcting him. "Basing it all on who owns the property and calling one side a freeloader ignores the effort people put in. It's not that black and white. Here's an example. Me and your mom. She's out there making the money, while I'm at home doing chores and keeping you entertained. Then you grow up, look at the family income sheet, and go, oh wow, Mom earned 99% of it. Dad only brought in 1%. Dad's a freeloader." Edward said, "Is that fair? I put a lot into this family over the years." "Right." Cohen blinked a few times in the rearview mirror. "You little..." Edward sighed. "You old..." Cohen shook his head. "Looks like you're both freeloaders," the Earl piped up cleverly from the back seat. "Shut it, dumb bird." The Earl finally settled the debate about who's just coasting along. If everyone's a slacker, there's no point in figuring out who's the laziest. "Oh, by the way, after my birthday, I'm joining an expedition team," Cohen said. "A classmate hooked me up. We're heading to Peru. She's going with her dad." "Peru?" Edward frowned. "It's called the Philly Fly Tracking Expedition," Cohen explained. "They're after these giant flies called Philly flies that follow vultures around." "Is this some new Hogwarts prank?" Edward asked, half convinced Cohen was joking. "I've never been to Peru," Cohen said. "Honestly, I don't think I've even left Britain. Chasing after a magical creature I've never seen sounds like a blast. This expedition sounds a little sketchy." Edward wasn't entirely sold. Tracking a magical creature that might not even exist? "Look, if you're dead set on going, I'll tag along. Peru's too far for you to go alone with them. Your mom and I would worry. You mean me, the guy with 3 basilisks and a fire dragon, might be in danger? Cohen teased, trying to reassure him. Safety's not an issue, but if you want to come, that'd be cool. You could help look after the unicorns in my suitcase. There's a whole litter of foals now. A litter? Edward's jaw dropped. Yeah, I nabbed all the unicorns from the Forbidden Forest, Cohen said casually. And you're proud of that? Edward nearly swerved off the road. Or would have if he'd been driving. You took all the unicorns from the Forbidden Forest? Does Dumbledore know about this? Are those unicorns Dumbledore's family or something? Cohen asked. Probably not, Edward replied, unsure where this was going. Then it's fine, Cohen said breezily. Dumbledore can't do anything about it. They chose to follow me because they think I'm one of them. You know, unicorns recognize their own by blood. No matter what Edward thought, the deed was done. As long as Dumbledore wasn't knocking on their door for a home visit, it seemed like he was okay with Cohen's antics. Probably. When they got home, Cohen stuffed the Earl into his suitcase and followed Edward through the Floo network to the old family house in Coombe Castle. Wizard travel options were almost never comfy. If only he could tweak his suitcase into a teleporting ride, like a blue phone booth with a disapparition spell and an hour reversal charm from a time turner. As Cohen stepped through the green flames, he caught glimpses of other people's fireplaces. Could he grab onto someone else's hearth and pop out in a stranger's house? A moment later, he stumbled out of the smoky ash. Cohen snorted, brushing soot off his nose. Edward, who'd arrived first, turned back and hit him with a quick cleaning charm. This place looks pretty nice, actually, Cohen said, glancing around. The fireplace was in the living room of the old Norton family home. The walls were made of grayish-white brick, decorated with animal trophies, each labeled with golden thread naming the taxidermist. Asterisk, asterisk, Charleston Norton, asterisk, asterisk. Edward's dad was into crafts, huh? The floor was clean, peeling oak planks, and Edward had already swept away the ash they'd tracked in. Sunlight streamed through the windows, like windows, casting a warm glow over the room. Cohen could see the lush front yard outside, with ivy climbing up the glass. A couple of sofas, a recliner, and a bookshelf across from the fireplace made it feel cozy, like a perfect spot to retire. The shelf held old books like a study of the Goblin Rebellions and Fantastic Beasts and where to find them. History and magical creatures, mostly. Judging by the animal heads on the wall, Charleston must have been big into studying magical beasts. That made things even more interesting. Why would a guy who researched magical creatures end up driven mad by a monster? The slanted ceiling showed the roof's inner structure. No high floors here, maybe just one level. Did a single-story house mean no basement? Cohen wasn't buying Edward's claim that the old place doesn't have a basement. The basement Charleston rambled about after going mad had to be real. Cohen's eyes drifted to the rooms branching off the living area and the single door leading outside. Opposite the door was a hallway. To the left, another led to the kitchen, while the one straight ahead went to several bedrooms. Where's your grandma? Edward wondered, poking around. You poke around and get a feel for the place. The bathroom's down the hall across from the front door. First room on the right's yours, second's mine, and the master at the end is Martha's. I'll check if she's visiting someone. Go ahead, Cohen said casually. I'll snoop around for that basement Grandpa mentioned. Don't get your hopes up, Edward said, shaking his head. He was already loony by then. Probably thought this was Hogwarts. Edward stepped out to find Martha, while Cohen propped his suitcase by the sofa and popped it open to let the Earl out. So this is where your grandma lives? The Earl asked, flapping onto the tea table next to the sofa. It didn't notice it had scratched a newspaper as it turned its head. Looks decent. Yeah, it's all right. Just a bit quiet, Cohen said. He switched on his soul vision to scan the house. Aside from bugs and mice, there weren't any strong souls around. I came here to find that monster Grandpa talked about before he died, but it doesn't seem to be here anymore. Either it bolted, or it's dead, or maybe it's hidden in some magical pocket. Cohen couldn't see the souls inside his suitcase either. He decided to start checking the rooms. Edward had said they'd brought in plenty of wizard investigators who'd claimed there was no basement. But Cohen figured he was a cut above them. Those wizards couldn't phase through walls with their souls like he could. "Do you read Muggle newspapers?" the Earl asked out of nowhere. "Why would I read Muggle papers?" Cohen turned to see the Earl peering down at a Coombe Castletown paper under its talons. "You're looking for a monster, right?" The Earl shifted aside so Cohen could grab it. "Well, here you go." Cohen stepped over and picked up the paper. The biggest headline screamed across the front page. "The Muggle newspapers are reporting disappearances. Doesn't the Ministry of Magic care at all?" Cohen flipped through the paper, scanning the article closely. Comerford Town Gazette, July 1st, 1993. Special report ********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** Asterisk by reporter Edwin Hollingsworth, asterisk. Asterisk asterisk since the day after Whit Sunday, May 31st. This 700-year-old wool market town has been shrouded in an unsettling gloom. According to the constable's office, 5 disappearances have occurred around Comerfort's Central Square, with the latest happening on the eve of Midsummer Night. Asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk Mrs. Marjorie Mollick of 13, South Street told this paper she glimpsed a form no creation of God should take at midnight. The respected widow described seeing, through a gap in her curtains as St. Margaret's church bells struck 11, a shadow flowing like tar, twisting in unnatural ways. Though the town watch searched the area thoroughly, they found only a few tar-like smears on the cobblestones. Asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk amid growing rumors. Mayor Louis Fitzroy addressed the public this morning outside the Tudor Town Hall, Wool Merchants Guild. "We're working with the Wiltshire Police," the 3-term conservative said, wiping his silver pocket watch chain. "I urge everyone to lock their doors and windows during curfew hours, 10 p.m. to 5 a.m. May God help us bring this evildoer to justice soon." Asterisk asterisk strangely, when asked if supernatural forces might be involved, the mayor abruptly ended the interview. His press secretary later delivered a handwritten note stressing that all speculation should be grounded in reason and evidence. "Bet you anything Mayor Lewis has a pair of purple undies stashed at that widow's place," Cohen mused thoughtfully. "Why purple undies?" the Earl asked, curiosity piqued, before realizing Cohen had derailed him. "Wait a sec. You're supposed to be hunting a monster." "Because his name's Lewis, duh," Cohen said, leaning back with a smirk. "And the witness is a widow. But that's beside the point. No monster's gonna attack purple underwear." "This has literally nothing to do with purple underwear," the Earl squawked. "What does the paper even mention that? Are you still looking for this monster or what? Why are you more worked up about it than I am?" "Yeah, I'll look for it, but it's not so urgent we can't chat for a bit," Cohen said, flipping to the next page of the newspaper. Sadly, the report ended with the mayor dodging questions. Most news stories padded a simple fact with a ton of fluff just to sell copies. One sentence could have summed it up. From what Edward had said, there shouldn't be any wizards around here except Grandma Martha. So even if some magical creature was snatching people, the mayor probably wouldn't recognize it. Here's the deal. The mayor's seen this monster but doesn't know what it is. He's keeping quiet to avoid a panic. Otherwise, he'd just pin it on some infamous serial killer and call it a day, Cohen reasoned. The disappearances are around the Central Square, and there's that tar-like residue. "Gotta be something that breathes fire," the Earl chimed in. "Fire breathers drool, that kind of stuff. What about that chimera you mentioned last time?" "I seriously doubt it's a chimera," Cohen said. "If it were some beast picking off random townsfolk, we'd see blood on the ground, not tar stains." "What if it's smarter than a beast?" the Earl pressed, unconvinced. "Like that basilisk dad of yours." "Then it wouldn't risk grabbing people," Cohen countered. "If it survived this long, it wouldn't bother eating humans for food. Human meat's not even that good. Way less than beef or lamb." "Makes sense, I guess," the Earl said, tilting his head. Suddenly, Cohen's gaze locked onto the Earl, making his feathers bristle. "That look usually meant, go check out the Central Square," Cohen said. "Scope it out thoroughly and report back." "What if I go missing?" the Earl protested. "And I still think it's a chimera. They eat everything. The lion head eats meat, the goat head eats grass, and the snake tail eats birds. You'll be fine. It can't fly. At least, Cohen reassured him. Just dodge the lion's fire breath. And what about you? You're the one who wants to find it. Why don't you go? The Earl grumbled. I'm just a bird. Every species should stick to its own job. Because I gotta track down that non-existent basement, Cohen said. And if we're going by every species does its own thing, then, as a Dementor, shouldn't I? Fine, you win, the Earl muttered, flapping his wings reluctantly and soaring out the window. He wasn't scared of a chimera, however dangerous or tricky it might be. Escaping as a bird was a piece of cake. After the Earl left to scout for clues, Cohen kicked off his exploration of the basement at Norton's old family home. First stop, the study. It was packed with magic books and tools for making specimens. Ever since Charleston's death, it seemed Martha had kept the place spotless. The neatly arranged books on the shelves didn't have a speck of dust. Sure, Charleston might have been a simp, but he'd clearly won Martha's heart. A diary? Cohen's sharp eyes spotted a thick gray book on the shelf and pulled it down. It looked like something bought from a Muggle street. Wizards usually use bound parchment, not this cheap, yellowing industrial paper. But seriously, who keeps a diary these days? Cohen plopped the diary onto the study desk and flipped it open to the first page. It started in 1981. That was the year Cohen was born and the year Charleston lost it. This could very well hold records of that basement monster Charleston had rambled about. From January to September 1981, everything seemed normal. Just Charleston's mundane scribbles. Nagging Edward about his divorce again, getting scolded by Martha, rumors swirling after the Dark Lord's fall, typical old man stuff. He'd always been dead set against Edward marrying Rose. Guess the Burke family's reputation was just that bad. But by late September, Cohen noticed a shift in the diary's tone. On September 30th, Charleston first mentioned strange noises in the house. Asterisk, asterisk, I heard roars from all kinds of animals, under the bed, inside the walls. But Martha says it's just my old age and my ears playing tricks on me. Asterisk, asterisk.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.